Good evening. I'm back. New hat, new glasses, new jewelry, new jacket, new tour, new album, new single, old program.
It's still not back to 100% no, because I've been working it so much. It's still very husky.
That's four incredible nights here.
Yeah, I've been learning to sing. This may sound silly, but I started to sing properly. That's a part of me that I never expected to improve because I just never thought about technique and there is technique to everything. There's an art to everything. You can improve things.
Hello everybody and welcome to another TierMaker episode on the GregsynthWizard channel. And this is going to be a very special one because not only are we going to be talking about the 1986 tour for Elton John, but we have finally come to the part of the tour where we have been waiting for a long time to discuss. We'll be discussing the North American leg of the tour, the Australian leg of the tour. You're going to hear a bunch of stories, context about stuff, and if there is a TierMaker to listen to for the 85-86 World Tour, I would say this might be the one, because there's just so much going on during this era of Elton John that we have to discuss it. We'll take as much time as necessary to discuss it because it deserves to be discussed, and I can't wait to discuss the shows and the instrumentation, you know, the voice of an angel, just a bunch of stuff that we have to discuss this. We have to give this tour leg, you know, its proper respect and talk about it. And I can't do it alone. So I've assembled these three amazing, fine gentlemen from all parts of the world to help me talk about late 86 Elton John. And what I would like to do is I would like to pass the microphone over to the TheEltonBootlegs, since, you know, he and this tour go a long way back. So the floor is yours.
I think it's going to be a long time. Yeah. Hi, folks. The TheEltonBootlegs is back once again to discuss one of the greatest tours in the history of music. And I emphasize the word music. This tour is just a whirlwind. And I don't want to give too much away in my intro, but this is going to be the most fun that I'm going to have in a long time. And especially discussing it with you guys, because I love to listen to what you think of these shows. And I have a feeling that there are going to be differing opinions. We'll all hopefully end up agreeing. Maybe not Greg, but
you do realize I can hear you, right?
Yeah, I do know you can hear me. I can't wait to discuss these shows. There's so many great things. I'm going to reserve myself now, and I'll go full force once the TierMaker begins. Good luck.
Thank you. Everybody's going to need it, including myself. Ethan, you're up.
Hello, it's Ethan. I've returned from my little incident on the 93 TierMaker. My lungs have cleared up nicely. Thank you for all the kind comments.
I forgot about that. So what exactly happened that made you drown?
Long story. Anyway, like Elton Bootleg said, now I'm a little nervous for this TierMaker because it's probably the hardest one we're going to do in some time, I would imagine. I just hope it lives up to the hype it's produced, especially from me. It's probably the most nervous I've ever been for one of these. So, yes,
you know, you have me. I will make sure that you're a little less nervous.
Oh, wonderful.
You're gonna get you some hot eggnog to, you know, soothe everything, and then everything will be okay.
But yeah, I like the music for this tour, and some of the vocals are okay on some of the shows. You can't say it's not. But yeah, the tour's great. We'll discuss the shows in a second.
All right. Well, we have gotten our UK counterparts out of the way, so now we're going to move to somebody who has a lot to say, because he has been with me on these shows dating back to late 2010. Good God, some of y'all weren't born yet.
Yeah, we're fucking old, Greg.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like I wasn't even 21 when I started deep diving into this tour. And yeah, my age is starting to show a bit, but that's for another topic. But TSS Killer, you and this tour go way, way, way back. You were
Indeed.
there for the highs, the lows, and the extreme lows, and all the other stuff that happened with this tour. So the floor is yours. Take control.
Thank you very much, Greg. This is TSS Killer once again. I have been analyzing Elton John stuff for the last 13 years. And let me tell you this particular leg, we're talking about the America and the Australia leg, is very significant because we have, to put this into context, we have talked about this tour a total of 6 times. And this is the 7th time that we're talking about this particular tour. And it's because in the last 13 years, we have gotten like upgrades, we've gotten new shows, we've gotten new transfers, things that we've never heard of before. And I don't know, because of that, and because of how significant this tour is, because this part of the tour is literally the last part of I would say the original voice before, it got completely ravaged and required the vocal cord surgery. This, I would argue, even though I am a huge fan of, post-surgery Elton, this right here is by the middle of September of 1986. This band right here produces some of the best music that you will ever hear in a live environment for Elton. Some of the arrangements here are immaculate, and I still go back to this tour just because to hear the music. And yeah, even though certain nights Elton's voice isn't in tip-top shape, the band carries. And that's one of the reasons why I still love hearing this. And also, to consider that among the first shows we heard from this leg of the tour were like LA. And then just to hear the musical prowess that is encompassed, in this whole thing, you hear that, you compare the band tightness between this and, like, let's say UK 85, 86. The band is on a completely other level, and I cannot wait to talk about this more, but I will say that musically this is one of my favorite tours of all time. Oh. So I can't wait to discuss it, and let's move on. Thank you.
All right, so what we're going to do is we have a lot to talk about because there are 26 shows to put into a TierMaker. So this is going to be a lot. But the great thing is this tour leg in this era, I should say, will produce amazing discussions because there's so much to talk about. And there's things that aren't on the TierMaker that have to be discussed too. Yep. Because there's just so much stuff to unravel. And for example, the tour proper started in the middle of August, but there's some events that happened before this tour leg started that we have to discuss. And we can talk about the Leather Jackets album and the demos and the vocal changes between the two, and then also the Prince's Trust of '86, because that took place almost 2 months, around 2 months before the start of the American leg. So, we can start talking a little bit about that before we deep dive into the main bulk of the tour, the meat and potatoes. But what I'll start to say about Leather Jackets is it's not my favorite Elton album overall out of all of them, and there's some questionable songs on there, but there's a couple that I quite like. Paris, which thankfully was played during the Euro '86 leg, and and the American leg of the tour, and and the band arrangement is vastly superior on the live versions compared to the studio version. And some of the vocal gigs in '86 actually still sound better than the record, which is questionable to say the least. But I want to bring that up because we have demo versions of a lot of these songs that took place during the Ice on Fire Leather Jacket sessions. And one of them that I would like to highlight would be Paris, because the Paris demo was done in early '86 after the UK tour ended, and it's just Elton and the electric piano, and it's clearly a demo. He's still figuring out the arrangement for the lyrics, but man, his voice is just like, it's completely different than the record. Like, it has his old voice is there. You have his prime live voice still in effect, and while I don't think I would like some songs all that much more if the vocals were better, I could at least say, man, he sounds good. So, like for Leather Jackets, I do like listening to the demos just to hear the differences in the singing. And some of the songs sound better stripped down, because if you listen to Leather Jackets, there's a lot of layers of synthesizers drowned in the '80s production, and as much as I like keyboards and electronics and synthesizers, there's a little bit too much where you're swamping the arrangement up, and it just doesn't, the song just can't breathe properly. But
poor Fred Mandel.
Hey, I love Fred Mandel, so but
he's only doing what he's been told to do.
Yeah,
that's true. Yes.
Yeah, and of course, poor Gus Dudgeon. Elton coming into the studio with, bags of coke and snot running down his nose and into his mouth. That's great stories to tell. But yeah, not my favorite record by Elton, but I can enjoy a song or two legitimately, and there's a couple other tracks that aren't so bad, and I like listening to the demos, at least vocally. So, Elton Bootlegs, you and Leather Jackets in those demos, what do you think?
Oh, I mean, the demo for Paris is just beautiful to listen to. Voice sounds pristine. It is perfect. Why on earth they then thought, let's re-record the vocals with an impacted voice and then put that on the record? Lord above, it's just a terrible decision. And it is especially sad as well when we're talking about some of these gigs, even as you're getting later on into the tour, like later September, even October, still there are versions of Paris I'd rather listen to than the record. It is quite sad, really, to think about. It's not one of my favourite albums, Leather Jackets. It's got songs on it that are memorable, but not for the right reasons. The title track, I mean, I it's a guilty pleasure, the title track, but still, when you're hitting multiple notes on the record, it ain't good. Some of them A4s are just painful, like, oh, no thank you. It's great to see Roger Taylor and John Deacon on the album as well. I wonder when they got them in the studio, actually. If they were recording in Holland, which they did, yeah, they recorded in Holland.
It would have to be in like the middle of '85.
They actually got them between May and September. Maybe during the Magic tour, they invited them in for a day, maybe, because it had been June time when they were on the road.
No, this is '85. They recorded both tracks in '85. Because remember, because you got to, because you got to remember, because you got to remember, like Angeline is a just an extra track that was left off of Ice on Fire.
Ignore me. I thought that they did that in '86, but
no, '85, no, mid '85.
How it would work in how they got them in, but
because it probably was the same. It probably was the same session as the other track that they did. What was it?
Too Young.
Too Young, yeah. The same session as Too Young. Actually, to think about it, a lot of the tracks off of Leather Jackets were like just extra tracks that were left off Ice on Fire.
Well, do you remember the interview with her? Yeah, we wrote 18 songs in 3 days. It's like, wait, what?
Yeah.
It makes you wonder what didn't make the cut.
It still boggles my mind that he re-recorded the vocals, because if he would have sang it in the Ice on Fire tone, it would have been a lot better than the Leather Jackets tone.
Well, to be honest, though, remember we've talked to Charlie Morgan about this, and he said that he wishes that they would have been properly recorded, because they were just recording, I guess, on like cassette tapes, and the quality wasn't great. So yeah, that's one. I think that's one of the things that Charlie said that he regrets, because it sounded so great.
Yeah, because those demos, like Don't Trust That Woman, for example.
Oh yeah, Don't Trust That Woman. It's like,
I can't tell you how the differences between the demo vocal and the album vocal. It's just it's ridiculous. It's like the demo has soft tone and falsetto and great control. Then you listen to the record and it's like, wow, he sounds strained.
Yeah.
Having fun.
Yeah. But Ethan, what do you think? Any thoughts on Leather Jackets and the demos?
It is a shame, as you say, that they decided, no, let's re-record it with a strained voice and all this drowned synthesizer. And when you listen to Paris, it's the UK voice, basically. It's what it partially would sound like anyway if it was played. I'd say it's got a few songs on it that I like. Guilty Pleasures, Paris is one of them. Heartache's another one that we're going to talk about later. But yeah, like, it is a shame that he went into the studio, rough voice, like Victim of Love, and did all that shit, so...
Yeah, but unfortunately this was with a damaged voice as well, so that kind of matters. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just it's a shame, because I think if Elton had a better state of mind, not that I would think Leather Jackets would be a classic Elton album, but I just think we would get a lot better results than what we currently have out there. And yeah, if you want to add some thoughts on Leather Jackets, go ahead, TSS Killer.
Okay, sure. Yeah, because before we started today, right here in my hand is a CD copy of Leather Jackets, which is the only Elton album never to get remastered, and it's not a surprise to see why, because the album is garbage for the most part. But I will still say this: I still, it's one of those meme albums for me where I will like to listen to all of the songs, just because the overproduction and some of those like vocal performances are just laughable. Like a lot of them, like let's say, so Leather Jackets. So we have Elton John top, and it says special thanks to Adrian Colley. So whoever that guy was, Hoop of Fire is, I mean, it's a kind of like a slow ballady kind of song. Don't Trust That Woman, we already know the demo is much better. Go It Alone is just basically let's see, we had it's in the same vein as some of the other songs. Like, for example, let's see, we had. Yeah, it's like it's just a crazy thing. We're gonna skip that track for now because I have more things to say about it. Gypsy Heart is okay. Slow Rivers, one of the best tracks on the album because Cliff Richard, and it's just a great. I love the arrangement on that. Heartache we're gonna talk about more later because it was actually played in the Aussie leg, but still has a really funny music video. Angeline was also co-written by Alan Carvel, which is kind of interesting. Because it's actually Elton, Bernie Taupin, and Carvel. So yeah, Alan Carvel.
The reason is he got the writing credit because he did the vocal intro. That was his idea. So Elton said, right, we'll give you some of the royalties. Not that it'd have been very much mine, but
yeah, but it's nice to be credited. You're still an Elton John album, yeah, exactly. So it's like, yeah, I mean, so going back to Go It Alone, I consider it as the Wish.com version of Act of War. That's exactly, if I had to describe it to somebody in simple terms, that's what I would do there, because it's in the same vein, but it's in a worse voice, and you don't have that extra female voice to kind of, sell the song. Memory of Love is not bad. I mean, it's actually, this would be the last track that Elton would do with Gary Osborne. And it's not a bad track. It's not a good track, but I still like listening to it. Paris, we've already mentioned the demo version is better. And I Fall Apart is one of the last times the last time before vocal cord surgery in the studio where he actually does falsetto. It's a little bit interesting tidbit. But yeah, like I said, Leather Jackets is the only album never to get remastered. And this right here, 1986 Happenstance Limited, manufactured by MCA Records. This was never, because because the first remasters that they did for the Elton albums was back in 1998, and this album was never remastered. And like I said, once you listen to this album, there's no denying why not, because it's an album not worth remastering. And I know that Elton says that Big Picture is worth. I think Bernie. Elton
says
Leather Jackets is the worst, but Bernie thinks that Big Picture is the worst. So it's kind of funny how that works. But they're both mediocre albums. But actually, I'd rather listen to Leather Jackets because the Big Picture the Big Picture overproduction is even worse than here. So that's just me saying.
They both suffer from the same problem, albeit different forms of that problem. But
that's correct. Yes.
But it's kind of funny because both these albums aren't necessarily ranked the highest among fans, and if you were to give a list of Elton albums, they would usually be in the lower tier. But the tours surround the albums were great.
Yes.
So I mean, at least we got the live music.
Live music.
Yeah.
Oh, we get to discuss that in a bit. I can't wait for that.
Yeah, exactly. So overall, I would say Leather Jackets is a very poor album, but there still are very it still is worth a listen today just to see how ravaged he was and how misdirected he is. But I think that's the entertainment factor for listening to that album. I still recommend any Elton John fan to listen to this album just to see, it's a footnote in history that needs to be, placed. And like I said, I'd rather have people listen to that than Big Picture, the album. So
all right, so the Leather Jackets recording sessions, they took place after the Euro '86 tour ended. So this took place in the later spring and early summer months of '86, and then right around during this time frame, we have the Prince's Trust, which was June 20th, '86.
Yeah.
As a whole, it's a great musical event. I love just watching the whole thing because it's just it's a fun listen, it's a fun watch. Love the music, but specifically for Elton, he sings two tracks on his appearance there. Your Song and I'm Still Standing. And they're both notable versions. I'm Still Standing. He's still going for the key notes. Although you can tell his tone has definitely started to shift to where you can tell there's something up. It starts to sound, it's an extension of the Rotterdam '86 voice, but it's starting to sound more ragged.
Yeah.
And then Your Song is very, very good, too, because, he's mostly singing it in mid-range stuff. But, yeah, those two tracks, I mean, I love the performances. They're very energetic. And it's in a very interesting time frame because his voice sounds quite similar to how it would sound on Leather Jackets, but it doesn't quite sound like it did at the start of the North American tour. So
Yeah.
it's kind of like right in this weird time space where you can see the upcoming change, but he still has the range, and he's still able to use his voice to its maximum effect. So they're good listens. I enjoy it.
I want to mention also, Brady Love did a video on this subject, this whole vocal change about 2 years ago, and I still like watching the video today because it's a really interesting video essay, and I can tell definitely that for the Princess Trust, you could tell that the vocal damage has already happened, but this was before the nodules developed because he doesn't have that he doesn't have that kind of edema like sick tone yet that you would hear on the Leather Jacket sessions and also in the beginning of the tour coming up. But honestly, the musically, like some people I've seen on the official Princess Trust channel say that the I'm Still Standing is one of the best versions of the song. And I would agree with that because you consider how many talented musicians on the stage, Phil Collins and Eric Clapton and Ray Cooper. Like, you have all these people on the stage just meshing together really well and making the I'm Still Standing sound very unique and special. And Elton's still out here, like hitting B flats everywhere. And even though, his tone is deeper, he still efficiently and effectively delivers the song to great effect. And I cannot take away that Elton was in high spirits during that time, and his voice still was okay. But that's what I think.
Yeah, the interesting part is also that was a huge all-star band on that stage, and there's just so many talented musicians, and it. Especially kind of going off on a tangent. When you go into the encores where you have Paul McCartney up there, doing his Beatles
George
tracks,
Harrison.
It's just like everybody's having a good time. There's so many musicians, but nobody is stepping over each other. Everything's just
everyone's having a good time.
Yeah, it's a show that I can watch and like you just have fun watching it because there's just a fun vibe. And it's got a lot of those 80s legends on this gig. So if you like 80s music, that's a go-to show. And you got Elton John and on some of the tracks you got Elton backing people up on the piano. So I mean, there you go.
He doesn't just do that. He also joins Ray Cooper on the percussion for Howard Jones. He stands there with a tambourine and just hits it once every so often. So Ray's teaching him well.
It was just fun. It was a fun listen. It's a fun watch, and it's just high energy, and it's a great look into the 1986 music scene in the UK. So I mean, there you go. And also one of Elton Bootlegs' favorite bands also plays there too. So
some of the members, Dire Straits. Well, John Illsley's on for the first bit of the set, and then he goes off. And Mark King replaces him, and Mark King is very, very, very enthusiastic in his way of playing the bass. Anyway,
oh yeah,
I wonder if him and Elton shared a few stashes.
but no, Mark King is so talented. I mean, he's just like he treats the bass guitar like a lead instrument, with the way he uses the thumb, and it's crazy the way he plays the bass guitar. He's so talented.
And the backing vocalists, I like the vibe that they bring as well. I think they're pretty cool for the arrangements that they use. No wonder Elton got the influence to have an R&B flavour the following tour. But this gig does live up to its billing of an all-star band anyway. It's something I always enjoy listening to. All the different variety of songs that they do, and Elton doing piano and Money for Nothing is really cool.
Well, hey, at least you don't have Sting sounding like a freaking dolphin,
That's true, yeah. He just emerges out of nowhere. There's old Sting. Not even announced. It's just, oh, it's Sting. And there he goes.
Yeah, you don't see the little dolphin with your in the makeup. But yeah, it's just it's great. And yeah, Princess Trust, I dig it. So
do I.
Indeed. I love it.
All right, so we've stalled enough. So now we have to step foot into.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Okay. We're now
Oh
stepping
Lord,
foot.
we torn.
All right. We are stepping foot now into the meat and potatoes, the North American leg of the '86 tour.
Yes.
And you would think that things would start off, uneventful, but absolutely not, because we got stories here. So I'll begin.
Yeah.
With the very first show we have, which is Clarkston.
Michigan.
Clarkston, Michigan, my home territory, or close enough. But anyway, it's what's weird is originally this show was to take place 2 days before, on August 15th, but the story that got out was Elton lost his voice while filming a video in a airport hangar, which doesn't make any sort of sense, because if you're filming a music video, you're not using your voice. So,
we know what he was filming.
Yeah, and so the show was canceled for laryngitis. That was the reason. And there were supposed to be 2 shows on August 15th and August 16th. Those got, I wouldn't say canceled, but they got moved to different dates. And those dates are going to be very important because I got caught into some mystery that I had no idea what was going on until I started, clicking through things. So originally it was going to be August 15th and the 16th. And then it was going to go to Cuyahoga Falls and stuff. But after the postponements and, getting his voice salvaged enough, we start the tour off on August 17th of 1986. So this is the first official show of the tour, is August 17th. And then the day after that was the second night. And then I later find out that something else gets added, which I did not even know about until I started clicking on random reviews, and I was left in a tizzy. And the Elton Bootlegs can bring that up a bit, when he starts talking about, what he thinks of this gig. But I'll start things off with Clarkston '86. First show of the tour. It's not bad. And I'm glad, they started in Michigan because it makes me feel good. But my thoughts on Clarkston are, well, first, we're missing a handful of songs at the beginning. So, we don't get the opening songs. It starts at Philadelphia Freedom. And when we hear Elton sing, we can hear there's a change from the Euro leg and even, the Princess Trust. On the positive side, his range is still fairly good at this show. Some of the key notes are still retained, and he even adds notes back into songs that were dropped back in Euro '86. Like, for example, the Benny and the Jets magazine falsetto, which got dropped in Europe after a handful of gigs, that shows back up. And it's also, to date, the last time he hits the ending falsetto. Because after this, he doesn't attempt it on the rest of the tour. Philadelphia Freedom, the Shine the Light falsettos are still there. The D5 is still being sung. Someone Saved, he still goes for all of the key notes, and the high C's are still there, although they don't sound as effortless as they did back in Europe. And it's a far cry from even UK. But he still gives it a really good go. And I remember when I first heard the tape years and years and years ago. I was like, wow, this is like, because I didn't have anything to reference with that many notes being sung, and I'm like, wow, he still actually went for stuff, early in the tour like that. But Clarkston has the most available range from what we have of these 86 shows. Although there's a definite change from Europe. The tone has thinned out a bit more. The falsetto, although still there, is starting to thin out. And there's a more of a ragged sound to his voice compared to Europe. And you would think after a few months off the road, his voice would get better and recover, but unfortunately not. It got worse. But all that being said, he still does a fairly good job. For the most part on the songs, albeit with difficulties. Musically, for an opening night, the band do sound good, but they're in that early tour mode where things aren't quite as daring, and they're not sloppy or anything, but it's not the tight juggernaut band that you will get later on in the tour. And also the tempos are very fast on the show. Like, really fast. And, if Elton was frustrated at his voice, I can see why, tempos were kind of flying like this, because I read, stuff in these reviews about how, there was technical problems and Elton being frustrated and needing, a bowl of chicken noodle soup and, for his voice and all this stuff. But yeah, this opening night, it's not a bad gig at all, and there's actually some really good performances in there. Love Song is one of them. But it's a gig where, it's not bad, but you're going to get a lot better musicianship later on. But, as gigs go, as tour goes on, band finds their footing. For me, Clarkston, I can move these around, once we start getting into all these shows. But I'm just gonna throw Clarkston in the B tier, just to kind of start things off, and I'll start the discussion. I'll start Clarkston at B. TSS Killer.
All right, Greg. I actually agree with you on this one. So Clarkston does belong in the B because while the voice is there and he's hitting all the notes, they are still getting their footing out for the actual tour to begin. And there's some like Benny's nice, but we still are working with the UK and Euro arrangement, which doesn't have any sort of solos. Songs were cut out here because of the voice and everything like that, and you could tell that Elton was being a little bit safe in places, but he still was going for everything. I mean, I can say that he wasn't like driving his voice full out. You could tell that he was very cautious about his voice here, but he does still deliver a pretty decent job. So it still is a decent show to listen to. You still have reasons to listen to this one, but it's really cool that we finally have like the first night of the tour confirmed that it was on the 17th, because as Greg mentioned, there was a lot of hoopla with that, because originally there was supposed to be like freaking like three nights, and then it was like a Detroit show that was canceled and everything like that. So it's kind of interesting to see this, but I will quickly say that it belongs in the B tier for sure. It is worth a listen. And Detroit Pistons, and that's some great stuff. But overall, not too bad. You can hear that Elton's voice is ravaged, but it still sounds pretty good. It belongs into B.
Yeah.
Next.
The Elton Bootlegs.
Fucking magnificent. Right.
Absolutely.
Clarkston. Okay. Now, having listened to this tour for years and years and years, I can safely say this is the point of no return for Elton. Once he started this tour, that was it for the voice. Even though it sounds good here, you can hear the damage. You know what's coming. There are, however, some excellent versions of songs. I love Philadelphia Freedom. All the classic notes are still there in most of these songs. The last time in some cases as well. So very short-lived in them terms. The tempos on songs, wow, they are flying. I'm Still Standing is ridiculously fast. But you can say that for most of the songs in the set. It's almost like there's an urgency to get through it. It's almost like we want to not get off stage and see he's okay. It's just more, I want to get through this night and hopefully everything is fine. Love Song is probably the best version on the whole tour because Elton does that really lovely embellishment that sounds fantastic. I'm glad he didn't attempt it later on in the tour, but I'm glad we have it on recording that he did. Also, I love the fact that he doesn't know his own set list either. As he goes to start this town. No, it's not. I lie. We also have that proto-Euro set list as well for the only time. We don't have Your Song. Levon's not here yet. Daniel's not here yet either. And they don't. Well, Your Song appears on the next gig along with Daniel. Levon appears at Kansas City. But we do have Can I Get a Witness? Well, I mean, it's a shame it only lasted, well, I say only lasted one gig. It does return later on, but unfortunately it's a night and day difference. And yeah, the voice does sound worn on this version, but it's still a great version to listen to musically. The energy is just a really, really strong one. I hope this isn't how I'm going to be doing the whole TierMaker, but I agree with you both, and this is a rock solid B for me.
Wow. Okay, Ethan.
Hey, look, we're all agreeing. I agree it's B as well.
Yay, we win!
We all win.
We do. We all win.
But anyway, I find this a very strange show. The voice is still fine, although again you can tell that something's not right. I know someone said it has a lyric stumble early on, but that's fine. Love Song makes its 86 debut after not being played for a decade, so that's nice. Nikita has him singing really sharp early on, but again, that could be down to technical issues. Tempos are fast, but what can you say? So,
faster the better.
Yeah, they are fast. Yeah,
I think it's me. Sure.
Yeah, and they also, it could be, because of Elton's voice, but they were experimenting with this new arrangement for Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting, because they go right into the introduction, the Saturday after they cut the instrumental break in the final chorus out. And I
have a feeling though that wasn't. It was a spur of the moment thing, because if you hear how they play, it's as if they're doing a second about to go into the third, and then it's as if they realise that Elton started singing Saturday. Oh, we're not going to be doing the third chorus, because if you note, the horns start going as if they're going to go into the third, and they don't. But luckily, this band is that good; they're aware if they're going to be cutting songs, or they play it off. Yeah, it's not like other bands where they're not aware what's going on. Or
these guys are pros.
Oh yeah,
even
these
at
guys
this early stage of the tour, they're still with it
on
aware.
it.
So, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, it's like these guys are pros, so they'll handle anything you throw at them musically, even if you change the arrangements on a spur of the moment basis in the live environment. But yeah, and also, one final point about Clarkston is, it is one of those gigs that I can say it's one of the last hurrah gigs in some way, because it's some of the last times you hear specific phrasing being sung, and then it gets dropped.
Yeah,
on stuff, and Elton does give a good effort, and I appreciate everything, and for a first gig, on a tour leg, considering the tech issues and the drama leading up to it, I don't think it's a bad show.
No, hell
yeah, it could have been a lot worse.
Exactly,
a lot worse.
Yeah.
But yeah. Ethan, do you want to start Cuyahoga Falls?
Okay. Okay, so this is the second show. Tonight has Tonight has a increasing vocal damage that it's probably the worst on the tour so far. Rocketman has him trying the B flats in the choruses, and they don't really hit the mark. Philadelphia Freedom's funny one because he tries the first Yes I Do and it comes out so boring, it's unbelievable. Restless has him pushing his voice way too hard. It's it's really funny. But I'm gonna rank this a B again with Clarkson. We'll see where everyone stands.
Okay.
For me, so since you rank it B, is it below or above Clarkston?
A little bit below.
Okay. For me, Cuyahoga Falls, I don't think it's quite at that level. But I mean, it's not a bad show. But going back and listening to this, there's even more problems starting to arise here because this is the third gig in a row. Because we have the Clarkson show we have on recording, then the second night at Clarkston, then this gig. And when listening to this, while Elton doesn't sound terrible, and his tone would get worse as the tour would progress, there's a lot of things to note where you can tell there's a big problem. Apart from also sounding more ragged compared to Clarkston, you have him starting to drop phrasing and then do these spur-of-the-moment dive bomb style phrasings as if something spooks him in the middle of a performance, or he just doesn't have the confidence, so he just throws a random phrasing on the fly to get through it. As mentioned, the Philadelphia Freedom. Main bulk of the song sounds fine. Nothing really terrible. It's what you're going to, suspect. And even though the Shine the Light falsettos aren't as strong as Detroit, they're still there. But the outro is what the F, because it just, there's no attempt to do anything right at the start. He just goes and he just drops the octave. And it's one of the more unenthusiastic outros you'll hear from the song. It's a really lackluster outro that just doesn't sound right. Mm-hmm. Then on Burn Down the Mission, at Detroit he was still going for just about everything, although mixed results, but he was still going for stuff. Here he starts to drop phrasing in the choruses, and then he even attempts to sing the original phrasing in one of the choruses, and it doesn't come out right. So, but there's a lot of energy in the gig. He does, there's still enthusiasm in his vocals. It's just he's needing to, phrase things more conservatively, and then he starts dive bombing phrasing on some of these songs, and then he starts to overdrive his voice in the middle of the set as if he has the vocal chops to do it, although that doesn't work. And then that introduction before Restless, yeah.
It's a song for the Breaking Hearts LP. And it's called Restless.
Yeah. That'll fix your problem. That'll fix your problem right there. And the Saturday Night's Alright for Fighting performance, they restore the original arrangement back with all the verses and the chorus and everything. But it's still not the tightest performance because it's still early in the tour.
Right.
But generally, you're going to get Elton having a more weary sound to his voice, and it gets pushed too hard on some of the more up-tempo songs, which leads me to believe that I think something happened on the night before. The Clarkston show that we don't have a recording of, maybe he overdid things, or that Clarkston show we don't have had vocal problems that were started from the first night, and then they carried over and they got worse. Like, because some of those phrasings sound very, very spur of the moment, random, like they weren't planned.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of maybe like Munich '86 in that regard, where it spooks the fuck out of him. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think something may have happened on the previous show where, he had to, figure things out on the fly, or his voice wasn't feeling hot during the performance, and he's like, "Oh, I'm not going to try it, so I'm just going to, So I am going to disagree with Ethan a bit on the ranking, and I want to put it in the C tier. Actually, I think it's noticeably worse than Clarkston. TSS, you're up.
I agree with Greg here. It's a C show. The reason being is not only because of the vocal problems, they're starting to rear its ugly head. It's just that I've always felt that this gig, I never go back to this gig, and the reason behind it is he's just he's playing it safe because he knows his voice is getting worse. Although I wouldn't rank it any lower than this because at least the tone is okay. He just sounds rough. But at least the notes, at least a lot of the notes are still there. But you can tell that definitely there is something going on, and there's something definitely wrong. And as Elton Bootlegs mentioned for Clarkston as well, this was the point of no return. This is it. This is you know that by the end of this tour, it's over. It's Jover, man. But yeah, so Cuyahoga Falls, I don't regularly listen to this, just because it's just too it's random, and a lot of times it sounds uninspired. For some of the things, like I said, the dive bomb phrasing I was never a fan of, so I would definitely say this deserves to be in this C rank, and that's all I have to say about this show because this is not one of my favorites from this tour.
Elton Bootlegs.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ethan, but
it's okay.
Do you know what this means, don't you? First of all, I have to deliver the bad news. It's a C gig. So, Greg, TSS, you know what that means? You lose. Sorry, Ethan. Okay.
It's okay.
Now everything TSS said about this gig pretty much sums up what I think about it. It's just very lackadaisical, you know.
No.
Now, that was a spur of the moment. That was a spur of the moment.
You gotta say it with passion. It's lackadaisical. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're Australian.
What you Australian? You fake.
Yeah, he's Australian.
Accent.
He's Australian, and I'm Brummie. It was going to appear later, but I felt it's the right moment for it to lackadaisical to come out. You know. I'm not doing the whole gig like this. I didn't go to this gig. I went to one later in the tour, and I'll tell you about it. But yeah, Cuyahoga. It's one of them shows that's just there on this tour. Yeah, you can hear the problems are further exacerbated by certain factors. I love the fact in One Horse Town he's hitting E5s to clean his voice. Woo! What a way to clear your voice. It's going to really help. I mean, it helps in this instance, but later on in the tour when he's doing it, not so much. You can hear the voice is also as well. It's not working as you'd want it to. But that said, there are still some decent performances. But yeah, this is a gig I wouldn't go back to. I'd have this in the C tier, and I'll be honest, before we get other gigs in there, I'd have it towards the lower end of C.
Oh, really? Wow.
Lower end. But there are reasons for it, though. And I'll explain when we get to gigs later on in the tour, when we get to personal tier makers and stuff, because there are a few in here that you may go, what?
Yeah, I'm doing that right now. What?
Yeah, but in terms of enjoyability and interest purposes, this show would be near a lower C for me.
Okay.
Not that it's unoffensive.
Yeah, I'm not offended. That's cool.
I know you're not. But I'm saying it's not an offensive show to listen to. There are some very offensive shows later on in the tour.
Elton Bootlegs, you in Kansas City.
Oh, Kansas City. Okay. This is an improvement. a significant improvement for me on Cuyahoga Falls because Elton's good voice here. He's hitting more notes at this gig than he does at other gigs. Nice energy as well from the band as well. You can tell that they're beginning to hit their full stride. Yeah, there are a few songs where you'll get lyric flubs and some very interesting ones as that. Philadelphia Freedom and I'm Still Standing are two great examples of that. But overall, I really enjoy this show a lot, and I would rank this higher than Clarkston, and I would stick this in the upper B category as a place to go. The one thing I will mention from this gig, I absolutely love Elton's little piano solo in I'm Still Standing. It's one of the best ones you'll hear on this whole tour. And also we get the debut of Levon, and it's a great arrangement as well. I enjoy the horns. They only last for 3 versions, but it's a unique take on the song, and the energy is really, really out there. So I'm going to put this in the upper B, and it goes above Clarkston.
Yeah, Ethan, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I like this show a lot. It's certainly better than Cuyahoga Falls. It's above Clarkson as well. So I know, like during Someone Saved, he has like a fragile voice and stuff like that. I like that and stuff. So yeah, I actually agree with Elton Bootlegs on his rank. High B.
Ooh.
Yes.
No, I'm joking.
It was two down, 2 to go. Kansas City. Yeah, this is a show I really do like. Actually, one of my go-tos for at least the early part of the tour. And yes, it is an improvement over Cuyahoga Falls. There's more energy from Elton. The band sound tighter, and yes, the band still haven't hit their true peak, but it is an improvement over the previous 2 shows. So they're moving in the right direction.
You hope they would be.
Otherwise, I'd be like, what the hell's going on here?
Imagine if the band got worse. We wouldn't be listening to this.
Yeah, but I was like, fucking hell. But no, but yeah, the voice, yes, it's rough, but it's still working and it's still functional, and Elton still has enough in the tank to still sing decently well through the whole show. And there's still flexibility in his voice. Like, there's enough of it to where the renditions of songs, they come off, well. Like, it's not like he's missing a ton of notes and, like, really struggling. So the voice is impacted, obviously, but it's still functional. And for the tour leg standards, it's, he's pretty solid. Like on Rocket Man, for example, it's not the cleanest vocals, but he gives it a good go, and he's not holding back. And then Burn Down the Mission has more gutsy attempts at stuff compared to Cuyahoga. And, Someone Saved brings back a couple of the high C attempts that were dodged at Cuyahoga. But, yeah, there are some lyrical flubs through the whole thing. But it's not a significant issue, really. It's more just little minor speed bumps on the road to a good show. But I like the gig in general because it's solid. Everything just sounds tighter musically, and he sounds a little more confident. Like, he knows there's a problem with his voice, but he's starting to realize, okay, this can work, this doesn't work. I can go all out here, but let me hold it back a bit. Case in point, Better Off Dead, because it's pretty good, and And even though he doesn't fully go overdrive on his voice, he kind of starts playing around with, like, kind of inserting a little bit more of an energetic edge to it. So he's feeling good. But all in all, Kansas City, good show, considering the time frame. I don't know if I'd have it at upper B, but I do think it's a stronger B compared to Clarkson by a little bit. So I would agree with putting it a little bit above it, but that's just me. TSS.
Okay, I am the outlier here. I actually put this show in A. Let me tell you why. First of all, it has to be said that this gig is the only one on this tour, on this leg, that we have video for, and the video really accentuates the real party atmosphere that the American tour brings, and the American tour had brought. But also the other thing is, it's very consistent vocally. I really loved the delivery of Levon vocally on this show compared to even the next night and even Chicago. Because at least here he's very consistent with his vocals. Now, yes, of course, we have the Fancer on the Road from Philadelphia Freedom, or so Swan beneath that mask you use. Yeah, but it's this whole thing. He's excited to be there, and yeah, you're gonna have flubs on the stage. But the musical energy and overall his vocals, he still can hit C5s and D5s. So realistically, and he hits it with a little bit more ease than the other two nights. And now that the tempos are better, and musically it's better than the first two shows that we have. So I would still consider it a higher ranking, because this is like one of my favorite shows to go to on this tour, because of the high energy and very, very good. Like it's a good balance between vocals and musically, in the musical performance here, because this is like one of the last times that you're going to see this. So this is the reasoning why I put it in the A category.
Well, so you would put it A, but what part of A? Lower, mid, upper?
Mid-A.
Mid?
A mid-A
Okay,
show,
okay,
yeah.
okay.
It's a mid-A show, yeah.
Upper B's, mid-A. Okay, that is an outlier. We all agree it's better than the other two. There's that. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you wanted to be at the lower end of B, so you lose.
No, wait, hang on just a second here. Just a second, because yes, it is consistent. Man, I keep...
Hell no.
No, that's not it.
Hell no.
Man, I'm hearing a lot of digital noise.
Yeah, it's Ethan.
Hey, Ethan, fix your fucking mic.
Or else.
Oh, the connection, yeah.
But
this connection seems to be gone, yeah.
Okay. All right. Fix your fucking mic. But yeah, I agree. Yeah, it is consistent, and it is among the more balanced, consistent gigs where you have, solid vocals and solid musicianship. So absolutely, it deserves a reasonably good ranking. Now, I'll be honest, I never thought about putting it up in A, but it's par for the course. That's a reasonable take on it. TheEltonBootlegs, would you consider this somewhere in the A tier for the reasons, or is it because it's?
Now, when I did my TierMaker, I wanted to avoid A. I can see why TSS would put it in the A category. I can see the argument anyway. Greg's in a quandary.
No. I was letting you talk because I thought you were going to keep going.
No. That's all I've got to say on that. I think it's a very plausible argument.
Well, because I'm thinking about the shows that lay ahead. So I mean, I could see top B.
Stick it top B for now, and then see where we end up with other shows later on. Don't forget, we've got lots more to come.
Yeah, this is the beginning. That's like, what am I thinking? So, well, then again, it took me 30 minutes to figure out the ranking for fucking Fargo 97. So, so.
Well, then again, it'd be at the top B anyway for now. But obviously, as we go along with shows and then we put rankings.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll stick Kansas City top B, but I'm gonna put that a bit on standby because it may change. So,
yeah, it could do.
So I'm willing to see what goes on with that. TSS Bloomington.
Okay, Bloomington's a slight downgrade from Kansas City, a slight. The reason why I say that is you can hear that it's a bit rougher, and also some of the vocal deliveries aren't as like spot on because I was listening to some of the other some of the performances from Bloomington. I remember we praised this back in like 2011, but then after I went back on and it's like, well, some of the performances are still a little bit weaker than Kansas City. But they're still very good. They're still solid. But I actually prefer the leave on from the previous night than this one, for example. Less vocal flubs, but obviously it's a pretty lyrically sound show. But I'd still say that he lifted his foot off the gas a little bit on this particular show. But it's still very, very good. On my ranking, I actually put this as top B, but of course for the TierMaker for the group, it'll still be below Kansas City for me. But overall, it's still a very nice gig and it's very nice quality, and still recommend people listen to it. But it's slightly lower than Kansas City the night before. So that is my ranking.
Ethan, you good?
Is hello?
Yeah, it's on. Yeah, you're on. You're good.
Okay. Bloomington. I agree with TSS in some ways. It's like he's like come down off his high almost.
He's doing that every fucking night on this side. Jesus Christ! In more ways than one.
It's like I know tonight's had like better, cleaner piano and stuff, and vocally still fine. It's just not as good as Kansas. That's all. Where did you rank it, TSS Killer? I didn't.
I ranked it. I ranked it for me. It would be on my TierMaker. It's the top of B, but in the group one, it would still be below Kansas City for me.
Yeah, I'd put that there. Yeah, I put it above Clarkston anyway. Yeah, very good.
For me, I'm kind of in a weird place with this show because there's elements on it that are very, very strong, and I would rank over shows, like Clarkston and Kansas City. But then there's other parts where I'm thinking, ouch, this isn't as good as Kansas City and Clarkston. Because with Bloomington, I will admit this, especially way back in the day, I really liked it. And I when I was reviving these shows on my channel with, better copies and rewriting all the descriptions and giving it, several listens with fresh ears, I'm thinking, oh yeah, I remember loving this show and praising it. And I remember good times. But then as I'm listening to it, I'm thinking, it's not as good as I remembered it. Or so I might have, might have over-egged it slightly, as, the TheEltonBootlegs would say. So I was thinking...
You rarely over-egg things, Greg.
Well, I mean, someone has to. But...
That's my job on this tour.
Yeah. But, yeah, I thought maybe I was too positive. Not necessarily too positive, but maybe I wasn't, looking at the big picture, no pun intended. Maybe I need to, listen, maybe I need to listen to this again. So I'm listening to it, and I'm like, yeah, the band energy is really good. And especially during the second half of the gig, when after the medley, the band really start to step up and really start to get the early signs of that really commanding, really, really spirited tight band that, we would see by, the middle of September going into, later part of the month. So band-wise, it's very good, and the second half is better than the first. The vocals are a bit of a mixed bag because, yeah, Elton still sounds quote-unquote fine, but there's more of a swollen tone on the voice. And Elton Bootlegs highlighted these when he previewed the show on his channel months ago.
Also, you can say something else then.
And well, I'm calling it like you did. The Better Off Dead. It's starting to get that really harsher, swollen sound to his tone. And then you have Rocket Man, where he's giving it a good go, but you can start to hear issues pop up. Not nodules, and then Someone Saved is more conservative compared to Kansas City, and the vocals are starting to sound more strained. But it's just in general, Elton sounds a little more tired at this show compared to Kansas City. And also they go back to the cut down arrangement on Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting. So it's kind of a weird show where and so it's below Kansas City for sure. That part I agree with. And it's in the B tier. I would keep it in B tier, but I don't know if I would put it a hair above Clarkson or a hair below it, because it's got a lot of things, going for it in either direction. And so, because I could say, well, the band sound tighter, but there's more wear and tear on the voice, and so it's B tier. It's below Kansas City. I'm completely sure on that. But I don't know if I would put it above or below Clarkston, but it's in the same tier. I'm people can disagree, and I'm welcome to it. I'm actually going to stick it a notch below Clarkston, just because it's the inconsistencies.
Okay, fair enough.
Who would like to go next?
It's me. I'm the only one to go.
Go ahead.
Well, Greg. Well, everybody, we're going to have to get our boxing gloves on, because
okay.
I agree with Greg. I would have this in the B tier, and I would have it below Clarkston. First of all, though, I am going to list the positives. As Greg said, when the band kick in after after the medley, they sound especially good. Paris and Restless, especially, are two versions of songs I really dig, really enjoy listening to, and also the vocals are great on them as well. The negatives. I put this gig. One of the things I did, and I regret doing it, I put some of the shows, better sounding shows, through an AI. And this was one of the gigs I chose, just because I felt, okay, you can hear the vocals clearly, you can hear the music clearly. The original idea was to get the music from different shows. And then I listened to the vocals on their own, and the voice sounds rough. Admittedly, there are good moments on this show, but there are rougher moments as well. Especially a song like Burn Down the Mission in the chorus, as he's beginning to really, really struggle. Musically, it's still fantastic. His voice also does clear up during the show as well. Like early on, there are moments where the notes may not come out as clean as others. You still get Philadelphia Freedom, where he's hitting the D5 at the end, which is nice. One point I did forget to make about Kansas, but I'm going to make it for this show. The guitar solo in I'm Still Standing is absolutely out of this world. Both of them are terrific. And also the end of the show is pretty nice as well. But I prefer Clarkson as a show to this. I know we have less songs. I prefer the vocal deliveries there than I do here. And also the music, I'd say, is pretty similar ranking. So therefore, I'm going to put this just a notch below. Still in the B category, a solid B. Have you got your boxing gloves on, Greg?
I was like, man, I almost hit my knuckles on the other side of my table, but I'm okay. Oops. Well, you wanna start Chicago, the Elton Bootlegs?
Yeah, why not? Chicago. Well, years ago when we first got this tape, thank you, Jack Suslak, you wonderful human being, and to Liz as well. She's another wonderful human being. I remember when we got this and we put it in the tape and we listened to this, and it was a great experience. This was the show that we last labelled with Elton having his classic tone, where he's able to hit C5s and D5s on songs, and you'd never really hear them again. You might hear attempts at future gigs, but he's not going to properly get them. This show, full of enthusiasm, full of great band performances. Elton goes more all out here with vocals as well. Have My Daddy being nailed. Get in. Oh no, I shouldn't have said that. No. Oh, it's on audio.
Really? Oh, really? Well,
payback for Greg. Oh,
now if you want any advice, never mind. Go ahead.
What advice? Oh dear. Anyway,
we have the straight jacket ready.
Yeah. Oh, great. I need it. Someone say the last time you're going to hear C5s. Leave On is still a good version. Benny has him throwing B4s in the wrong place, which I think is fantastic. I wish he was doing it in the right place. I'm Still Standing. There's a little change here in the fact that we now have a little piano intro. It's not as in-depth as what you're going to get later in the tour, but it's a start, and it sounds good. Elton actually sings it really well, considering the time period. We also end the gig very nicely. The ballads sound nice to end the show. I am going to stick this in the upper B, and I am going to stick this, in my personal TierMaker, it will go slightly above Kansas City. Only slightly, but it goes in the upper B.
Yeah, for me and Chicago, this one was a really enjoyable experience when I listened to it. Now, to get it out of the way, the quality sucks. There's no question about that. The audio quality is, leaves a lot to be desired, but we've heard a lot of great shows with less than stellar quality, so it's nothing new.
Yeah.
For me, this one, Chicago is definitely better than Cuyahoga Falls. It's better than Bloomington, and it's better than Clarkston. So really the only competition I see with this show would be with Kansas City. Because I think both gigs, even though they're different from each other, they share some of the same characteristics that gives them, their positive reviews and comments, because they're both consistent gigs in the sense of, the band's tight, and Elton still sings relatively well, and there's a consistency about his singing here, and it doesn't really, dip all that much like what happens in Bloomington, and he's not as rough as Cuyahoga Falls. But yeah, Chicago is actually among one of my favorite shows to listen to for the performances, because it's just a really enthusiastic vibe through everything with the crowd, and Elton and the band are great. And yeah, it's the last gig that we have with, classic notes being sung properly on certain songs, namely the D5 on Philadelphia Freedom, the Someone Save C5s. Love Song is really good. And the harmonies are great on that too. So there's a lot to like about this show. And I quite like it. And then Nikita's got an odd moment where that lovely G2 note that we all love in Nikita, that some of us can hit successfully better than others, it doesn't get attempted at this one. It's up an octave.
Yeah. Well, at least it's the right note, unlike fucking Get 98.
Yeah, it's the right note at least, so can't fault that. Saturday Night, I was surprised because this is a song that he really would struggle with on this leg of the tour because of the way the vocal melody is and where it's at in his range and the nature of the damage. But he does a surprisingly decent job singing it at this show, like better than a lot of the other ones. And it's a good show, and if it had really good quality, I could see this being, among like the better shows in terms of popularity, because obviously, fans like ourselves who love live stuff will listen to pretty much anything as long as there's a recording, regardless of the quality. As for the ranking, God damn. You know what? I'm gonna have to admit that I was wrong. I see Chicago as top B, like the highest level of B, and there's a little more wear on the voice compared to Kansas City. Less lyrical flubs. Yeah, it's really close. Yeah, I honestly, these shows, I don't know where I would rank one over the other because they're honestly, it's too close to call. It's either going to be the highest level of B imaginable or the lowest level of A, because it's just they're similar in that aspect, but yeah, I'm a bit of a standstill here. Ethan, maybe you can help me.
Help me.
Okay. I would actually put the show in low A. I really like the show a lot. Tonight has really decent vocals. Even though it's the start of the show and it's normally rough. And I know Better Off Dead, he's still able to sing the stuff. And again, like you've all said, last time he lit like C5 and D5s, stuff like that. I love Love Song from this show. It's probably my favourite version on the tour. Yeah, I really like the show. The only thing that lets it down is the quality. It's not too good. But I would put the show in low A, personally.
TSS.
All right, I'm going to put the show mid-A below Kansas City. The reason why I did this is because, while, yes, I agree that the musical performances and the vocal performances very, very good and less solid. Less flubs, I should say. More solid, but less flubs. For me, it's like Kansas City and Chicago can swap, but for me, it's like it's only slightly downgraded because of the quality. But I'd say that both performances are just about as equal to each other. And also not mention, the lady and Benny, where you freaking get your entire left ear ripped off. That was one of the things that I remember fondly about this gig. And also, like I said, the last time that was able to nail like Philadelphia Freedom, the keynotes, all of them, and sounding great. I mean, this is the last gig that I would consider him sounding good. And I mean, everything here is just downhill spiral, to varying degrees of success. But it's nice to just hear, these a lot of keynotes being sung for the last time, and still ranks very high for me. In the mid A category, but like I said, for me, it can tie Kansas City. But if you put a gun to my head, I would say it would only be lower by just a tiny smidge.
Do you like the intro to Nikita where she screams again?
Yeah, but at least it doesn't blow the fucking microphone out. I had that experience at a Monkees concert about 7 years ago.
Oh wow!
Where it's like and it was almost the same kind of scream too, and this time it was in my right ear.
And that was before. What song was it for?
It was I think it was last town to Clarkston. I think last train to Clarkston. I think. I have to go back. I have to go back. Yeah. I have to go back to that. Or could have been I'm a Believer, but I have to go back on that. But still, it's like a show, a audio recording makes a great impact when you can remember an exact thing that happened, like from an audience recording, and then you go to a show like unrelated, like decades later, and you hear something very similar to what happened on that gig. Yeah. So that's like everlasting for me.
Especially when we get later on in the tour and all you can hear is, sit the fuck down. Sit down.
Get me a beer.
Yeah. There was one that I've got from a Dire Straits show where you hear this woman go, I've just spilt beer all over the place.
Well, the MSG lady makes an appearance on this tour too.
No, she does, yeah. She's not very happy.
Yeah. All right.
So the question then I have, what do we do with these two shows? Do we stick them in the A category or do we stick them in the B category?
We'll think of it this way, because because I didn't even think about this until I was listening to all the reviews of these shows here. Because we're ranking them for late America, or I should say the North American leg, and then eventually the Australian stuff. But if we get stuck on something, we can always reference the previous tour leg to see where we rank that stuff, because it's from the same year. So
exactly. So let me get Euro 86 TierMaker in front of me.
Because I know the two shows so far that have been talked about with A tier as a potential ranking have been Kansas City and Chicago. And then from the A tier and the Euro, I remember Lille and Madrid and Basel, and I think both Vienna's got in there too, right? And then Rotterdam?
Yeah.
Okay. Those are the gigs that were A tier on Euro 86. Mm-hmm. Now, obviously his voice is in much better shape, although you can argue that the music is better here. The music is better here. Even if it's early in the tour.
I would say for example, like as a whole, like Kansas City and Chicago's vocals can go toe to toe with some of the Euro ones.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah. I mean, it's better than Barcelona's vocals, that's for sure. And
well, it's not hard to do that.
Yeah, but yeah, I think the closest equivalent would be probably Rotterdam.
Because it's basically the same timbre.
Yeah, it's the closest thing we can, use.
But he's not. But I would argue though that he's not as reckless.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, he's more. He sounds a lot more in control.
He's more on the ball at those shows, right?
Yeah, he's more in control of his state of mind here compared to Rotterdam.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, do those two shows can they get a shot at getting into the A tier if Euro 86 is getting introduced?
Why not?
Yep.
I wouldn't be against them being in there.
Man, I'm glad I was wrong. So, here's so what's the consensus? Is Kansas City or Chicago the better show of the two overall? Because I can't personally decide.
Well, I'd have Chicago being slightly ahead of Kansas, but that's my personal take.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I still think Kansas City is just slightly better because of the ease and the ease of hitting some of the notes.
I thought you meant
versus Chicago.
I thought for a moment you meant he'd take an ecstasy then. I was like, what? The ease? Wait, what? Yeah. Wait, were they handing these out on the tour? Maybe that's why some of the solos are so good.
Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah, because for me, the Kansas City and Chicago, there's less flubs at Chicago, but Kansas City has a little more vocal flexibility. It's slightly less rough, but that does not equate to be more gutsy because obviously Chicago's got the my daddy attempts, and so it's like okay, one's.
I mean, both shows have great. And both shows has its merits. So
yeah, so that's what's making it difficult because you can swap either one of them out.
Yeah.
So
ask me tomorrow, and probably the ranking will probably change.
Okay, that's the thing because now it's like I gotta think about where to put these on the compromised on the compromising TierMaker list that's going up because I'll put them both in A, but I don't know which one would be ahead.
We could come back to it later on.
Okay.
If there's any
all right.
more.
All right. I moved it up.
Yeah.
Okay. I just moved both up to A. And who would like to begin? Actually, before we begin with Montreal, story time from GregsynthWizard because I was gonna tell this when we were talking about Clarkston, but then I realized no, I have to address this now. So when Elton initially postponed the Clarkston shows at the beginning of the tour, a third show, I did not know this until I read a review from Gary Graft, who he's the guy who reviewed the first show of the tour, and he's the one who helped determine if it was from the first night or the second night by using Elton's speeches, and he gave a pretty fair review, and it was very helpful. I even sent him a thank you, and he greatly appreciated it. So thank you, Gary Graft. You helped solve that mystery. So yes, I commend him for that. And in one of his reviews, he mentioned that Elton did a third show in Clarkston, which took place on August 25th. So this was added, early on. So the dates now would have been Chicago on the 23rd, and then one night off. Then it goes to Clarkston for the 25th. Then you have Toronto for the 26th, and then Montreal, which we have a recording of, is the 27th. So I did not know there was a third show added. And I'm saying this because when I was trying to figure out things for this tour leg, I was running into a roadblock of the ticket sales and the seating capacity here because, and yes, Elton Bootlegs is laughing because he was right there when I was trying to figure this out. Because
I was also there when you realised your not error, when you realised what the logical answer was.
Okay,
yeah.
And we also need to mention that NCF1 sent us a lot of things, to ask us, and this is probably one of the things that he wanted to know.
Yes, that was one of the questions.
The last question he asked was, how can a venue with the capacity for 16,000 can fit 48,000 for two concerts? He also put a winking face on the end of that.
Because he knows what went down, and I'm sorry, I have to tell the full story because people's got to hear it. So rub your hands together because I have to tell it. So what happened was, I'm trying to figure out things for this tour, and researching and trying to figure out the vocal crisis and dates and reviews. And I stumble across the box office results for the shows in Clarkston at Pine Knob, which is the venue. Now, I've been to that venue many times as a kid and as an adult. So I know that venue quite well, and I love it. It's a fun party atmosphere there because it's an outdoor amphitheater. So the box office results mention that Elton's Clarkston shows were sold out with 48,000 tickets sold. And that left me scratching my head because in the tour itinerary that was getting referenced with these box office results, it had the dates August 17th and August 18th. Now, there's no controversy there for the dates because we know those dates are accurate. But here's the problem. I've been to Pine Knob many times. It used to be called DTE Energy Music Theater for a while because it was originally called Pine Knob, and then it was changed to DTE, and then finally it got changed back to the right name. I've always called it Pine Knob, even if it was changed. And my dad attended shows there when he was younger, and so did my mother. So it's a special venue for us. And that's when my very first concerts I went to in music were at that venue. So I always called it Pine Knob. Peter Frampton and Dwight Yoakam. Those are the first two. So,
Nice.
But enough about that. More important stuff. The ticket sales. So the capacity for Pine Knob for the lawn and the pavilion, so the entire capacity, is around 15,000. Now, 2 shows were referenced for Elton, and they were sellouts. So that would be 30,000, about 30,000 tickets or so. So I'm like, okay, something's not adding up, because then you have an excess of 15 or 16,000 tickets. Explain to me how that's fucking possible. And then I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I tried to find archives or like box office archives. I couldn't find anything that was leading to any conclusion. And so I'm like, what the hell were they doing? Sitting on each other's laps or something? Like, are they like climbing all of each other in the pavilion or in the lawn? Or are people stuffed in the freaking bathrooms in there? Or are they on the roof? Or did people sneak in? I'm like, how does that add
on the
up?
fucking roof.
And I'm like, how is that fucking possible that there's 16,000 more tickets sold than the total capacity? So I'm like, something is not adding up. And I'm like, this was literally giving me grief. And I'm at work trying to figure out this stupid mystery. And people are messaging me on Discord going, hey, did you find out if they're sitting on people's laps? I'm like, no, I don't want to hear that.
You should have heard the resignation in his voice when he figured out what it really was.
So I'm like, this isn't adding up. So I try to put that off to the side, but then when you try to go to sleep and you imagine, 3 people on each other's laps, that's not exactly, the most, visually pleasing effect. So I'm like, okay, let me just put this off to the side, come back to this, because something's not right. Eventually, Gary Graff, in one of his reviews, mentioned that Elton added a 3rd show to the itinerary, a 3rd Clarkston show, so you had August 17, 18, and the 25th. And so then the math makes sense, because then it adds up to where the capacity and the box office sales are at least close.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, that makes sense. So I figured out there was no lap sitting at this show, and it was really a 3rd show that I didn't know about.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to bring that up now because it was added, and it came before the shows that we're going to discuss. So after I figure out the Detroit fiasco or Clarkston fiasco, depending on what part you are from the globe, there's another show that's on this too. We don't have a recording of, but we have anecdotes from Toronto. And the most common stories I'm hearing are the show was late, started late, weather was bad, like heavy rain. Some reports say it was high winds. Some say not light winds, but just, some rain. So there was bad weather, depending on the source you get. And it was an outdoor show, and then I recall, the show starting late, and then one report said the show had cut songs. So I don't know what that's all about, but we don't have a recording in Toronto. However, we do have a recording of Montreal, which is on the 27th of August. And yeah, this also took place at an outdoor venue. I think it was Jerry Park, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Okay, Jerry Park, thank you. Bit incomplete, but, quality's okay. I'm sorry to say, but yeah, this really isn't all that good compared to some of the other ones that we've been listening to. Elton's struggles with his voice are now becoming more apparent. The tone is getting more and more harsh, more strain, and there's a lot more thrashing going on, where he's attempting notes, but they're not sounding clean, or they start to sound flat. There's more conservative phrasing on songs. One Horse Town is more gruff in general. And then you have Philadelphia Freedom. Now we don't have him attempting the D5 now. And even though he manages to get through it, you can tell he's struggling on parts. Mm-hmm. And Burn Down the Mission, he still goes for a decent chunk of notes, but they're becoming less and less effortless, and now they're starting to get more unpleasant sounding, which foreshadows what we're going to hear later on. The band sound good, so, I mean, I got really no complaints about the music, really, and it's not peak band yet, but they're still reasonably good, and they're tight, so no real complaints on the music. But Elton's still creative, but man, the struggles are really starting here. But surprisingly, Paris isn't so bad. So, well, there's a good vocal. And then Benny and the Jets is all over the place.
Oh, yeah, we have German phrasing. Ach, der Vierde, der Wonderful. Oh, no.
And I think Elton realized his voice was not feeling up to a lot of this, because on This Town, instead of doing all the random embellishments and singing up the octave and the stuff he would usually do, he decides to just take it easy and sing more like the album. And yeah, I mean, the show isn't bad or anything, but it's kind of in the same category as Cowgirl Falls. There's a lot better on this tour, and you can really start to hear problems. So Montreal for me, it's a C gig. Compared to the greatness that we have on some of these other ones, Montreal is definitely a couple steps down, and Montreal will go into C. And yeah, I think I'll stick it in C below Cuyahoga, but not bad, not great. The Elton Bootlegs.
I'd also stick this gig in the C tier, but I'm actually going to be quite honest now. I'd stick it towards the lower end of C. The vocal problems for me are the big problem here. You can really hear the difference in 4 days from Chicago to here. There are some very, very... I mean, Philadelphia Freedom in particular. I mean, he's still getting the shine of lights in the chorus, but he's struggling with them now. And it foreshadows what we're going to get. Matter of days and weeks. Brace yourselves, folks. Down the Mission again is another song where you can tell the delivery is getting restrained and it's not good. But that said, as the gig goes on, I feel like the band warm up, and ironically I say that because Elton actually mentions at a point in the show that he's feeling cold in French, which basically tells you that it must have been a horrible play. Them 2 gigs in Canada must have been horrible because they're outdoors. You get soaked at the first one, and you're cold at the second one. And I have seen a photo actually of Toronto, and it's a crowd photo, and they are drowned. It must not have been a pleasant experience to go and see. The unfortunate thing is that Genesis toured there a month later and has actually filmed footage of it, so that's a shame. I wish we'd got some of this. But yeah, Montreal, it's one of them. A phrase that Greg likes. It's a mid show. I'm gonna stick this. I am gonna stick this in the low C tier for me. I
actually had to ask what that meant on my Discord.
You did.
I didn't even know what that word meant. So
I knew what it meant roughly, but this is a gig that I wouldn't really revisit. There are other shows that I'd rather listen to. So low C.
Ethan, how about you?
Oh.
Is this Where would you stick this gig? What do you think of Montreal?
What a fucking fall from grace. I mean, fucking wow. You go from possibly the best show on the leg to one of the, well, a weaker show, let's say. I was actually going to mention that he feels cold before Elton Bootlegs mentioned it, so thank you. Yeah, you get songs where he's really hoarse now, and the deliveries aren't as nice as you would maybe like them. Love Song's nice, although Love Song's, spoiling this now, it's going to be nice at nearly every show you're going to go to, so I would put this at C, but mid-C. I'm not as harsh as Elton Bootlegs.
Yeah, you're gentle and you're warm and fuzzy. TSS Killer, what do you think of Montreal?
Okay, once again, I am an outlier. So Montreal is going straight into D. D is where this belongs. D is where this belongs because
I like it.
It is super, super rough to listen to, and God, it's like this is the foreshadowing to the grindy voice, and I never liked listening to this gig when we first got it like a decade ago, and I still don't like listening to this.
Damn.
It is very, very rough, and honestly, it's like it's a pretty tough pill to swallow to listen to this show, honestly. Kind of foreshadowing what's going to happen in the next few days. But still, it's not one of my prime shows to listen to, and it's one of the shows if I want to go and listen to the tour ad nauseum, this is one of the shows that I actively avoid because it's a very rough show to get through, and this will be definitely in the D category for me, low D.
Ouch, man! If that's low D for you, I can't. I'm afraid of some of the other shows.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh Lord. Yeah. I thought when you started that, I thought you were gonna say. I didn't expect it to be a D. I thought, wow. I thought I was harsh, but man. I feel warm and fuzzy talking about that gig compared to you. I mean, I don't disagree with what you said, but I wasn't thinking D. I was thinking like low C. Oh, this sounds like Worcester '84. Oh, hell no. Now it's flip flop now. Wow. Well,
Greg doesn't know what to do.
I agree it's Bullet Cuyahoga Falls, but man, I wasn't thinking D tier because there were some other gigs coming up, but man, maybe I was too polite for those gigs. Maybe I need to shift everything down, half a mark. Wow. Hey, Elton Bootlegs, what's French for I'm lost and I don't know what to do?
Je suis lost and I don't know what to do. There you go.
We apologize to the French and the French Canadian folks out there.
Pardon, monsieur et madame, et non-binary. Well, we live in a world now where you've got to consider everybody. I don't want to offend people, so that's why I mentioned that. So everybody can be happy now. We're all friends. Why can't we be friends?
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're a banana or an attack helicopter. We love you guys.
I'm feeling like both right now because I don't know where to put that. Because I don't disagree with him, but I never thought to put it in D because of all the garbage that's coming up.
Oh, we can come back to it later.
Okay. Okay. Where on the C tier did you have it ranked out Bootlegs?
Low C.
Okay, Ethan, where did you have
down?
it?
Mid.
Okay. All right. I personally think it's still C tier, but low C. Like like bottom C.
I wouldn't say you're far off the D category.
Because
it's not.
But it's
like, not something that I'd strongly. It's not something I'm strong on. But there are other gigs where I had a stronger view where they're going to be in the TierMaker. But this is the kind of gig where if you said low C or high D, I'd be nonplussed as to where it went.
Yeah, it's like I might come back to that one, but man, it's like I gotta get out of banana attack helicopter mode and try to figure out where the hell I'm at here. But
this could be the theme of this TierMaker, isn't it? We'll come back to it later.
Yeah, because he don't know what he's doing. But I'm gonna keep it a low C, but it's this may get adjusted just depending on what's coming up. So I'm gonna asterisk that. Okay. Thank the Lord. Hartford's coming up. TSS Killer, since you're pulling rabbits out of your hat with stuff, you can start Hartford.
All right, Hartford goes immediately into low A. Reason being is this is one of those what I like to call a miracle show, where Hartford is like a kind of a last hurrah of any semblance of like Elton's like good tone before it completely goes to shit, because there's some really, really nice vocal performances on this thing. The lead on is fantastic. Another one for me would be like This Town. This Town has amazing like fourth octave embellishments, which you would try the next gig, and of course that didn't fucking work out. But at least on this show, he lasts until I'm Still Standing, where he slightly blows out his voice. But in terms of like the tone, it's like a complete 180 from Montreal, and the band is fantastic as well. But I would say, like I said, Hartford is a very, very nice show, and I still like to listen to it, especially since we had the quality upgrade. It really is. His voice does not sound as rough. It actually sounds pretty good, and he's very daring, and I like that. And he has some pretty damn decent performances on this. So, like I said, I'm going to give it because of the whole musical atmosphere and Elton being very gutsy, and a lot of times he was successful. And I will say that it belongs in the low A tier.
All right, the Elton Bootlegs.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good. I tell you, Montreal. Glad I'm out of there. How about you?
Gregson versus Canadian people. He's back in. He's being racist now. He's happy to be back in his own country.
Wait, hang on. Let me clarify something, because I've been to Canada many times. And I love going there. The people are great. It's fun to travel through there, and I just want to say, oh Canada, how I hate this place.
We've got French Canadians that are going to be after us. Holy hell, we're offending so many people.
They're going to come out. Yeah, the Eastern Canadian, the people in Ontario and Montreal are going to come after you with their fucking bags of milk, and they're going to throw it at you.
Hey, yeah, Greg.
Who's your daddy in Montreal?
Yeah, well.
And while they're doing that, have them throw some President's Choice Brie, and then you could ship it to me, because I couldn't take it back to New York from there.
Yeah,
because that spreadable brie is amazing. But continue, Elton Bootlegs.
Hartford. Well, this is a fun show. This was one years ago. We had the tape for. It was fantastic. But it was the old source as well. But the newer source is fantastic as well. I would rank this show. I would have this at the highest of B. And my reason for it is that while Elton has some excellent vocal performances, and it is a pretty much a 180 show compared to Montreal, the fact that he blows his voice out for the encores is just enough for me to just knock it down ever so slightly below Kansas and Chicago. Not by much, but it's just enough for me if we're going to have it in our TierMaker just to knock it down underneath. I'd have this show the upper B below Chicago and Kansas. That'd be my TierMaker. Obviously, in this one, it could go in the lower A, but I would have personally below them two shows. It's still one that I will go back to and listen to a lot. This town is crazy. Like I remember when we first heard that, and we were, what the hell's he doing? What on earth is this? It sounds great, but
because he's never really, because at that time we've never heard him deliver songs like that. You know, especially from that time frame.
We had, but we're gonna get to that in a minute. But it answered the context as to why he went for higher phrasing at that show. But yeah, also the energy of the band is great as well. They're really hitting their full stride now, and it's only going to get better musically. But yeah, Hartford, high B.
Ethan.
Okay, I'm kind of in the middle of Elton Bootlegs and TSS Killer's rankings. I don't quite know where to put this. I really like the show. It's really gutsy in places. This town is unbelievable. Restless is reckless because he completely overdrives his voice, but still. I'm going to put it in A.
All right. For me, Hartford is a great listen. It's a fun show, and it is actually among the most enjoyable listens from this section of the tour leg. And the thing about Hartford is, you know, when we have a really good sounding tape, which, you know, we listened to the previous few, it's like, okay, Kansas City's a great show, but quality's rough. Chicago, great show, but, you know, quality leaves a lot to be desired. And Montreal, well, not bad quality, but, man, rough vocals. Here we have a reasonably good tape with mostly good vocals by Elton and a very, very spirited band. So, all in all, you know, fair formula for success. I do like the show. It's a fun listen, and it's a great gig to just kind of like listen to, and it gets you in a good mood, and it's great for keeping you on the move because it's like a freight train gig. You know, doesn't stop, doesn't slow down, has a lot of great energy to it. There are things on the show that while I like, and things where, man, it sounds good in the moment, but man, for the long term, it wasn't good for his voice. For example, as he gets more and more into the show and he gets his voice warmed up, he starts to become more and more unhinged with his approaches. Like early on in the show, you know, he starts off a little rough, but, you know, nothing that we haven't heard before, and, you know, it sounds okay, you know, better than Montreal. And then, you know, Rocket Man has a lot of interesting little flourishes, and I'm like, okay, creative, fun. Philadelphia Freedom's a big improvement over Montreal, and goddamn does Charlie sound great. Love him. And then, you know, Burn Down the Mission is pretty strong actually, but he keeps things in check enough to where, okay, well, it's just fun listen. It controlled chaos, and TSS Killer has used that term many times. But yeah, it's a fun show. The only real downside of this gig is the over-singing and the straining that he does through this, especially in the second half, ends up costing him some of his vocal stamina. Because, you know, I'm Still Standing, you start to hear more faltering. Nikita, the outro's rough. And then, you know, Saturday Night, you can hear the legato between the phrases starting to diminish but he keeps the energy level up, so fair play to him. But yeah, if he didn't have the inconsistencies in the final bits of the show with the blown voice, I would have stuck this gig in the A tier. But because of that, I would put it at top B. But it's one of those shows where it could go either way depending on either like what you look in the gig and the other gigs around it, and anything in a similar ranking of upper B to low A. So I'm gonna side with the Elton Bootlegs and say top B for Hartford, but only just because of what happens there. And this gig is to blame, a good chunk of it. This gig is to blame for what's going to happen after. So, I would go. I'm gonna stick with top B for this gig. So me and the Elton Bootlegs. I'll handshake.
Get the boxing gloves out again.
So we have low A, mid A, and upper Bs. Wow, that's fun. Yeah. That's fun. Okay. The gig after. There's a reason why I went last for Hartford. Because this gig that we're going to talk about is one that I had the displeasure of getting very early on in my Elton John live concert recording era and collecting. Saratoga. Where to begin? Let's start with the positives, because we got to think positive. It's a soundboard. The quality is amazing. Woo. So you get to hear a lot of stuff going on here. And the band, tight. They're good. And yeah, so far, it's like, yeah, this is good. What's wrong? So now we get to the main man on stage, Elton. And first I have to say, oh Lord, it's well, first of all, the voice is it doesn't sound like Hartford. It doesn't sound like Montreal or even Cuyahoga Falls.
That's a understatement.
Yeah. Basically, we talked about, Cuyahoga Falls not having the best vocals, and TSS Killer brought up, the rough vocals on Montreal, and we kind of touched upon it, which is fine, because I don't disagree with any of it. But I think this is really the true first gig where we hear legitimately bad vocals on the whole set, because at least on some of these other earlier gigs where we're talking about the roughness on the voice and bad stuff, there's at least an excuse you can make, at least he can hit this and he still has this remaining, and there's an excuse you can make, and kind of there's some other stuff going on where it's not like a true train wreck, but here, oh Lord, this is awful. Tonight, that just shows you what you're in for. Damaged tone, coarse, struggling on the last falsetto note. Oh, we're in for a good night. One Horse Town's amazing musically, and then apparently trying to free your voice up by yelling out ad-libs is the way to go, but that's not how to do it. It doesn't sound good. Thrashing your fragile voice on mid-range songs doesn't do it any favors. Philadelphia Freedom, what's wrong with you, Elton? Though,
Oh dear.
Trying to attempt those shine the light falsettos in a voice with that voice, hell no. And
We asked 100 people, what can you do with your voice now, Elton? Our survey says, can't do that.
But the main problem with this gig is generally, yes, it's easy to say, oh, he sounds bad. But the issue is not only does his tone sound bad, but they're struggling on all the songs to try to maintain range. There's a lot of intonation issues, flat notes, missing falsettos.
Roaring.
Yeah, the leave on. I'll let some of the others here to discuss that because these guys do a great job with throwing timestamps in my messages, thinking I'd like this, but they can discuss some of this other stuff because I'll let them have the spotlight. But yeah, the quality's great, the band's great, but I'm sorry, Elton sounds awful through this show, and it's a shame too because there's some other gigs later on where it's awful, but man, this is just. It's a soundboard, so you get to hear all the crispy singing and high quality. But yeah, the generally bad vocals and bad attempts to hit stuff, it's painful. And the music is great, but it can't completely save this. This is going into D tier, low D. I do not recommend this show because Elton is on a completely different planet vocally. And yes, Mars ain't the kind of place to raise your voice. You suck at this gig. So it's going to low D. Oh, such an unpleasant listening experience. Didn't enjoy it. TSS Killer. Was I too harsh or was I too kind? Go ahead.
You're right on the money with this, Greg.
Thank you.
This goes into so this gig goes into low D, and here's an anecdote for people out there watching. So, for One Horse Town, this begins a streak of next 5 out of the 6 shows where Elton fucks up exactly at the same spot before the guitar solo. Because the line is supposed to be because there's simply nothing much around, but he sings because it's hard. It's like it's hard to deal a crime, and he has to correct himself saying around at 5 out of the next 6 recordings that we have. So that's strike 1. That's the first thing that we have. Okay, strike 2. The problems stem beyond that. You have Restless is absolutely horrendous. The tone is gone, and he's struggling to hit G's. And then Leave On, where on Venus he tries to hit a B flat, but he overshoots it into a B4, and it does not sound good. The only good note to come out of that was like an ad-libbed C5 in One Horse Town. That was the best note he hit of the night, and that's bad. When your best note is an ad-lib, that means you should get the fuck off the stage. And also, I'm Still Standing is the slowest on this for the entire tour on this gig because I think Charlie knew that he was struggling. So yeah, this is not. And there's a lot of things like sad songs. Ugh. Like Bitch Is Back, ugh. Like and even the medley, like it's rough. Even Song for You, the tone. God, man, darling, when you please see me, it's bad, dude. And while this is not the worst one, this isn't the worst show out of this. In terms of the overall listening experience, it's actually horrendous. Because you have the combined quality of a soundboard and the bad vocals, and they just don't work. Musically, there's some flubs too, especially the horn section, and for that reason, this goes straight into the D category at the low D, lowest of D.
Oh, yeah, it's like out of all the gigs to get a soundboard from, they pick that one.
No. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but it's like, man, imagine if Hartford had the soundboard.
Oh yeah, that would be amazing to listen to. I would 100%.
But yeah, I just want to also go off of that. There's a couple of performances that didn't get really mentioned, but they gotta get mentioned. Benny, the intonation is awful through the whole thing. And then this town. Let's attempt to do Hartford phrasing, but
yeah.
But at least he backs off it because he knows he can't do it. So
yeah.
Wise. And then you mentioned I'm Still Standing, but yeah, Cassowary Birds are coming out to play. But yeah, the main thing that just gets to me on this show with the vocals is just the bad tone, but the bad intonation, just like struggling to keep it consistent. And it's like, this is a really bad night for him. And it's a shame because I know the band are there and they sound good and everything, but man, if your voice is that compromised, whatever great things that happen on the show apart from the voice, you're going to focus on the voice and it's going to really affect the performances. And yeah, struggling on your song and clunking the piano too. Great way to end it too. So great review. Ethan.
I mean, what more can you say? Voice is wrecked beyond belief, and okay, yes, it's not the worst show of the tour, like vocal-wise. I mean, it's not exactly the best either, is it? Let's be honest. And this is the first show we can tell that something desperately not right with his voice. I mean, yeah, it's low D, like unbelievably bad show for him. Shame as well because of the soundboard.
And before we go on, I just want to also make note. Out of context, if someone listens to this and they don't know like the date, they may think, "Oh, this is at the end of like a long tour." This is less than 2 weeks into the tour, and you sound like that.
Yeah,
that's how
bad.
That's how bad your vocal condition has gotten. It's like he needed to see a doctor, and get off the stage and sort his problem out. But look what happened.
Yeah, it took him more than a week to do it.
Procrastination,
which we'll get to.
Yeah,
which we'll get to.
He's
we'll find it.
He's still got another month to go or something. Something stupid, yeah.
Yeah, so, Ethan, where would you rank this?
Low D, without a doubt.
Elton Bootlegs. Are we too harsh or are we too warm and fuzzy on this gig? What do you think?
I think you're all incredibly harsh. I mean, because it's a soundboard, it deserves to be an all-star straight away. No, I jest. I severely jest. This show, no. These three guys are absolutely spot on with their assessment of this. This goes straight into the low D. You could even make an argument to put this in the E tier for how bad the voice is. You know it's not going to be a good gig when the highlight is that the first song is the best vocal of the night. It's still not good.
It all goes downhill.
The one thing as well for me, and this is basing it on shows later in the tour as well, because the band aren't as improv based yet. So you've got Rocket Man and Benny that are still the 85/early 86 versions in sense of. There's no obviously Rocket Man is extended, but Benny's still not. These shows are crying out those songs to be longer so you can get more music going, help Elton out, but he's still not realised by this point in the tour that he needs them to help him out. Philadelphia Freedom, oh dear. Oh, it's horrible. Someone saved, oh dear. I notice at this gig he's irritated by a lot of things as well. He's asking people to turn lights off and move stuff from the piano, and and also you can hear him as well in between songs or as he's introducing songs where he'll cough or this is called Restless. You hear Charlie counting as he's going. It's like, it ain't nice. Leave On's horrific. I'm still that first A flat in I'm still. Oh my God! TSS's description. He let the crow out at 1 minute. Yeah, he did. Oh, yes. Painful. This town. I'm sorry. This isn't a good version. I know people that like it, but Hartford is the go-to version if you want to hear that phrasing done nicely. This version, you can just hear the nodules all over it. It's just ugh.
I thought you loved this show.
Oh yeah, it's got a lot. Oh yeah, it's got a lot going for it. According to this guy who puts it on the end of your song, yeah, it's called sarcasm, Greg. This show has plenty going for it if you like soundboards and good music. Saturday Night, by the way, the vocals on that, they're horrible. I'd argue this is one of the worst on the tour because, unlike later versions, there feels like that there's a lack of flexibility in the voice as well. Whereas you've got versions later on where the voice is definitely rougher, but he's able to do more with it. Here, it sounds very stagnated. He can't do much. If he goes for a note, you're either going to hit it or you're not, and there's no... I hate this gig. It's not something I enjoy listening to. The picture, by the way, Greg used, this is a picture of him from that show, and I have a feeling that wig went down his throat beforehand, and that's why he sounds like this.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Low D, and it can stay there. In fact, yeah, I'll stick it in now. And let's never talk of this show again.
So Saratoga... Oh, never mind. Since you're on a roll... Columbia awaits you.
Columbia does await me. Now, this show I have a bit of a special feeling for, because when I first got into bootlegs years and years and years ago, two of my first bootlegs that I owned came from this tour. There's one that came later on in the leg, which we'll talk about, and the second one was Columbia. And compared to Saratoga, this is an improvement. Elton, although the voice is... it won't be at 100% again for the rest of the tour, but there'll be peaks and troughs to the voice. This would be in the middle, I'd say. There is enough recovery in the voice to make it more pleasant, but there are still bad moments. Mainly Philadelphia Freedom. He struggles with the Shine the Lights, but they're not the worst. It could get a lot worse. And it will get a lot worse as the tour goes on. I noticed as well at this gig, I know that we have the bitches back where we have the false start with technical issues, but I noticed throughout the gig that there are seemingly technical issues throughout. Because Burn Down the Mission, I note that the backing singers, one of them goes out of key, which is very unusual for them. And it makes me wonder if they can actually hear themselves, if there's something not quite right on stage.
Monitor problem, maybe.
Probably, yeah. I noticed that it seems to sort of... It goes away as the gig goes on. The one thing I do distinctively remember about listening to this show, when I put your song on for the first time and he stopped singing, I'm like, why has he stopped? And he forgot the words. And it's not an all-time first, as he's done that on the previous tour a few times as well. So this show, I can't put this in the D tier. But what I can do is I'm going to put this in the lowest at C, but it will go above Montreal. There's more going for it, this show, than Montreal anyway. There's a nice effort musically as well. Elton also seems to be in a bit more of a positive mood, probably because the first couple of songs he's able to sing better. So he's like, oh, I'm going to enjoy myself tonight. And then, yeah. It's still a nice listen, but it's a low C gig. There are better gigs to come.
Yeah, I would have to agree, because when we first got this show many years ago, it had this digital noise throughout. Like, it was massively hiss reduced, and it was like I could tell it was a really good recording, but artifacts and stuff. But not so long ago, I retransferred the show. With new tapes, and man, it brings out a much more natural sound to the gig, and it's a very warm sounding tape, which is great. So it was a good listen in that aspect. Now, I agree, the gig is much better than Saratoga. While Elton still isn't great, and there's still some pretty bad vocals, especially towards the end, because unfortunately I'm still standing once again, trying to go for notes and ends up pushing it too far and ends up disintegrating his voice. It's not as bad as Saratoga overall. Still not great, but it's more tolerable. And the band are about the same form as Saratoga, if not a little better, and actually more punchy sounding, especially on the rockers. Restless is really good musically. David Payton is the star there. And yeah, musically it's very, very strong. And Charlie and David Payton, you're gonna hear about these guys a lot because these are two of some of the greatest musicians that I've ever played with Elton. And I can't get enough of their playing, and I enjoy what they do on stage. Columbia, it's not a great show, but it's not terrible. And with that being said, with everything being said and balancing things, I would agree with Elton Bootlegs. It's a C show, on the lower end of C, but it's mainly because it's just an improvement over Saratoga, because we have a somewhat functioning voice that's not as painful on the ears. Not the most highly recommended show, but definitely better than Saratoga. TSS Killer.
Okay, we are cooking today with gas. So, Columbia is a far cry improvement from Saratoga. At least here, he still has a little bit of a sickly tone, but the voice is not as harsh. Musically, it's fantastic, and he's a little bit more vocally flexible, and that's what I like about this show. And with that being said, this show goes straight into mid-C territory because it's not a bad show to listen to. It's really good. I really enjoyed listening to it. It's like I said, it's like I would rather listen to this gig 17 times than listen to Saratoga once.
Sorry,
because that's how much of an improvement it was. Yeah, that's how much of an improvement it was, and the quality. Like I said, once we got the upgraded quality, it made a lot of difference. Not hearing that digital hiss and the hiss reduction, which is still, I understand why people did it in the early to mid 2000s, but it doesn't belong today. Today, people want to hear the entire thing without being compressed to hell and noise reduced. It's like, well, what you're doing is you're destroying the fidelity, and to just have the tape, straight up, is a much better way to transfer these things. So, but yeah, mid C for me for Columbia.
Yeah, there's nothing. Yeah, I agree with you. There's nothing wrong with having a little bit of natural tape hiss. It's actually a lot more pleasant to hear that compared to artifacts and that whirlpool noise reduction garbage. I'll take tape hiss.
It sounds like because it sounds like you're talking over a cell phone. It's like a voice quality that you hear in a high quality cell phone call where you have the noise reduction and stuff, and it sounds like garbage.
Yeah, it's like natural tape hiss rules.
Ethan,
go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with TSS Gill and put it in the C category because just how much of a night and day difference the voice is, really. Musically, it's great, as you say. So, yeah, I don't know really what else I can say, to be honest with you.
All right, I love this harmonious moment. We're all in agreement, here.
We win!
Yeah, we win.
We win again, yeah.
All right. It's like, man, I swear there's going to be a fight on this TierMaker. But Ethan, I'll let you have the honor of starting the first Philadelphia show.
Okay, first Philly. Well, I don't mind this show. I mean, it still sounds okay at the start. Tonight's okay. One Horse Town can be quite hoarse, but then again, it's this part of the tour where he'll always sound hoarse at One Horse Town at this point in time. So, yeah, I can't really say much. Levon's pretty good. You know, he's pretty gutsy, which is nice. I'm going to put this mid C, mid to high C, maybe.
Okay, so you'd put it above Columbia, or
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
all right? Because right now, because Cuyahoga Falls right here on the group TierMaker is the topmost seed. Then we have what you just ranked, Philly, and then Columbia and Montreal, and that's still an asterisk. So
Okay. We'll see.
yeah, Elton Bootlegs.
First, Philly. This is another show that you got this show, and I got the other one, which we'll talk about in a bit. Oh, great!
Thank you for introducing the world to it.
Yeah, well, it answered a few questions anyway when we'll talk about it. This show, I'm gonna give this a mid C. Now, while there are nice performances on this gig, you get the impression that the band are holding back a bit, which is surprising, really, because of where we're at. Because Philadelphia is a place that obviously that Elton loves playing. There's a very famous song he has that's got Philadelphia in the title. This is an okay version. One of the things I did with this show was I put it through the AI machine. God, I hate it. And it did highlight that the tone on his voice wasn't as strong as maybe you thought. Maybe Clive Franks did an amazing job hiding the voice under the music, but we'll never know. It's just one of them shows with you just feel that there's something being held back, rather than it being an onslaught of music, which is what we're going to get for the rest of the tour, pretty much. One performance I do like, actually, I really enjoy Saturday Night's Right for Fighting. It's although there are some guitar issues, I feel that Davey and Fred really pushed the song more compared to some versions around this time period. So I think a mid-C is good ranking for this show. But I feel as though, because they're holding back here, there's less to talk about, but then there's going to be other gigs coming up where there's going to be plenty to talk about, and I can't wait to do so. So we'll stick this right in the middle of the TierMaker in a mid-C.
I'd agree with you, and because when I first got this show over a decade ago, my thought about it was, it was okay. Like, it has really good quality, but it's okay. Like, there was nothing like amazing about it, performance-wise or vocally. Things were just okay. And then after listening to it a handful of times with fresh ears, I still share some of those same sentiments, but admittedly, maybe I was a little harsh on it years ago, because there's some good stuff in there, but as you said, this is a kind of a safe show where, the band are tight, they're professional, they sound good, but they are holding back. They're not going all out with stuff. It's like maybe they're saving it for the next gig. I don't know, but it's a shame because Elton sounds better here compared to Saratoga, obviously, and also a little more stable compared to Columbia. Less vocal flubs, although his tone still sounds rough. But vocally, he's okay. Now, that's kind of the thing about the show. As the kids these days say, it's mid. But and it's a show where it's a jack of all trades type of show, but in the worst possible way. Like, Elton's okay. He's had worse shows on this tour, but he's had plenty of better ones. The band, they're solid, they're tight, but we've got many other nights out there that have a much more punchy band and more inspired sounding band. Now, admittedly, second half of the show, they do warm up a bit. As what Elton Bootleg said, Saturday Night's Hard Providing has a lot of energy to it, despite guitar issues. leading into the second verse. This town is among the stronger performances of the night. A lot of energy there. All comes down to Davey and those onward international horns. Great stuff. And then I'm Still Standing. Elton gives it a good go, but you know, it's late '86 with I'm Still Standing, so do the math. There. But you know, Candle Wind isn't so bad. And then Your Song is a special performance because it's dedicated to a Swedish race car driver who passed away about 10 months earlier. So he does give a really good performance of it, and it's inspired sounding. So it's not a bad show, but it could have been a lot more could have happened. And it's a shame the band didn't try to take advantage of Elton's temporarily slightly improved voice, because I think we could have had a potential, you know, not to say like an A show or anything, but like potential to have like a really strong, solid show. But we just get something that's okay. So mid C at best. Agree with what Elton Bootlegs said. TSS.
Okay, we're going to put this in the higher end of the C behind Cuyahoga Falls. Now, what really struck me about this Philadelphia gig, and it's like, well, there's not really anything that I would consider like really bad about the show, but it is from start to finish. It's a really entertaining show to listen to because it's mostly vocally sound, like vocally consistent, and the band is consistent. So it's one of those things where you can just put it on and. First of all, you know, kudos to the people, to the taper for this one, because the stereo sound and the quality is just, you know, A to A plus quality. And also, since it's close to the stage, you really get to hear, you know, the crowd around you. It's really the first recording that we have on this leg of the tour where it feels very immersive sounding, where you can feel like you're at the show. And like I said, it's solid overall. I mean, there's nothing mind blowing about it, but there's nothing that I would, you know, cringe my face to. But as an audible listening experience, it is really, really good. And it still belongs in the mid in the C tier, but I would say it just falls behind Cuyahoga Falls, because at least at Cuyahoga Falls, you know, his vocal is much better. But Philly is still very solid, and it still goes above Columbia. So I will say high C below Cuyahoga Falls for this one.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm just glad the quality's really good on this. Taper did an excellent job, and gear he used was great. And, you know, I'm just glad we just have just a generally really good audience tape. You know, where Elton is not offensively bad and he sounds okay. And, you know, it's a good listening experience in that sense, you know. So, yeah, it's, you know, it is what it is. So, before we move on, quick question for you, TSS Killer.
Yes, sir.
Would you like me to hold your hand as we descend down the staircase to hell as we approach Worcester?
Oh boy, I have a lot to talk about.
That's why
holy crap!
That's why I had you go last here, so you could start Worcester. Take it away.
All right, get the Vine Boom out. F.
Wow.
Oh, shit.
Get the Vine Boom out, because this belongs in F. I listened to this just before we came on today, and it has the worst version of One Horse Town. You know, we're going to talk about Melbourne having bad. Worcester's worse because his voice is so fucked up where he can't even do the dramatics. He can't even go between notes, like the He cannot do the dramatics in his voice. It sounds the same. He says one horse ta. He doesn't even attempt to modulate his voice. That's how fucked up his voice is. It is fucking bad. Also, you have moments in like Leave On where he just airs. And Restless, and there's a lot of songs here like Restless where his voice just doesn't work. Vowels don't work. They don't come out properly out of his mouth. And we talk about, I can't get no job. I can't get a job. The problem is he pronounces it with a short A, like the I can't get a job. I can't get no job. And it's just like I think on like I think I was listening some of the songs is like something like on like I think it was on like This Town. He was like hitting like fucking random like whistles and like his voice just went out like completely out. I'm Still Standing is absolutely atrocious. And it's a very, very bad gig. It's like, well, it goes down as one of the worst gigs that he ever had. But I would say that for this one, like for an individual song, this time the One Horse Town is the worst version of the song because he can't even do any sort of like modulation in his voice at all. That's how fucked up it is. And about 80 to 90% of the show. He can't like I said this is like his worst show for intonation wise. The tone is now the overall like tone, like the tonality isn't as severe as let's say the later ones, but in terms of like the vocal control, and missing, this is probably the worst. Like that, but I would say this one goes into high F, but it belongs in an F show. This should not even exist. And this belongs in the category where I don't want to listen to the show ever again. Put a tape in the garbage. Sounds like shit anyway. But seriously, this is now that we have a better sounding tape and tape still sounds like shit. The vocal faults in this gig actually like outnumber some of the ones from the later Notorious ones after I've gone through them, because this is like monotone and unstable. Like this is the show. This is the show that pushes it over the edge. And yeah, once again the One Horse Town fuck up is here. So yeah. But that's it. High F.
F
in the chat.
F.
Yep.
Yeah, that's kind of a low grade. F.
Shit, Sherlock.
Wait, let me add some context. This is the first time in the TierMaker history that we've done these projects. This is the first time the lowest tier was used. And remember when I had that discussion with you Elton Bootlegs about we may have an F tier because listening to certain shows?
Yep.
I didn't suspect this show, but man, we're using F tier.
I can see why.
Oh no, I'm not questioning it.
There were other shows that immediately came to mind when we came up with it, mainly from other tours. Seattle 75. Oh, I've got a terrible cough. Oh, meal ticket's horrible.
Hey, you sound like Elton from this show. But yeah, the main thing that I despise about this show is not only is the voice have really bad tone, I believe monotonous was used to describe this, but the fucking intonation is bad. Like missing notes, flat notes, in between notes. What happened? Because the Philly show we have, 9-2, he sounds okay. Like, Like, what the hell did you do? Like, because I know he had a gig after. He had a Worcester gig after that. 9/4 was off. 9/5 was another Worcester gig. And then this is the third one. He had to have done some serious damage at one of those two shows from to sound like this, because this sounds nothing like Philly. It's horrible. It's among the worst ever vocal gigs that he's done. You know, it's right in that territory of, you know, some upcoming shows we're going to discuss, but it's among the worst ones just because the tone is so bad. Yeah, Better Off Dead. Not knowing words, ragged voice, you know, 2 for 2. That's pretty good, isn't it? And it's like, bitch is back, voice is so wrecked. And the worst part about some of these performances, he knows his voice is destroyed, right? At this point, there's no way he could have not known that there was a serious problem. But yet he's still throwing his voice around like he can do this stuff. Oh, he needed to see a doctor.
Couple of days yet.
Yeah. And yeah, that voice is awful. A song for you, okay. Slight vocal improvement, still terrible. Because the bass voice, what he started off with was so bad that even any slight improvement, still he'll have a bad voice. Yeah, Leave On, yeah, that's a sad version. Because if your voice is that hampered and that compromised, you still do vocal embellishments and still trying to sing the original melodies. Why?
Because he's Elton John. That's why.
Yeah. Even the more quote-unquote passable vocal songs, like Love Song, still aren't great sounding. And, yeah, so if there are performances where his voice isn't as bad sounding and he can kind of get away with some stuff, they're still way worse than a lot of the stuff prior. That's how far the levels dropped. Because it's just Saturday night, oh Lord. It's just really not a great show vocally. To be honest, I wasn't thinking about F because the only thing like that was saving it really was the band were good, but man, that voice is terrible. So
yeah, my issue with not putting it other than F is because you got to remember that we're looking at it from like the band is consistently good, the music is consistently good.
True.
But these vocals, man, I thought the other later ones were pretty bad. This one ranks some portions rank even worse than those.
Yeah, I don't disagree. He sounds fucking awful.
Ugh.
And the people
imagine this in A quality.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Just think about it.
If there was an upgrade, oh my God, we have to do this again. No, we're not doing this again because it's going to stay right where it belongs in fucking F.
No. Just think about it. It's a blessing we have it in this bad quality. Because imagine if we did get a really good tape and it sounds like that. If it sounds that bad on a low quality recording, just imagine the juiciness on an A quality recording.
Ooh. You're gonna hear like first octave resonance shit.
Oh man, it's like, you know, under my own admission, I didn't expect to put it in F, but man, I can't. I'm not gonna fight that ranking really. So, damn, Ethan. Where's this rank? F, E? Where is this rank? Because this is not looking too good.
Well, first of all, I want to say, Gregson, you said that I love this show in your little description of it on YouTube. I want to say that is bollocks.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was an accident. Go ahead.
But, I mean, yeah, what more can you say, really? Voice is absolutely gone by this point, and he's still won't drop someone saved, or at least drop it in the lower key, even though he needs to. Funny enough, he drops other songs that aren't someone saved.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. He drops Philadelphia Freedom at the show, but he doesn't drop Someone Saved or some of the other demanding songs. What's wrong with you?
He should have dropped them all and gone home. But
yeah. At least he makes up for the fact by singing the first parts of sorry seems to be the hardest word. And I'm sorry that I sound so shit, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
And in fact, this is seeing it with modern eyes, but do the post-surgery key here, because that would be fine. That would work. But again, it wasn't rehearsed. I get it.
I don't think it'd have made much difference myself.
No.
I think his voice is so bad that even the drop he would sound bad.
It would be ravaged.
So?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Even when high third octave notes sound like shit, that's when you know that you're gone.
It might make it'd help his voice.
It would help, but it would still sound bad.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm going to put it in a F because
wow.
Shit it.
Wow.
I know, Greg, I don't like this show, by the way, before you asking me again.
Well, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I apologize. Elton Bootlegs, go ahead.
Since Ethan Thompson Murray loves this show for some reason, uploading Worcester 1986 is on my to-do list, and I hope he enjoys this upload. Did you enjoy the upload?
Bollocks.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Worcester. Was it me who got this, or did you get this? I think it was me who got this. Yeah, that horrible tape. Well, not tape, CD. Thank you, Tony, you lovely person, for sending it.
Happy belated birthday.
Yeah. What was that?
Happy belated birthday.
Oh, happy belated birthday. Oh, sweet. Yeah, this gig is horrible. If you were to take the band with this, I would try and fashion a case to put this in E, but Elton's vocals are just... Tonight is really, 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 really bad. Oh my God.
Oh.
I remember when I heard this, and I said along the lines to Greg of, my God, the verses are like Australia. One Horse Town, the final embellishment is so bad. I said that this came from Australia. Oh, wow. It's just... it's
yeah,
that's why
I say it's like the worst version of the song.
Oh, it's just, it makes you think of Australia, and later on this leg. The highlight of the gig actually comes in Rocket Man because he hits falsetto.
That's
wins.
when a single B flat is the only good thing about a show.
We could maybe fashion a case and make that an E.
No.
Hell no.
Triple H.
One very important factor, and this is another thing that makes this tour great, by the way. Rocket Man, as well as that, the improv sections beginning to get padded out a bit more, and there's some amazing piano playing. And not just that, Benny and the Jets finally gets a solo, and I'm so excited because I love this tour for this song, and it's once the solo comes back, it adds a new energy to the song, and every solo is different. I don't know if this was the first night they did it or the second night. To me, this may be the first night because the way that they sort of go into it sounds very different to any others. It's just Fred Mandel holding a note on the keyboard. Elton does a bit of the piano and it's straight into it. And it's only a couple of minutes long, but it's still great. And different to anything you'll hear on any other tour pre this. Some very unique piano lines in there. But unfortunately, that isn't enough to save the gig. I'm Still Standing it is horrible. It is one of the worst versions. In fact, it's as bad as 914, if not worse in spots. Nikita's one of the rare versions where he does second octave phrasing in the second verse, and it's
it's not good. No,
look towards the west and find a friend. It's
he does that phrasing because his voice is so ravaged.
It's like I'll sing the lower line. Oh, great! He's this album phrasing.
It took his voice in that shape to do that.
Yeah.
He's also constantly apologising throughout the gig, so at least he knows there's something not right. I think it's after One Horse Town he says it, after I'm Still Standing, and towards the end as well. But sorry, this goes into the highest of F. F for failure. Oh dear.
The only thing I can think of, like, the argument for E would be like, as you said, the instrumentations are getting fleshed out on the improvisational section, so there's that. But if that's not enough to save it, then F tier seems to be a pretty comfortable tier.
But if we were doing this musically, it'd be a much higher rank. If you just took the music off, and if we could get an A+, hey, here's an idea. If we get an A+ recording of this, we take the vocals off it and we just listen to the music.
Yeah, then we'll put the vocals on another gig on it and say it's Worcester, but
Wembley 85. No.
Oh,
oh my God, we got a new night from Wembley. Wait, he sounds like shit.
But wow, it's like that voice. That's all I can say.
There's no quality to it.
Yeah, there is.
Barring that one moment in Rocket Man where we get a B flat. Woo! It's like yay!
It's like he saved us one good note for that. But Elton Bootlegs, you and the next gig have a bit of a history in the form of Providence 86, because I remember you being positive about this, so you go ahead.
Fuck.
Hey, come on. I can make fun of myself.
Oh, yes. Okay, so this was one of the first shows I got on this tour. I bought this, and I was quite complimentary about it, but you've got to bear in mind that we didn't have many versions of songs at the time. And I said it sounded better than some that we'd already heard. Oh dear. Providence. Now, of the 3 gigs that are in this this period, this is the best of them. And I do have a strong view of this show. While the vocals are bad, I would put this in the lowest, and I say the lowest, of D's. But it goes above Saratoga because although the voice is horrible here, there are moments here where he's able to sort of have a looser sound. He's able to get more out of the voice. And musically, it's a really good show as well. Tonight, in particular, is surprising because compared to the previous night, he's able to sing it more effectively. Yes, the end note isn't great. I will admit that. But he at least gives it a go. One Horse Town. Oh God, One Horse Town. We thought. I remember listening to this with the new copy and thinking, well, I know he sounds bad, but you're here tonight, and you're left with some hope. The gig may just get that bit better. And then One Horse Town comes along, and Elton just slams his voice into the ground. It's horrible. Oh, Rocket Man's not the worst. Locally, it's not great. But you think the voice is gonna warm up, and then you get to Philadelphia Freedom with that second shine of light. It's just, it's nasty. The gig goes along. The voice is it's just horrible. Benny has a unique moment where we have the horn section getting involved with the piano solo. If you listen to In the Mood, you can hear the odd horn here and there, and then they disappear. I also enjoy the fact that there's 2 sources for this, but the other source that came is only a couple of songs.
It's got the encores.
Yeah, it's
like
got
20 minutes.
It comes in at sad songs where it happens to pick out a wonderful speech from Elton where he's talking about his good friend Prince Andrew. Oh dear, no comment on that. Where he talks about marriage counselling. There's a common thing with marriage counselling and people with questionable backgrounds, and I'm not going to go into that here. But Izzy's got a dodgy voice. At least he refers to it here. I'm Still Standing is rough. Saturday, I actually like musically. I think the guitar work is exceptional. David Payton going off on the bass as well is wonderful. And the ballads at the end, they're not great, but they're not the worst on the tour. Okay, as I've already given my ranking, I'm going to put this in the lowest of low Ds. And for me personally, I'm going to hold my hands up if you three disagree. I'd have this above Saratoga just because I think that the voice has more flexibility to it. The music sounds great. Woo.
Woo! Well,
Woo!
Well, here's what I'm gonna do for you, the Elton Bootlegs. I want you to keep your hands up.
You gonna shoot me?
Absolutely not, because that's improper and that's very impolite. But I am going to disagree with you a little bit here.
Okay.
But I'm not gonna do the boxing gloves because that's just, don't want to do that riff-raff stuff and that's stupid. But but what I disagree on isn't necessarily specifically things you were saying, but the ranking. Because I agree that it is better than Worcester. I agree with you there. So automatically it's not an F tier. But I think this gig would be better suited for E tier because, yes, the band have some shining moments. They're very good, but holy shit. Elton, yes, his voice isn't quite as coarse as like Worcester, but man, there's a lot of intonation problems. There's a lot of moments where it's like a fluke. Like tonight, okay, it's not the worst thing I've heard. Then you go to One Horse Town and his voice actually gets worse as it goes on. And there's a lot of struggling. His voice actually roughens up. Then that Philadelphia Freedom, oh Lord. That first Shine the Light is completely off. The second one is hideous. Third one isn't great. There's just a lot of off notes and just rancid intonation. Burn Down the Mission, the voice gives out in the first pre-chorus. The piano fucks up on the piano. Someone Saved My Life Tonight. I don't understand how he can push and force that ravaged and damaged voice to the limit and beyond. It's painful to listen to. And it's just constant struggling. And this nature about the show is, yeah, he's not quite as bad as Worcester vocal shape wise, but it gives him enough overconfidence to further thrash his voice and run into the ground and makes his condition worse as it goes on. Like for Levon, first verse, okay, it's not that bad. We start getting past the first chorus, and the issues start to really get popped up with all the misnotes and the bad intonation. Even Paris doesn't sound that great. Restless is fantastic musically. David Johnston, amazing guitar solo. The piano playing is excellent, but man, that voice is just tortured. But yeah, he sounds tired. A lot of problems keeping the pitch on songs like in the mid-range. Upper range is, Jesus, it's just crazy. But yeah, not a fan of this show. It's better than Worcester, and it's not quite the complete disaster that the next night is, but I'm sorry. As bad as Saratoga is, it's just, there's just so many off moments on this show. I'm going to put it in E, actually, but higher E, because the music saves some of this, and there's some really good moments with the guitar solos, but man, bad stuff. Go ahead, TSS Killer.
I agree with Greg here. This goes into the E category. Partially because, first of all, One Horse Town, he actually can modulate his voice.
Yay.
He actually has he has a bit more vocal flexibility than Worcester, but that doesn't mean that it's any good. And on this gig, you have him like randomly hitting whistle notes and I don't know, some freaking like some cassowary shit going on, and some of the belts. I don't even know what the hell he's doing, and especially since we have the encores now, some of that stuff. Oh God, like the "I'm Still Standing" is if you ever wanted to hear like a voice failing to hit even G's. I mean, we're just gonna make like 1995 look good, I'm Still Standing. This is the gig for you. But still, I would say that even though it's a good improvement, it's still not better than Saratoga, but at least it's a slight upgrade from Worcester. This definitely deserves an E ranking, but at least it's at least maybe one or two of the songs are listenable, and then that's about it. But everything else, you can just throw it in the trash. But it is an E show for sure.
All right, Ethan.
Yeah, I'm with Greg and TSS on this.
Oh,
sorry.
I'll take my bat and ball and go.
Yeah, I don't like the voice here. Well, I don't like it this part of the time on the show.
Oh, you don't like it here? Well, what about the gig before?
On the next show even. Oh God. But yeah, I really don't like the voice here. He has a moment of pure gurgling during One Horse Town, and that's enough for me to shiver. Yeah, E tier. Don't like it.
Don't like it.
All right. Woo. All right. So Ethan, Tony Thompson Murray.
Hello.
I have a question for you.
What is that?
I'm not going to ask you if you like the next gig, unlike Worcester, but I was wondering if you're ready to begin the discussion for 9/8 Philly, the second Philly show.
Well,
go ahead.
I mean, where the fuck do you start? I mean, my God. This is one of my least favourite shows on the tour. One of my least favourite Elton shows to listen to. Voice is fucked beyond belief. Like, Tonight is sad to listen to. One Horse Town is unbelievably bad. Someone Saved, I think, is worse than 914. Just gonna say that now. Terrible intonation, terrible tone. F show. Not gonna lie.
Ouch! Ouch! That's getting right
F
to the
tier
point. All right, I gotta step in. I've got to step in here because I agree with you. It's shit. It's F. And it is unbelievably bad. Worcester was terrible. Providence had, some slightly shiny moments in the sea of mediocrity. This, I can't defend it at all. The only thing I can say about it in its defense is maybe there's some worse performances on other gigs, but that's a really, really, really low bar. Because before we got the 914 New York show that two of our members here were very lucky to have sat through the transfer when twice because they enjoyed the first time. This Philadelphia show from 9/8 was labeled as one of, if not the worst vocal show Elton's done. And I don't really blame people for having that view because it is bad. Like, seriously bad. Like, to the point where I start to question where I stand as a fan in certain Elton John eras, and it's like, man, do I really have to put myself through this? But I have to.
Yes, you do.
I do, yes. So I soldiered on. Oh, what an awful show. The voice is horrifically bad throughout. Every song there, he's straining. He's forcing his voice. Bad notes, bad intonation. Cadences are fucked up on songs. If you have to apologize after songs because it's that bad and have to modify shit on the fly, yeah, see a doctor. And thankfully you did after this show. But yes, the music is good, piano's good, but that can't save the gig because it's just the vocal has fallen to a point where you can't really defend the show with things that are happening that aren't the voice. Because One Horse Town is among the very worst versions. Tonight, yeah, sorry, stay that voice. And then, yeah, Better Off Dead's painful. Man, Rocket Man has a ton of problems with the intonation. And Philadelphia Freedom is rancid sounding. Burn Down the Mission, yeah, trying to change the melody on the fly ain't gonna work. And then Someone Saved My Life Tonight, that is one of the worst performances he's done on stage. It's up there with some of the absolute worst, with straining, weak voice. You can actually hear, when he's trying to force his voice up, you can hear the holes in the voice cutting in and out. That's the nodules at work right there. That's how bad it sounds. And yes, he's shouting to reach notes at this point, which doesn't do a voice any favors. Bitch is back, dejected sounding. And it's just, man, I listen to this show, I feel bad for, the crowd, but I feel so bad for the band having to deal with this, and Elton, because his voice, I don't even think, like, if this is the show that spooked him into seeing the doctor, wow. Like, I would have seen a doctor when my ability started to slip, but let's wait till I can't sing. So, yeah, what an awful show to listen to. I'm sorry for the band because they are great on this show. And tearing your voice to ribbons on Restless isn't how to put the song over. Unhealthy singing on Benny. And Love Song, a song that normally, even on the bad vocal gigs, has some quality to it. That sounds like shit at this gig. If you can't get through Love Song, get off the stage. And then I'm Still Standing, wow. Enough said there. And yeah, awful gig. It's an F-tier show. It's worse than Worcester. Ugh. Band can't save it because the vocal is that bad. TSS, am I too harsh? Or you got something to save it?
This gig does not need saving because it's already garbage. So a few notes. As we mentioned, the Someone Save is absolutely atrocious. A lot of the vocal elements of this show is notorious in our circles. However, though, what really takes the cake is the fact that the voice is just beyond ravaged. And once again, the One Horse Town lyric fuck up is here. Thankfully for the last time. And then I'm Still Standing has one of the most unique intros ever. Channeling probably channeling. I mean, it's kind of like a kung fu flavor. So I've always called it the international karate version because that would have been out on the computers at the time, and it does kind of give me the kind of vibes of navigating through that. As well said, it's like first 49 seconds fantastic. Everything after that is garbage. And that's, I totally agree with that. This show is a slog to get through once again, but even more so because there's almost no redeeming qualities. because it's just consistently bad. There is no ray of hope. It's just consistently bad. This is still worse than Worcester, but it still belongs in the same ranking. This one gets a mid-F.
Yeah. Elton Bootlegs.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, this show. Oh no, it's nasty. Really, really nasty to listen to, and it is such a shame because the music, and I will be positive to start, the music on this show is fantastic. The band have turned it up another level, and I would say that if this band had turned up at the first Philly show and you had Elton and the voice that he was there, I don't think it'd be a C show. I think we'd rank it higher, if not even in the B tier, because the music is sensational. I mean, you have such like Rocket Man and Benny, for instance. The music is just fantastic. The piano solo is lovely in Benny, and it's beginning to build out, and they're beginning to pad it out. Oh, they being Elton rather than the band. Yeah, the band are going to be there for the whole solo. No, I'm glad TSS mentioned "I'm Still Standing" because the first 49 seconds are amazing, and also from the bit where we have the solo and then the guitar solo and the breakdown until the vocals come back in, it sounds great. Oh dear, Philadelphia Freedom. Oh no, if the cause was right, it's just no redeeming quality to the voice. Someone saved. This was the show I remember getting. I put the CD in. And I think I went to Someone Saved as one of the first songs, not because I remembered what'd been said in a book. It's just a song that I knew that was good for the time period and knowing how the voice was. And when he is in the first verse and heading towards the first chorus and he sings, and I don't hear you anymore, it is as if somebody has taken the remote for a TV, pressed the mute button, and that's how it is for Elton. The voice just gives out, and it won't work. It is really, really nasty to listen to. But it's not just limited to that. There's also songs where you don't need as much range and the voice still sounds hideous. Like blue, I guess that's why they call it the blues, for instance. Some of them chorus notes are horrible. Really, really not nice. Leave On is, oh no, there's some horrible moments in there. Restless isn't very, very bad. We missed this town, thankfully. There was some sense of mind there not to continue that. The weird thing I will say is that Saturday Night's Right for Fighting, I don't know what possessed Elton or whether the voice cleared out, but maybe he had a gargle. But he doesn't do drop phrasing as much on this, and this isn't the worst performance of Saturday from this tour. You could find a good 3 or 4, maybe not more, but are worse than this. You also get an audience member get on the stage as well during Candle. It took me years to realise what had gone on. I thought there was a fight in the audience, but no, it's not that. I mean, I could understand why, because they were that fed up with the voice. It's like, oh, I hate people now. I'm going home.
Yeah, so they start beating the shit out of each other. So yeah.
Yeah, not quite that. Somebody got on the stage because you hear Elton say during Daniel, he actually stops the song for a split second, says, "Be gentle with him," and then he mentioned something before your song. And then he says, "I can't wait to come back with a good voice." Yeah, it's questionable the next time he went back to Philadelphia whether he had a good voice or not. We'll get to that in a couple of years, maybe longer. I don't know when.
You can't put it off forever.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to say that I can listen to this gig for the music, but for the voice, hell no. Sorry, it's an F show. Get down there.
I had it all the way down in F, so I ain't moving it.
No, keep it in there.
All right. Man, I did not realize we'd be using the F tier, but I
had a feeling we might do, but
yeah, but wow, it's like I'm glad I added it. Glad we had that discussion. Now, would you like to begin the miracle gig?
It's a miracle.
With the backstory.
there's a lot to this backstory, and I'm actually going to come back to this story later on in the tour because there's two parts to this. Part one. So the 9th of September 1986, Elton's had enough, and he's sat in a doctor's surgery in New York, and he sees a doctor who tells him the news: he's got vocal nodules. Whether they keep it hush-hush for now, and we find this out after the tour. But he knows now he's got vocal nodules, and he is ordered for 3 days not to speak if he wants to continue the tour, and to get 4 incredible nights in at MSG. 4 nights in a bloody row with a bad voice. Okay. So this first gig, after 3 days of him dressing up as Groucho Marx, going around with a whiteboard, and generally having fun, these 4 MSG shows are a pivotal moment in this tour. And the first night is an improvement. It's a vast improvement on Philadelphia anyway. Now, one thing that does hold me back with this gig slightly is the fact that, like several others from this time period, I did put this into the AI, and some of the vocals are a good deal rougher than what I imagined. Now, you can hear it on the actual bootleg, but when I put it through and I was like, oh, actually, this does sound a bit harsher than I first realised. But that said, there's a good energy at this show. The music is fantastic, and Elton is having fun because he's actually able to sing. There's something there in the voice. Tonight, for instance, wow, it is so much better than what we've heard for the past week to 10 days. One Horse Town, there's actually something there. Finally, at long last. Rocket Man is nice. The performance goes on, and it's better than the last 3 or 4. Philadelphia Freedom, we finally got some shine the lights back, and they sound decent. And as well, he's beginning to go more all out in this song. We have a few notes in here that have come from the future, especially we talk about 90s phrasing and I like living easy with that family ties, but really we should say it's 86 phrasing, but just adapted post-surgery. But it's more the fact we were used to it post-surgery, and then you hear it pre-surgery and you go, oh, okay. But he was thinking about it then. We also had the final attempt at a D5, and he doesn't quite get it, but it's still a valiant attempt. So I will give him brownie points for that. Once we get past the medley, the band really kick into gear. Paris Restless are great. Penny's great as well. I love the solo here. It's one of the more unique ones. We actually get New York, New York. Why he didn't do it at the other shows, I don't know, because I thought it was a really nice touch. This I'm Still Standing, I love the piano intro for it. The vocals, he gives it a go, but there are some questionable moments. Saturday is nice, and then we get towards the end of the gig. Yeah, he does sound a little worn on the ballads, but it's nowhere near as bad as Philly and Worcester. Where am I going to rank this? That's an interesting question. I am actually going to stick this in the B tier, but I'm going to put it towards the lower end of the B tier. Just with having heard it with the AI and hearing some of the vocals here, it has made me sort of realise that the tone maybe wasn't as nice as I first envisaged. So it's a good show to listen to, and I would recommend going to listen to it. I'm going to stick it as a low B.
Woo. Interesting. For me, the first New York show is a welcome addition to the collection. And it's a welcome addition to my ears, because much better show compared to the last handful. Yes, few days off, Elton sees the doctor, he gets his diagnosis. And I want to say that he had, considering how bad he sounded at those September shows, Worcester, Providence, 2nd Philly, there might have been some medical intervention here. Because that voice is just, it's so much better. Like, it's more flexible, and a good chunk of his range has been restored. Now, is it as good as Euro 86? Absolutely not. And it's still not quite up to the quality of like a Clarkston or even maybe arguably a Kansas City, but man, he sounds a lot better. and I really enjoyed the show. Although I don't share exactly the same sentiment that the Elton Bootlegs said about like the ranking and the AI stuff. Some of those statements he made are kind of accurate to my own personal experience, because I remember when I first heard the gig, I was actually raving about it a lot more, in the sense of like, wow, his voice is back. He sounds so much better, and what an amazing show, yada yada. Like that. It was a new show for me. Then when we got our lossless copy here, and a proper copy and everything, doing a lot of re-listening and everything, I'm listening to it and I'm like, yeah, I like it, but I may have over-egged some of the stuff, because while Elton does sound a lot better than a lot of the previous shows, and the flexibility's back, he still sounds tired, which, I'm not going to, give him too much hassle for that, considering everything that's going on with his voice. But even though he goes all out on some parts, he holds back in others. And there's sort of a cautious approach to the singing, where he's kind of feeling things out with his voice, saying, okay, maybe I should try this here. Maybe I shouldn't try this here. So it's kind of a feeling out process. And as the gig goes on, he gets a little more comfortable with his abilities. But it's a feeling out process. The band sound really good, but kind of like the first Philly show, but it's not as prominent. They are holding back ever so slightly. And I'm only saying that because I'm comparing to how the band played at the second and the third MSG shows. And I believe one of the members of the horn section, I think Raul de Oliveira, is sick, so he's not at this show. So we're down a man. So it's like, it's a vast improvement on many of the previous gigs. We have Elton in reasonably good voice, even though he sounds tired, but man, much more listenable compared to earlier gigs. And the bands sound great, but I do believe the bands sound better at night 2 and night 3 in particular. And with that being said, I'm going to be a little more positive with the ranking. I agree it's going to be in B tier, but I want to say it's like a really solid B. Like, solid B to maybe push into upper B. So I personally would put it, when I see on this TierMaker, above Clarkston, and then the only gig that is competing with it is Hartford, and that one's got the blown voice, slightly blown voice, but a freer Elton. But yeah, I would say a rock solid B, pushing it to high B. But yeah, very good show overall, and it's a miracle show compared to the last few. DSS Killer, you're from New York, so why don't you start night 1?
Vocally, this one is the best out of the 4. For 100% sure, because here you kind of hear the renaissance of what's happening. Wow, it's like, I mean, we're talking about the 180th of 180s in terms of vocal recovery. The tone sounds much better. It's more solid. Once again, attempting the D5 at the end of Philadelphia Freedom, even though it's not 100% on top, it's still a good attempt. The voice is really nice sounding and flexible. Levon is fantastic. Like, it's really good. He actually goes for some of the B flat in the choruses, and that's really good. And the band, once again, is tight. The solo is very nice. And realistically, I mean, it's it's a needed improvement. And also, once we got the high quality recording, it really exposed a lot of things. But like I said, the dynamic range is still there. He still has this soft tone, and he just gives it his all. And now, yeah, the band are indeed better on the other nights. But I will say that as far as in terms of like vocal shows, this is the best out of September's, because at least Elton knows where the hell he is, and he can actually do stuff with his voice. Because as you saw, like the last week, the last like 10 days were not kind to his voice. Like 10 or 12 days were not kind. And just to see him completely recover like this, or at least recover to a point where he actually sounds decent, is a testament of itself. So, with that being said, I'm going to put this into mid A, below Harvard.
All right, Ethan.
September 11th, 1986. I mean, recovered to a point where he can sing again, somewhat. Yeah, it's very surprising, especially when you consider what happens nights later. Yeah, I love this show. I'm with Greg. I'm going to rank it B. Stuff. So, but yeah, good show. Very good. Like it.
Wow. Okay. Now, okay, we have 4 different rankings here. Let me make sure I get this right. Elton Bootlegs, low B?
Lower B, yeah.
Lower B. I have it at rock solid to upper B. Ethan, you have it at B?
Yeah.
And TSS Killer, you have it at mid A.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, Lord. Yeah, this is a game we got to compromise on and try to figure this out now, because there's a lot of deviations. So, on your personal TierMaker, TSS, Chicago, Kansas City, Hartford, and New York, those are in your A tiers, is that right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure, because I don't want to get this wrong. Because, man, this is a tough one. Upper B.
Because how I look at it is, both from a vocal and a musical standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I view it as.
Well, here's because the thing is, vocal shape wise, like just his shape, I agree with you. It's the best of the 4 nights. Absolutely, I'm not going to disagree with that. I don't know. Band's good.
Bear in mind, though, the reason I have it as lower than the rest of you is because of what I did with that AI stuff, and I wish I hadn't, because I'd have been very, very, very positive otherwise. I couldn't believe it, and the reason I did it was for the bloody music, not the bloody voice. I was like, let's see how the voice sounds. Like, oh, okay.
Wow. Yeah.
914 works very well with it as well.
Yeah. That doesn't need any explaining. Okay.
Well, I'm happy to compromise and push it up towards like middle to upper B. Right?
Well, I'm thinking upper B, because the reason I would put upper B is I'm giving wiggle room because of the improved musical aspect on the next 2 nights, while acknowledging that they're good here and Elton's vocal shape is slightly better here than nights 2 and 3. But then there's things he does at night 2 where he's more confident. So it's like there's a lot of little elements to play around here. So, like, I have it comfortably at upper B. So, Ethan, do you think this show has any qualities to push it to A tier?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to deny you pushing up to A if that's what you feel like.
Well, because I think it's upper B personally, but I'm just saying if there's qualities that would warrant upper A on an overall tier maker, I'd be willing to move it up one tier. But then we gotta ask, okay, Hartford, how would you compare 9/11 to Hartford? Because they're both good gigs. That's not the issue. It's just he's more consistent at the New York show. Like, he doesn't blow his voice like he does on Hartford. So it's like, and like Hartford's got more of like a, it's more unhinged sounding as opposed to this New York show, which is a little more like cautious in a way, but it's still good.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, it's in that ballpark of upper B to low A. Well, okay. Now let's go back a bit. Hartford, how many points do you think it would lose because of him slightly blowing his voice?
Couple for me.
Yeah.
That was the difference between A and B for me. If he hadn't have blown his voice, I'd have had no hesitation in putting it into the A tier.
TSS Killer?
Yeah, I'll concede with that. I still think that vocally the first MSG is better than Hartford in that regard. And the music is better too, so.
Okay.
I'd agree with you there with the music. Definitely agree there.
Okay, how about this? I'll move Hartford to top B, like the most B-est, the most toppest B ever.
Okay.
I'll move first MSG up one tier to low A. And now how would you compare first MSG to Kansas City and Chicago? Because the difference there now is both
a
those
longer, it's a larger gap.
Yeah, because now Kansas City and Chicago, his voice is in better shape because it's not as ravaged.
But the band is better at the MSG show.
True, that's true.
Yes.
That's true.
I'd still have the MSG show slightly below Kansas and Chicago.
Yeah, that's why I have it on my ranking.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Then in that case, Chicago and Kansas City, have we come up with a consensus which one is better?
No.
We'll come back to that at the end.
All right. Okay. So right now on the main tier maker, I got the first New York to the right, so it's a lower A than those two August shows. Hartford is now top B, above Clarkston and Bloomington.
Okay, that's fine for this one. Yeah,
Okay.
mine looks a lot different. Mine's going to look a lot different than anybody else's. So,
all right. We'll still continue to actually towards the end of this we'll work it out some more just to get it definite. But
yeah,
I'm okay with this because we got to make this the best. So I'm okay with this one.
Yep.
Okay. Ethan, you just went. Would you like to start second MSG?
Yeah. All right. Second MSG. Again, good show. Elton still sounds good, although you can tell there's a bit more coarseness here and there. I love the alternate phrasing he uses for the ending of Tonight. That one's really good. Pictures Back has Davy's Carbine out of tune. I don't know what that's about.
Ow.
Benny and the Jets actually has a B4 attempt on Magazine, although it's not the cleanest thing ever in the world. Where do we rank 9/11 again?
It's in the A tier, but to the right of Kansas City and Chicago, so it's the lowest A so far.
I'm going to go with high B for 912 then.
Okay. Let me move that. So would you put it above or below Hartford?
About the same.
About the same.
No, actually. I don't know. Actually.
Oh, pick one so I can put it there.
Low.
Below it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. For me, this is a tough one because Elton does sound a little rougher tonally at this show compared to the first night. That being said, he's more confident with his voice in the sense that he's not holding back, and he's more energetic, and he kind of like, it sounds like he's having more fun at the show vocally, in the sense of how he's phrasing things. And so I do appreciate that, even though I understand that the first night has a little bit more of a fresher voice. The thing that really sells me about this gig is it's a really good balanced gig in the sense of Elton's voice is functioning and he sounds relatively strong, and the band sound very good, and we have all the horn section players now on stage, so you have a fuller sound from the horn section. And yeah, the Bitches Bag guitar issues is very sour sounding, which admittedly isn't exactly the greatest thing to hear. But there's just a lot of good stuff at this gig where Elton's just going for it. He's clearly having a good time. And Levon's very good, too. Go Sailing's nailed, and I'm like, man, nice to hear that. And I feel the band gets stronger as the gig goes on. And Restless, yes, Elton's over singing and kind of overdoes it a bit, but he's having a good time. And yeah, it's a fun listen, but it's more one of those things where it's like, yeah, that's not exactly going to help the voice, but enjoy it while it lasts. And yeah, we got Benny with the falsetto attempt. But the main thing that sells me about the Benny is that solo. It's very creative, it's ambitious, and it really showcases the development of these really amazing instrumental sections that you're going to hear going forward on the tour. Because by the New York shows, the band have hit a certain point where it's going to be generally excellent, and now it's just throwing random spices, into a dish to see what happens. I mean, it could be juicy, it could be ginger. It doesn't matter. What?
Juicy spice.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. No. I'm sorry. I did not make. No. Wait, hang on. I was trying to make a fucking food analogy.
It could be juicy. It could be ginger.
I mean, sporty. Maybe baby spice. I don't know. Tantric spice. Who knows?
Oh, come on, you get what I mean, though.
Yeah, juicy spice. Yeah, your favorite member of the Spice Girls. Yeah.
We'll get back to that. But as I was saying, Benny and the Jets.
Jenny and the Bets. Yeah, Jenny and the Bets. Let's go.
Fuck you guys. But yeah, it's musically a really good version. And it kind of highlights. I know the improvisational sections are being done and they were being debuted earlier, but it's starting to really take off here, and you get the foundation for some really amazing work, over the next couple of months. But yeah, I really like the show. In fact, I underrated this one a little bit in comparison to the first night. So, I mean, yeah, I agree. I agree. Elton's tone does sound better at the first night. It's less tired sounding. It's less ragged. and I get that. And if someone wants to put that show above the second night, cool with me. But I personally think it's a little better than the first night overall, just because of the added edge to the musicianship and the fact that you have all the horn section members up there and very spirited sound. So I want to put New York, the second night, in the same tier as the first night, low A, but just a hair above it for the overall experience. Now, if someone wants to make the case that the first night's better, cool with me, and I'll be willing to compromise and move the rankings around. And so I hear sniffing, so that's a cue for me to wrap things up and allow TSS Killer to make his point. Go ahead.
All right, I will still say that it will rank slightly lower, but only because of the vocal. The instrumental, well, the instrumental too. I mean, it's kind of that fuck up on that the musical fuck up on the guitar for Bitches Back is the only thing that's really there. But I will admit, yes, he's more gutsy on the second night. But like I said, I would rather take the tone, like the tonality from the first night. If I could have that with some of the elements of the second night, then that would be like the perfect show on this leg of the tour, like on this portion of the tour. But as far as the second night goes, it still is a fantastic show, and you know that every time Elton tries his best in Madison Square Garden, aside from 88 and 89, of course. Doing this stuff. I mean, when he's not completely like fucked off his mind, he always appreciates playing at Madison Square Garden, even to this, even to the last show he did, which I went to. He always tries to up himself on every single show, and give the New York audience. He said that this is his favorite venue to play, and it's no wonder why. Because if you listen to like the MSG shows any of the eras, he's giving it an extra effort because he truly likes playing at this place. But I mean, like in terms of like in the overall package, the first three should be placed together. But I would say that musically, but in terms of the package, the vocal package and the music package, I still prefer the first night over the second. But that's just me. But anyway, that's my ranking. I would say it's lower than the first night for me, only because of the complete package. But it's in the same tier, of course, in the low A category.
Okay, I can respect that. Elton Bootlegs.
This show I have a very, very big soft spot for, because back in the day, I told the story about Columbia being the second show I got. This was the first ever show I got. And the one saving grace about it is that although there is an improved source, it wasn't that much different. So that made me feel good about myself when I got the original copy. Was it late 2010, early 2011 I got it? Mm-hmm. Obviously, at that point, it was the only MSG show we had. 913 came, then 914 came, and then 911 came along in lockdown, which was fun. This gig, I love it musically. It's a really strong show in that sense. And I do agree with TSS about the voice. I prefer the first night over the second night, and it was reflected in my rankings. So obviously I put the first night at a low B. This would also have been a low B, but I know that I am wrong and I lose, so it moves all the way up. Shut up. It moves... Shut up, dickhead. All right. I had a feeling I was going to lose on these shows anyway, so it's not really a problem. But I do have a lot of time for this show anyway. It's a shame that tonight is incomplete, because I think that the verses would have sounded nice here. And the phrasing at the end is nice. It's different and it works. I mean, he could have done that more. Well, I wish he had done it more. There are certain songs at this gig that I think are fantastic as well. I mean, Philadelphia Freedom is very energetic. Someone Saved is similar to the previous night. They're just a far cry from the version the week before. One thing I do particularly love at this gig, I love the medley. Blue Eyes in particular, the piano playing is great, and Blue has him sounding very nice. He puts a really good effort into the vocals. Leave On is probably the highlight of the night. I do think it is better than the first night as well. Benny, I love the band. I agree with what Greg was saying about the band on Benny. They sound so great here. The piano playing is fantastic again. Yeah, he tries the B4 and he doesn't quite get it, but it's a noble attempt. The last time that he'll do it on this tour, and I'm not going to say it's a shame either, because can you imagine some of the attempts later on? No thanks.
Juicy vocals.
I'm still standing, talking of juicy vocals, I'm still standing at some very juicy A flats. We also have Elvis Presley making an appearance during Saturday. That's very nice. Get about as well as a diesel train. And we end the gig nicely as well. I mean, the old source of your song, it actually cut out for the final chorus, but now we actually have the full thing, and he sounds fine on it. So I know I'm wrong with this. Just stick it in low A and be done with it.
I already did. I just wanted to hear you talk because it's good to hear you. It's good to hear you talk. So, but yeah. So, are we in consensus that it's just a notch below the first night? Because I'll swap. Okay, yeah. I just swapped it. Elton Bootlegs.
9:13. Ooh,
that's okay. Right. Night 3.
Night number 3. It's pretty much similar to the first 2 nights, except here I'd say he sounds vocally slightly rougher in spots. Especially early on, like tonight on One Horse Town, while they're not bad versions by any stretch of the imagination, I know that the voice just sounds like a tad bit rougher. He takes a little bit longer to get into full stride in that sense. The band, on the other hand, are fantastic. The music is it's getting towards that peak that we're going to get to very soon. They're very enthusiastic. I think it also helps as well. Again, Elton's the 3rd night in a row where the voice is actually held up. He's able to sing with confidence, play with confidence as well. And the crowd are really digging the show as well, which is great to hear. The MSG audience is very special. TSS can put me up on that. I mean, you've been to enough shows there. I haven't.
Yeah.
The Benny solo. I'm going to admit something about the Benny solo. This wouldn't be my favourite one on the tour. It's still a good one, but I think there are better later on down the line. I'm still standing. Yeah, the chorus notes are getting. Yeah. Some of them aren't great. I would rank the show below the first 2 nights, and I know I'm going to be wrong in saying that it's not going to be a low B on my behalf, but I'll try and rank it the way you guys would. I don't think this is an A show. Just with the rougher bits of his voice, I would stick this at upper B, and it'd be around where Hartford is. It'd be a very close call between them.
If you had I was about to say, if you had a choice, would you put it above or below Hartford? Because we'll discuss it. Just
musically, I would.
Mm-hmm.
Vocally, while it's consistent, I think that Hartford has better vocal performances. So I'd probably stick it slightly below.
Okay, I'm gonna move it.
At least with the next show, we're all gonna be in agreement, so I'm happy about that.
Hey, that's okay. Listen, I have to pee because I've been holding myself for the last 2 hours. Ethan, you go.
What?
Okay, 9:13. Again, I find these 2 MSG shows very similar. Both of them have Elton sounding good, but again, a little bit rougher. The band are great, like they always are. Again, very similar shows to me. And Elton Bootlegs, where did you rank this?
Well, I didn't really give it... Well, I gave it a ranking. I put it at high B below Hartford, but you've got to realise that this would have gone below the 2 MSGs, where in my tier is a low B. So,
Okay.
but it's in at a high B, and I'd stick it below Hartford, but you might disagree. So,
Well, I'm going to stick this in the lowest of A's you can ever go.
oh hell. Hi, I'm GregsynthBootlegs, and I'm going to host this TierMaker now. That's a really bad impression of him.
Well, and also, you got the wrong channel.
Wrong channel. Oh, sugar. Oh, well. We know him as GregsynthBootlegs. It's not a problem.
Who is GregsynthBootlegs?
Hi, guys.
He's back.
I'm back and better than ever. Oh, having to pee
Eric
is
Bischoff.
amazing. All right.
Getting those Bischoff biscuits.
All right. So, Ethan, what did you rank the third night?
Lowest of A.
Lowest of A. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and Elton Bootlegs has it at high B, below Hartford. TSS Killer. Go ahead.
Gonna agree with Ethan on this one, low A. So yeah, the first few songs, it does take a little while to warm up his voice, but at least the band are pretty much firing on all cylinders from what you can see here. I mean, realistically, this was these nights are the first nights that I would say that the band is really starting to meld together and then deliver an instrument package, which this tour is very famous for. And this gig is no exception, because now we have the instrumental stuff fleshing themselves out, and they're just going to get better as the tour progresses. But this run of shows is really the first time that we really see this instrumental prowess, and the reason why I love this tour so much in terms of the instruments. Just seeing the consistency of those instrumental performances, and then helping with the shortcomings of Elton's voice, which will become apparent very shortly. But I would say that realistically, these gigs are if you want to listen to America '86, these are the ones that I would definitely point to, for sure, because you have the great crowd of Madison Square Garden, as well as just the acoustics of Madison Square Garden. We already know, for anybody that has actually been to Madison Square Garden before and after the renovation, you already know how great there's no bad seat at MSG. You can always count on a great sounding stereo, like an image, like a musical image wherever you are in that venue, and this proves it. So like I said, this will go in low A, below the 2 nights, and so low A for me.
All right, Ethan, when you ranked it low A, was it below the 2 nights, or where was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
For me, it's like I gotta agree with you guys. It belongs in the A tier. My question is where I would rank it among the 3. Those first 3, because Elton does sound a little more tired on this night compared to the other 2, and there is a little bit more strain and stuff. But I never would have thought the last night would happen if I could just go off of what I've been hearing on the first 3 nights. But what makes it kind of hard for me to rank is out of the 4 nights that we have here, yes, it's easy to talk about the voice, but the hard part's the music, because I honestly think out of the 4 nights, this has the best musical aspects, the best band performances out of the 4 nights. So
I would say
because when I was listening to the show and typing up the notes and working on the upload, I'm like, man, the band are just on at this night. Like, not that I thought they weren't on the first and second, but man, this was the show where I'm like, I'm really focused on the band a little bit more than kind of like, you know, Elton or kind of 50-50 for both, because I'm like, man, the band are just, they are on, and they sound amazing. Again, one big fuck up's the damn guitar on Bitch's Back. Yes, the Benny solo and the musicianship, love it, but I do prefer other versions from that aspect. But it's still very, very good. This town is amazing musically. Charlie and David are just they run the show. They're amazing, and that song, This Town, would not sound as good live if those two were not playing it. You know, that's how good those guys are. So, it's an incredible musical show. Great harmonies. Rocket Man's got some nice stuff going on with it. Burn Down the Mission's excellent musically as well. And Someone Saved, I like it despite the flaws on it, because the voice, you could tell wear and tear, and because he's trying to use like a softer tone in spots, but I mean, it's still a noble effort considering. But yeah, for me, the band is kind of like a little bit more assertive and prominent on this night compared to the other two nights that we have. So, but what makes it difficult to rank is I feel the band are, out of the three nights that we've discussed, this is clearly the best musical night out of the three.
Yeah.
Vocally, there's more. The second night has the most energy and spirit behind it. The first night has the best shape. Totally. Yeah. So it's like, where would I rank this? Because vocally, I would put the third night a little below the first and the second night overall. But musically, it's better than the other two. So I'm like, it's going to be in the same tier, no doubt, but I'm like, the order is what's kind of throwing me off.
Right.
A bit. So, yeah, that's, man, it's like, yeah, like I'm trying to think, okay. Vocally, the third night isn't as good as the third night. Oh, excuse me.
The third night.
Wait, the third night. Not this again.
Vocally.
Could you repeat that, please?
I will repeat it. The third night isn't quite as good as the shut up. It's not as good as the first night.
Yeah,
because he's a little more well, because you guys pointed it out this time, unlike the other TierMaker. But so stop laughing. The third this isn't helping. Okay, musically it's the best out of the three. Vocally, it's a little bit worse. Complete package. Would put the two other nights above it slightly. Okay. Cunt Hair below the second night. Still low A. So I'll concede and say it's still low A, but it would be the quote unquote weakest of the incredible nights.
I'm sorry, a what before the other nights?
Oh, never mind. So, okay. So we're good with this. Okay. Fourth MSG. Okay. Even though I ended the last night talking, I wasn't part of the original transfer. So I didn't get to hear this first. So I'm sorry to do this. And Lord, I apologize. But TSS Killer, you are the one who got the tapes first. You're the one who
That's right.
You're the one who transferred it twice. and the Elton Bootlegs was with you, but since you were in charge of the operation, TSS Killer, please start the journey of 914.
Okay, sure. First of all, I want to thank we've thanked him a couple of hours ago, but I want to thank Jack and Elizabeth for doing this stuff for us. Liz sent tapes out to Jack when he lived in Massachusetts back in that time frame. We're talking about like 2013 time frame. And then Jack sent it to me like a whole bag tapes. And I tell you that transferring those shows for the first time, that was a real adventure. But none of it would be an adventure quite as 914 was. Elton Bootlegs was with me on both occasions. I say both occasions because as I was playing back the first tape, the belt snapped in my 1984 Panasonic boombox I was used to transferring it, and it ended up snapping the tape right just before the first chorus of Restless. And my mother ended up repairing the tape, and we ended up replacing the belt on the playback belt on the boombox, and then I continued on a few days later. But we were both listening to it, and we could not believe what we were hearing. First of all, the tape quality, even if it was like a second gen, was absolutely immaculate quality. It was the best quality that we've heard from an audience tape at that point during our adventure. But the second that Elton opened up his mouth, we knew that there was a problem. There was a huge problem. Tonight doesn't sound the worst, but it really becomes evident once you get out of like One Horse Town, and then once you realize what was going on, like after Better Off Dead, the voice just takes a huge nosedive, and it just gets worse and worse throughout the gig. Now, I will say that musically, it's still the band is still on fire musically, but unfortunately, we have some of the worst vocals that Elton would ever do in a live environment, because here his voice just legitimately gives out. Like I'm Still Standing still is probably one of the worst, if not the worst, because the first attempt is like a flat F sharp, and then the other one's just like third octave. He doesn't even try. He is completely ravaged. Like the vocal instability where you have him squealing to the sixth octave on Philadelphia Freedom. It's really bad, and he's squealing to the sixth octave on like upper third octave notes, and you know that our lower fourth, that's bad. You know that your voice is in bad shape, and he can't even sing your song. Your song he airs out, and his voice just gives out. It's a horrible experience. Musically, it's good, but unfortunately, I would have to rank this as, in terms of like vocal stability and total vocal control, this is his worst gig on this tour, and probably his worst gig overall. Like maybe one of the worst gigs of all time in terms of his voice just not being stable. It's like very unstable. I know we say Worcester has some of the worst tone, like some of the worst monotone you will ever hear. Here, it's just that his voice just gives out multiple times, and it like Philadelphia Freedom is very bad. Like it has very, very weird phrasing. He doesn't even go for anything above the mid fourth, and it just doesn't sound good. Sad Songs sounds like Rod Stewart. It's still one. It's probably still one of. It's I would consider it's one of the worst vocal intros to a song that he has ever done in his career. Like it is. I mean, it is one of the worst. It's not the worst. The one worst is coming in like a month, but still, I would say that this overall is his worst vocal gig. So it goes at the bottom at F, and that's where it stays.
Oh, Elton Bootlegs, you were with TSS Killer, so why don't you add some more to the story?
Well, I can actually tell you the time period when we got this. It was April 2012. And I only know that because
2012.
a few things happened in my life around then. Some good, some not so good. So that's how I remember it. And I can remember the transfer of this because when we did it once, it was like, oh, and then we had to do it again. So it's like, right, I'll sit through it for moral support. And plus I wanted to hear it again just to see what I'd heard the previous night. Was it true or not? Yeah, unfortunately it was. It was horrible. One thing I will say is that the first few songs don't sound as bad as, say, Worcester, 9/8. After Philadelphia Freedom is where the voice just goes kaput. Burn Down the Mission's first chorus. Oh my days. Like, that is just horrific. Someone Saved, one of the worst performances of his whole career. He has to do modulation phrasing on the fly, and a fair play to him for doing it, but he shouldn't have to be doing it. It's horrible. The medley, he thinks he's got his voice back. No, you've not. Leave on. Ugh. It's just horrible. Benny, the vocals are horrible. He hits a bum note in the intro, even though Greg says it's the highlight of the evening. I love that bum note. Anyway, the solo is the highlight of the whole show. It's fantastic. And the band performers as well. They do the extended version as well with the breakdown before Elton does before he does the call and response. Well, I say it's a call and response. So I'm amazed he's able to get something from his vocal cords here. Sad songs, yeah, Rod Stewart. Ugh. No, I'm Still Standing. Why on earth he didn't extend the piano intro, Lord only knows. But oh Lord, he's singing, because dear, oh dear. The one saving grace of the performance is that the band are like a juggernaut in that breakdown. They are exceptional. Same goes for Saturday Night as well. The band performance, big tick. Elton's vocals, get in the bin.
Yeah, and he tries to go. Then he tries to go for tries to get a gargle, and it doesn't work.
I tell you what, we'll go back. It worked for about. It didn't even work.
It worked for a line. I'll tell you how long it worked. It worked for about 35 seconds, and then it died. Like gone.
Oh, even the ballads at the end are horrible. You know it's bad. But in Candle, he doesn't even go for any embellishments. Daniel, oh my God, there's that one note in Daniel where he just completely, his voice just completely gives. I
think it was on Clouds in My Eyes, and
it was In the Face of the Sky.
Oh no, you're right.
2:36 was the timestamp. In the face of the sky, and he holds it. If he'd have cut the note, fine, but he holds it, and it's just multiple note after note. It's
it's like, hi Daniel, how are you?
And then your song has the Billy Joel reference because Billy Joel was actually going to come out and perform with Elton. Yeah, this is the worst show of the tour. Very, very depressing listen. Get it in the F tier. I'm not going to put it at the lowest of Fs because there is a show that does deserve to go there, but not on this tour. It can go a mid F below 9.8. It is the worst show of the tour.
Oh yeah, I just threw it on F because it's common sense, but but yeah, wow, 9:14.
Wow, indeed.
9:14. Yeah. Everything that TSS Killer and the Elton Bootlegs have said is not only valid, but it's completely accurate because it's horrific. Just listening to this is so bad to listen to. And it's just, there's a lot of gigs where if Elton's having a bad night, it's funny to listen to, with like the birds and the smattering of notes and, goofy shit on songs and, altered state of mind. Like there's a lot of amusing moments, but listening to something like this, it's just, yeah, you can get some comedy out of it, but it's mostly just depressing because it's just it's that bad. to listen to. And there's no vocal quality whatsoever. The tone is, it's not noduled up completely like other gigs, but the stability is just gone off of it. So you have a bunch of vocal breaks and airing notes, and just, it's generally a very unpleasant sound to listen to. And yeah, there's a lot of performances from this gig that rank as either the worst version of the song vocally live, or it ranks in the bottom tier overall, because it's that bad. If you can't sing your song properly and have to modify the phrasing, that just shows you how much trouble that Elton's in. And Love Song. So it is one of the quote-unquote better performances at the show, and I use that term extremely loosely, but he foolishly still attempts embellishments. Like, why, out of all the gigs on this tour, you would attempt embellishments? It's awful. And yes, the sad song's intro. Rod Stewart would like to have a chat with you. But yeah, listening to this, it's awful. And I mean, I feel sorry actually for, a lot of people. And, the people at that show, I feel sorry for Elton to an extent, because how bad things have gotten. Because I know he takes responsibility, he's the one that takes responsibility for his voice getting in that bad of shape. But still, I mean, it's got to be really rough on you if you try to, do what you love and you physically can't. And it's just, I have never felt so, like, it was a miserable listening experience listening to this show. Multiple times, by the way, because I wanted to feel the pain that TSS Killer and the TheEltonBootlegs had to do. So I sat through it multiple times. And yeah, it was a miserable listening experience. The only thing that kept me going was the music, because the vocals were that terrible. And it's just, the quality's great, but that's part of the gig's downfall, because you get to hear everything. And yeah, absolutely agree with F tier. And it's, the worst, it's worst show on the whole era. It's just, it's that bad. And it's that unpleasant to listen to. And I'll tell you how bad my listening experience is. After I listened to the show 4 times, and I picked up my Bible, and I started to read the Bible, after listening to this hellhole that 914 is. I was kind of flipping through it and everything. I was flipping through the Bible just to kind of like bring some peace of my mind. And I know the cunt dies in the end, but still, but the fact is that the suffering of Jesus Christ cannot compare to the suffering of listening to this goddamn fucking gig from 914. Hell, Elton shouldn't have swallowed, Pilate's thorns that were meant to go on Jesus' head. It sounds like he did on this gig, and having Leon Russell's beard tickling his throat. So, Jesus fucking Christ. It's just, it's awful. And yes. And what really chaps my ass about this whole thing is the fact that you have these comments that are floating around, on websites, videos, trying to convince me that he sounds better at late 86 compared to post-surgery. So, yeah, they're trying to tell me he sounds better at this gig, 914, than post-surgery. Any post-surgery gig. So it's like, I don't understand that. It's like those people need to get down, on their knees and suck my cock, because this is just, not only is it false information, But there is no way he objectively can sing better at 9:14 or sound better at 9:14 than any post-surgery gig. You can give me the worst post-surgery gigs out there. I can guarantee you're not going to find his voice giving out 100 times and being that out of key and that off on the songs. So, yeah, it's like, yes, I love Elton's voice when it functions, but not when it's so compromised that you can't even do the bare minimum on the songs to make them sound good.
Okay.
Okay.
I would say I would even take like the worst Red Strikes Back stuff than 9:14, because at least there, at least at the 88, 89 stuff where he sounds really bad, at least he has a voice that he can use. Doesn't sound good, but at least it's not like freaking airing out every 5 seconds.
Yeah, and it's like, how can anybody sit there and tell me that he sounds better at late 86 compared to post-surgery? I mean, really? I'm sorry, but, I don't know everything about vocals, but I know enough to say that's complete fucking bullshit. It's like, and if anybody wants to make the claim that he has a better tone in late 86 and sings objectively better in late 86 compared to post-surgery stuff, I will invite you to come on to a video project. We can discuss this, and I will tear you apart. Because I don't understand the mindset that mediocrity gets rewarded, but something that's objectively better is thrown to the wayside.
That's life, Greg, I'm afraid.
But yeah, I'm sorry, but so I have a question for each and every one of you right here. TSS Killer, your favorite era, I believe, for Elton John live stuff would be 97, Big Picture, early Big Picture, stuff like that, right?
Yes.
And I think we can generally agree that he sings pretty fucking good during that era, right?
That's correct.
Does he sound better in 86 here? Does he in 97?
Hell no.
Okay. Ethan Tony Thompson Murray.
Hello.
Your favorite era, outside of, pre-surgery. So we're going to do post-surgery stuff here.
Okay.
I believe you love the Ray Cooper stuff from the 90s, right?
Yes, I do.
So is late 86 better than Ray Cooper 93 and 94, 95?
Is it bollocks?
Short and sweet.
Yeah, close enough. So, so Elton Bootlegs.
Yes.
Yeah. I know you love a lot of post-surgery vocals.
I do.
90s stuff and 2001. I might be missing some, but hey, does he sound worse there compared to late 86?
It's the Pope Catholic.
Roger Pope, yeah.
In the woods. No. Oh god. Oh
Roger
well.
Pope, yeah.
As much as I love this tour, this is my favourite era for Elton. I can categorically say this is the worst he sounded.
Yeah.
In terms of vocal control and all that. I mean,
yes.
Yeah, there is that one gig that is nasty. From
what show is that?
In his career. Your favourite gig of all time, apparently.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure
we'll be
we'll
covering
be
that very
later.
soon. Hopefully.
Oh dear. 9:14, get in the bin.
Yeah,
take the music, by the way, and put the vocals from the first 3 nights on. You've got a fantastic show.
Yes.
And you could even rank it high, because some of the performances, I'd say, for the band, you could put in an all-star category, because they're just playing their asses off. I mean, Elton's playing his ass off. Fair play to him. I mean, the fact that he's still on the stage is a miracle in itself. I mean, he should have gone home long before the gig even started. But hey, wait, before we move on, what was that story you were told, Greg, about 914?
Oh, plenty of stories, but like how everything came to chance and how it began.
Not quite that. It was more of a story about what happened earlier that day when he turned up for sound check.
Well, what happened was he turned out for sound check and he was running through Tonight and he opened his mouth and nothing came out but air. That was his vocal shape when he woke up.
And apparently he left the piano, he ended it, and he just went, piano sounds fine, and walked off.
Yeah, so yeah, he knew he was in for a fun night. So, but yeah, it just comes to show that, mediocrity should not be rewarded. And it's just ridiculous to see some of these comments out there that apparently let's reward the worst vocals and toss away objectively better vocals. It's ridiculous. But I've ranted enough about that.
Yeah.
Several hours later.
Yeah, several hours later.
I'm on about Elton here in 1986. So what happened next?
All right, so yeah, 914 is an old Lottie singing gig. Arguably the worst vocal gig of his career, if not top 3. It belongs in F, and it's going to stay in F. And if it doesn't stay in F, it's going to get chained to the ground. So it stays in F. So that's how I feel about it. Ethan, I don't even think you've gone. You didn't go yet, did you?
No, but I mean,
there we go.
What is it to say?
Well,
I mean, what is it to say? Yeah. I mean, it's an F, isn't it, really?
That's a fucking F. That's what it is.
F for fantastic. No,
well, I guess it's one of the things where the gig speaks for itself.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, it actually can't speak for itself because it's rewarded with nodes and shit.
Well, it'll air out a response, but we can hear it in the cassette wheels. But
on trombone,
on
trombone, Mr. Paul Spone,
on keyboards. So, Ethan and Howard Stern. It's on the TierMaker, but we can discuss it.
Yes.
Howard Stern.
Well, the day after 914, Elton went on Howard Stern, very early in the morning, mind you, to do a quick interview and talk about the turn, yada, yada, yada. And he did a bit of singing on there, which surprised me the first time I heard it. But basically, Howard Stern wanted him to sing something in the tune of Don't Let the Sun, but he came up with his own little jingle, as it were. And let's just say Elton's tone isn't exactly the nicest. And it's just awful, really. And, anyway.
Continue on.
It's, yeah, I mean, are we ranking this? Or?
No, it's just a quick discussion.
We're not. We're just talking about it.
I'm ranking it. Don't worry about it. I've got a perfect ranking for it.
Well, if you were ranking this, it'd be an F because Elton's tone is absolutely hideous.
Oh,
yeah. I give him an A for effort, but an F for fuck voice.
Yeah.
I say I give him an all-star for effort.
No, I give him an S for Stern.
Who has a small penis?
And in high school, he was beaten up by blacks and whites.
I enjoyed the Barry Manilow reference. I write the songs that make the whole world sing. When he meets him a few weeks later in LA, of all places.
Yeah, that Howard Stern. It's funny and it's entertaining, but oh Lord, that voice.
The lyrics that Howard writes for that, it's very like with the times at time. Very, very unhinged and everything like that. And I think it actually flowed pretty well. It's just that, Elton with the, I think though with like the Elton with the ravaged voice somehow gives it kind of like a weird but satisfying flavor. It's kind of like having those green potato chips that have been sitting around for like 2 months,
Oh, oh no! It makes me laugh as well when you hear like the snippets of into it, because there is a whole section. I think I've got it.
Yeah, 15 minutes or something.
Yeah, it's an interesting listen. The bit that's in what Greg's uploaded, where he's talking about, no wonder you're touring like a maniac. No wonder you're losing your voice. Bernie doesn't get a cent.
Wow.
Elton John! Oh my God!
It's mad that this was done early in the morning too. He hadn't been to bed.
Probably, yeah. They probably did it like 7, 8 in the morning, something like that, because that would have been.
I'm amazed he's able to speak, let alone sing.
I just can't believe he would do that to his voice after one of the worst vocal gigs of his life, and then he's got a gig the next day. That's a good way to. That's a way to keep it in shape. All right. Well. Here's the thing. We're gonna move into Atlanta '86 and Elton Bootlegs. I believe you and this gig have some strong sentimental value towards one another, so you can start that show.
Piss off with your sentimental value. I am a fan of this show. I will agree with that.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, sentimental value, Mike. Just because you like Second Worcester so much. Right, this gig represents a shift in the music.
You okay?
Where's the music?
Who's
Gregson?
Oh, I'm fine.
I just heard you growl. Is he okay?
No, I think it's a cat.
Oh, okay.
No, that was me. Go ahead.
Let's go.
Yes. Sorry to interrupt.
So, Atlanta. This gig I have a lot of time for because, as I said, this is a gig that it represents a shift in the music again. Where the New York shows are fantastic musically. This gig is on another level for me. This is where the band really begin to go into full drive. And Elton, clearly now he's at the point where he knows he's past the point of no return vocally, and he's got the prospect of an Australian tour of an orchestra. That's on the horizon. That's his focus to get through these shows. I'll start again positively. The music is amazing. Elton's piano playing is even more noticeable on this gig and will continue as the rest of the tour goes on. You hear it especially in songs like Rocket Man. Rocket Man here is fantastic. The vocals, they're passable compared to 914, but it's the improv section where things really kick into gear. And there's some amazing piano riffs and some incredible bass playing and drum work. Like, it's all fantastic. Philadelphia Freedom, oh dear, the voice gives out. He foolishly tries that Shine the Light, which he shouldn't really do. It's a similar thing with Tonight as well. The voice is not very, very nice, but the instrumentation is fantastic. Benny is very fun. The solo's nice, and then Elton decides that he's going scuba diving. I'd love to know what caused that, because it's just so random. And the rest of the gig, he gets through the set. The voice, although it's improved compared to 914, it's still not pretty. But that said, I prefer the voice here to stuff like 96, 97, 98. That's not difficult. I also prefer the voice to Saratoga. But then this is where we get interesting, because with the ranking, I would have this show in the C tier, but I would have it above other shows that we already have. I would have it above Montreal for starters, and I'd have it above Columbia. Even though the voice is better at Columbia, I think the music here far outweighs the vocal efforts at Montreal and Columbia combined. Therefore, it will go into the low C, but above them two shows in my tier maker.
How would you rank it compared to Philadelphia, the first night, and Cuyahoga Falls?
I'm going to stick it below them. Stick it below Cuyahoga. Although I would much rather listen to this show than Cuyahoga, I have to then factor in the vocal consistency as well. But in terms of the music, you are getting seriously high scores. But vocally, unfortunately, it still falls down.
For Atlanta, it's a definite improvement over 914. The voice is, although it's still in bad shape, it's more functional, and it's not as miserable to listen to. The band absolutely carry this show, and for me, the music is the absolute highlight, and it helps bring the ranking up. Although I admit that, things would further get developed post-Atlanta, because this is a really solid base foundation for exquisite musicianship. So the vocals aren't great, but they're, they have been worse at 914 and, Second Philly, Worcester, all those terrible shows. Musically, it's very high ranking, but I got to be fair here and kind of balance it with the vocals. On the current tier maker that I'm seeing that we're working on, for the C tier, we got Atlanta above Columbia, and it's below Philly, and it's below Cuyahoga Falls. For me...
But that's my ranking, so yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm using that as kind of like a benchmark. I personally think, Elton sounds quite a bit worse here compared to Philly, but the band is so much better at Atlanta. Better improvisation parts, better tightness, better creativity, better everything musically. Cuyahoga Falls, the voice is quite a bit better, but musically it's not even close. Elton Bootlegs, you put it at what? Mid-C? Low to mid-C?
Low to, I could go into the mid-C, yeah.
Okay, mid-C. I actually think, and I'm willing to do battle and compromise and put on my gloves and stuff, but I think the music is so good on this show that I would actually rank it above Cuyahoga Falls and Philadelphia of C, but it won't go any higher than that because of the problems with the voice.
I wouldn't fight that.
But we have two others, so...
Yeah, that's fine, but I personally wouldn't fight that point. I just put it there because I felt that I had to consider vocals at other gigs. Personally, of those three shows, I know what I want to listen to, but I have to think within what everybody else thinks and make it a general consensus rather than what I think.
Yeah, we'll definitely work together to figure out where we would put this. But I think I would stick this on the upper tier of C rather than mid-C, just because the music is just so good. TSS Killer, where would you rank Atlanta?
Okay, I would actually rank Atlanta low C. Even though the music is great, I would still rather hear consistent vocals rather than music. Even though music is great, but the whole thing is, you got to have the guy in the front, cooperating. And even though it's not as bad as 914, it's still like vocally not as stable as those other shows that are in the C rank in my eyes. So I will still say, it's still some fantastic musicianship, and it still is, like I said, a huge upgrade from the previous gig. I would still put it in low C in my category.
Okay. Ethan, where would you rank Atlanta?
I'm with TSS Killer on this one. I'd rather hear a bit more consistent vocals and music, although music is a big part of it. But But yeah, I'm with TSS Killer on this one.
Oh, no, I restart my connection and I'm already falling down.
Fall down the stairs.
Oh, yeah, I may have to do that, but no, I mean that's fair. Where would you put it? Above or below stuff like at Montreal or Columbia?
It'll be above. Well, it'll be above for me. It'll be above Montreal, but below Columbia.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, but not the same.
Same. Elton Bootlegs. Where would you put it?
Above Columbia.
Okay, be above it. Okay. All right. Yeah, vocals are pretty rough. Can't disagree there. But musically it's so good. I'll move it down a slight bit so it'll be above Montreal, but below Columbia by a bit.
That's fine by me.
So Tallahassee.
Ooh.
So who would like to start this one? I'm going to let you guys pick who wants to start Tallahassee. Actually, you got family in Tallahassee, don't you? Or in Florida? I have
family in Florida. Yes.
Well, since we'll go off that, you can start it.
Okay. And then nowhere near Tallahassee, but okay, we'll get. I mean, actually, the funny thing is they're closer to Tampa, but that's fine. I'll start.
I'll start with it. Let's start with a T. Whatever. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've been to Tampa, but we're gonna start with Tallahassee.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
So Tallahassee is a huge improvement vocally. It is like these next two shows are some of the most surprising considering where it is in the tour. Musically, it's still fantastic. Like I will say that these two shows coming up here, they're fantastic musically, but at least Elton's voice can actually function, and actually the tone isn't completely gone yet. And we're going to talk about this after these two shows, but realistically, they're really good. I will not hesitate to listen to either of these next two shows. But as far as Tallahassee goes, I genuinely like that there was a massive improvement in 4 days. Going from airing out stuff to actually having a pretty stable voice that sounds pretty decent. I'm actually going to surprise everyone, shock the shit out of everyone. I'm going to put this in the B tier, towards the upper end actually, because I like
upper B.
Yes. Because it's more consistent vocally and the music is fantastic too.
Wow, okay. We have in B tier Bloomington, Clarkston, and Hartford. Where's this gonna go?
It's gonna go below them, but
okay.
It's still gonna be. I mean, for me personally, it's actually higher than Clarkston. But again, that's just me. That's just personal preference. But if we're gonna go totality with everybody, it's probably gonna be below Clarkston. But I'd still say it's still a really good show to check out because I like the performances both vocally and musically on that show.
Wow. That kind of threw me for a loop. I'm glad I got my connection fixed. The funny thing about this is I was talking with the Elton Bootlegs not too long ago when I was listening to Tallahassee, and when I was listening to it, I'm like, man, I'm really liking this show. And I'm like, I thought, I'm thinking back to how I would used to rank the shows, like when we started doing this, 10, 12 years ago. And I'm thinking, man, I like this a lot more than when I originally listened to it. I'm like, and I was like, was I harsh on this show? Back then, and he tells me not really, and I found my old review, and I'm like, I would absolutely fine tweak it and add 4,000 more characters to it, but I'm like, yeah, I don't hate it, at least. Yeah, Tallahassee, it's more stable compared to Atlanta, so there's improvement there, and I wonder how Miami would have sounded because that was the night before. So his voice is more stable. It's more intact. And And the thing that really makes this gig one that I like to listen to is, although it doesn't have the same kind of experimental looseness and like trying out random things like Atlanta, Tallahassee is a more of a straightforward show in that sense. But man, is it punchy. The band are assertive. They aggressively perform the rockers. The rockers are amazing musically of the show. Restless. I mean, the musically it's great. What's funny? It's a good musical version.
Yeah.
But
You're not wrong.
Yeah, but that tone. But still, Tallahassee is a show that I think I underrated a bit back in the day because I was so focused on the bad parts that I really wasn't paying attention to the good parts. But yeah, musically, I love it. It's punchy. I had a lot of fun listening to this show. And, Elton does have a good go with the vocals, even if not all of them are clean, but, it's better than 914 by 1,000 miles, and it's better than Atlanta, and I'll take Tallahassee's voice over Saratoga, Columbia, and Montreal, and the 9.6 to 9.8 stretch, so it can't be all that bad. But yeah, this is an excellent show musically, and I love it for that reason, because it's a fun, lively listen. And originally I was gonna rank it, when I was listening to it, I was gonna rank it above Atlanta, and I still will, but I'm like, what we have in the C tier, and I'm looking at it, I think it's better than all the shows in the C tier, and that includes, First Philly and Cuyahoga Falls. And it's the music that really drives home the point. And when I look at the B tier, yeah, I would put this vocally. It's not as good as Clarkston or Bloomington, but holy shit, band are smoking hot. So yeah. I would stick it in B tier, but it's gonna be on the lower end of B, below those other three shows that I mentioned. But but the music just absolutely makes the show the way it is. So, and that's why I love it. So low B for me. Good listen.
Yeah.
Ethan.
Yeah, I mean, these Florida shows really give you some sort of hope that something good is on the horizon, and he doesn't go back downhill. And the Florida shows are good. The next show's unbelievably good, I think. But as far as Tallahassee goes, yeah, pretty good show. Yeah, Elton sounds a bit hoarse early on, but again, by this point in the tour, he'll always sound hoarse early on, so it's not really saying a whole lot. But I would actually go with Greg on this one. Very enjoyable show. Will be.
Elton Bootlegs.
This show, oh wow, I remember the old copy that went on YouTube years ago, when it was incomplete as well. This show I really enjoy. It's one of the more fun listens on this leg. The good thing about this show is that his voice clears up quickly. Tonight has some very harsh sounding vocals, some of the worst you'll hear in the first few verses. But once he gets to the falsetto point, it begins to clear up. One Horse Town he also uses to clear the voice. For that, the voice sounds pretty good. Rocket Man is a great version. He's embellishing, he's having fun, the music is great. Philadelphia Freedom, it has the shine the light moment, but still the energy is it's there. It's just so strong at this gig. Leave On isn't too bad either. He does have a bit of trouble in the second verse, but it's not as bad as other versions. Restless sounds amazing at this gig. Musically, the band really turn it up. It sounds wonderful. It's a shame that Benny's incomplete. I'd love to hear the full version of that because the one thing that I do remember from the version from years and years ago are the 3 choruses where he just does random phrasing.
All of them.
They're weird and wonderful. Benny, she's really keen. It just sounds brilliant. The I'm So Standing intro I love from this gig. Yeah, I mean, there are moments where he goes out of key. David Payton actually goes out of key, which is surprising. But overall, this is a great show to listen to. Very, very fun. Saturday as well. The energy is really strong. I mean, the vocals aren't great in Saturday. The music pushes it, especially David Payton on the bass, and he shines on so many of these gigs coming up now. Very, very fun listen. I'm going to stick this lower end of B. In comparison to the other 3 shows, do you know what? The music for me would edge it over Bloomington. So I'm going to stick my as a tier maker. It will go above Bloomington but below Clarkston. And TSS can't believe it that we've all agreed that it's a B tier show.
Well, I mean, it's musically
I'm
very
not
good.
surprised. I'm honestly not surprised because it really is good.
Mm.
Well, I'm just glad I like it more now than I did back then. Otherwise, I would have been on the losing end of this. Yeah, it's like
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, but
well done.
Yeah, well, it's like, man, the things that happen to you as you age.
Who's talking?
Whatever. Elton Bootlegs. You're in a Floridian good mood, so
always am.
Absolutely. And with the shows coming up, you'll always be in a good mood. Take her away with Tampa.
This for me is such a shame because this has to have an asterisk on it because it's incomplete. We only have up until the end of Benny. Man, I wish we had the full show because this is cooking. This, for me, is one of the best shows you'll get on this tour. So, with the asterisks, I'll give my ranking and then I'll explain why. This, for me, is a show that I could very easily put into the A tier. And I'm going to. Mainly... Are you alright, Greg? Greg, are you okay?
Sorry, go ahead. I was drinking and then you said that and I kind of choked. Go ahead.
Oh dear, you disagree. Alright, anyway. The one thing about this show is that the vocal shape, I'd argue it's better than the previous night. He sounds clearer, he sounds more confident, and the band are just, they sound so great at this show. I wish that we had a recording of this in better quality. I mean, the quality, don't get me wrong, is fine as it is. And it's got a lot of character to it. But I'd love for a really good version, a really good copy of this show, because I think this could be a candidate for something very special. You listen to the first few songs as well. Sometimes you'll hear the really hoarse sound, but this gig, it doesn't have it as much. Rocket Man has some great moments. Philadelphia Freedom, the Shine the Light note, admittedly, it's not the best. I take that attempt over some of the others on this tour. And he just throws his voice around in a really fun way. Even songs like Someone Saved, where you know that he's going to sound strained, the voice is able to handle the song a lot better than others. The medley sounds nice. Leave On has some very daring phrasing. And the other songs as well on the tape are fantastic. Benny is great as well, because again, there's some fun phrasing in there. And the solo is full of energy. And then the tape speeds up and then it finishes. Boo, boo, boo. Because I actually think this could be one of the very, very top shows that we get on this. So the musicianship is first class. I'm going to put this in the A tier, and I'm going to put it above the New York shows.
Oh.
Wow.
You didn't.
With an asterisk. Don't forget the asterisk, because we have to predict how he would sound for the rest of the gig. For all I know, his tone shifts after Benny and he sounds awful, and we'll be putting it in the C tier because of consistency issues.
Yeah, it's like, let's put a gig like that in the A tier and see how that turns out.
Fingers crossed. Maybe one day we'll find out. But
Maybe I'll win the lottery and get some soundboards. But but yeah, I really like Tampa. It's a refreshing listen, and yeah, it's a shame that we're missing, about a third of the show, but what we have is great, and it just kind of gives you an interesting insight onto how Elton sounded and maybe how the other songs would have started, because I'm not a weatherman, but so TSS, you're more familiar with Florida's climate compared to us here because you've been down there many times. How is the weather usually down in later September? Is it mild, 80s, 90s?
Well, it usually still is around the 90-degree mark because technically it's the end of the summer, but they usually hold on to the heat for a while, and it's still going to have the same effects as it during the summer, where you have the summer storms and stuff. But mostly the weather is consistently like, high 80s, low 90s, or for the people who speak Celsius, it's around anywhere between like 30 and 33 degrees C. So it's still very nice weather at that time.
Is it usually humid?
At this point, there might be. It really depends. But maybe you still have some humidity left, but it's nowhere near as bad as, like, let's say, like August.
Okay, thanks for the education. Because the reason I ask that is, because,
you could look on the weather almanac and see what the temperature was.
Yeah, but I can't do that right now because I'm.
That's true. Yeah, connection's gone. Yeah.
Well, I don't want it to go, and I don't feel like reading a map of the weather as I'm trying to figure out.
Navigate.
Yeah, but the reason I bring that up is because he just sounds better at these Florida shows that we have in comparison to Atlanta and stuff. And I'm willing to think maybe there was some sort of a medical intervention, maybe there was treatment, maybe steroids or something, because that it's like, it's so weird to have you go from MSG to Atlanta, and I'm like, okay, sounds a little bit better, but not great. Then you go from Atlanta to the Tallahassee show, and it's like, yeah, he's quite a bit better, and his voice is more stable and intact. Then you go to Tampa, and his voice is better here than it is at Tallahassee and Atlanta. And this is the third night in a row from that Florida run, so that's really strange considering.
So I have the exact weather forecast in the weather almanac from September 21st, 1986 from Tampa. And it says the high temperature was 90 degrees or 32 C. The low temperature was 70 degrees or 20 or 21. And it was not raining.
Okay.
It was partly cloudy to fair.
Does it mention humidity or dew point?
Yes. We're talking about maybe, I'm looking right here, and the dew point is hanging around like 50 to 70%. I mean, there was some stuff in the morning where it was like a fog, where it was like, but the dew point was consistently around 68 to 70 degrees. Oh, so humid.
Pretty humid. That's good for the voice. Having high humidity and warmer weather is very good for the voice. So
yes.
So, I mean, I can't exactly say that that's absolutely what happened, but, I mean, if he wasn't getting some sort of medical treatments in between gigs to improve his voice, maybe the humidity or the weather had something to do with it. Maybe he just got lucky because nodules are unpredictable. I don't know, but he just sounds uncharacteristically good at this show compared to things around it. And yeah, I was very pleasantly surprised listening to the show because there's like some flexibility back that hasn't been seen in his voice since arguably the the 3 fantastic New York shows. And you know, and he gives a little extra on songs. He's having a really good night, and he's enjoying himself. And you know, the band are amazing. And it's just overall, his voice is less constricted and it's less strangled sounding compared to like some of these other ones. So like, no, he doesn't sound as good as say like Clarkston or Kansas City or something like that. But considering where this is at in the tour and what we've heard in between this gig and later August, I think this is a very respectable vocal show from what we have. Who knows how the rest of the show would sound, but if he keeps up that level on the other songs, this might potentially be, you know, one of the absolute greatest gigs from this tour leg. But I can only go off what we have. So yeah, it'll have an asterisk by it, but I'll probably just to be on the safe side, I'll throw it in B tier, like upper B, because you know I just want to make sure, like that's just going off of what I hear on these shows, and kind of compare it to the other A's. But I'm gonna throw it in the upper B tier. I'm gonna put it above Clarkston and below Hartford for now, but I do think this has the potential to be one of the greatest shows on the entire tour, like if we get a complete recording. But I think it's a very respectable show. You know, surprisingly good singing considering where it's at the tour, and the band are excellent. No issues there. So, yeah, I dig the show. I'm
sticking with my ballsy opinion.
Well, go ahead. You show those balls. I'm sorry. Wait, that was bad. Wait. Here, let me redo that. Wait. Well, I was about to say, you show the ballsy opinion. That came up so wrong. I am so sorry.
Are you sure you're straight? Like,
I am really sorry. That did not come out right. I am sorry.
This is what happens. See, right now, Greg. This is what happens when you switch the battery terminals in your car. Like, it's exactly.
Oh Lord! I'm really sorry.
Oh Lord, he's thinking. Yeah.
Oh boy! I'm sorry that did not come out the way I intended. But
if I did that, Greg, I would get banned. From many things and places, and
well, it's all about control. Ethan.
Hello.
Let's get this back on track. What do you think? What do you think of Tampa?
Really good show. I remember when I uploaded it, I was very surprised at some of the vocals, considering where it is in the tour. If you'd have told me this was like one of the MSGs, I'd have probably believed you, just because of how good his voice is. Levon has the A4 in Ghost Sailing, and it's really good. It's surprisingly strong. But I'm going to go with Greg and put in upper B tier, just because I don't want to say, oh yes, it's really good, and we get the rest of the show and he's absolute dog shit on it. So
that'd be a hell of a fall from grace. All right, TSS. Where would you rank Tampa?
In my tier, it's high B, just below Bloomington. It's a really, really nice show to listen to. Like vocally, this is one of the best in September, and it's no threat seeing, because it's like, I feel that this Tampa show can go toe to toe with the New York for sure, and then maybe even better than some of the maybe the post Chicago August ones that aren't sick, like Hartford. Almost. If we had the full gig and he's consistent just as this, I would actually put it in mid A, above Hartford. But for now, I'm going to just put it under Bloomington for me, in the upper B, above the Tallahassee, but below Bloomington.
Yeah, it's such a surprising show, and man, I it's like I love what I hear, and it's great that we have this relatively short recording just to go off of, but a complete recording or a near complete recording would just help solve a lot of mysteries, paint a better picture, and man, it's a show I wish existed in better quality and was complete, but I'll take what I can get. It is what it is. Now, Oakland, and
before we do that though, we have to talk about a show that we have footage from, but we don't have a full show of.
I hear someone laughing in the back.
So for many years we saw some like really weird vocals and some other things, and we found out that comes from Dallas, and Dallas was 927 or 926.
Yeah, 927.
927.
So 6 days after Tampa.
6 days, yeah. So 6 days after Tampa. So we have snippets of like Benny, Bitch is Back. We have Philadelphia Freedom. And oh my God, his voice is ravaged. Like on the Philadelphia Freedom, we actually have about a good maybe 2-3 minutes of the song. And you just hear that it's just ravaged beyond belief. Like he's a shine a light. Like what the fuck happened in 6 days where you fucking sound like that? Yeah, I mean, I must think that the weather change probably fucked up his voice. Because once you get out of that stable like humid climate, your voice can go in unplanned directions, especially if you go.
Yeah, Denver was a place he went. But Denver was afterwards.
Yeah,
Houston was the night before.
Yeah, and then the pot smoking doesn't help either. So.
Yeah, so he probably was still doing that crap. So so that's probably what contributed to all that. So but that was a disaster. But let's go to the actual gig, and let's go to Oakland, where you compare that to the snippets of Dallas that we have, and that was an improvement. Oakland, he sounds good. Now he's not Tampa good, but he sounds decent enough in Oakland where it's still pretty decent. The musicianship is nice. Charlie can't hear a snare drum, and also floral arrangement is not anybody's priority apparently. But I would say that musically and also vocally, it's a very solid show. The musicianship is top notch, and Elton's voice is still pretty consistent, even though it's a little bit weaker. At least he's still able to hit notes, and he's still able to be consistent in songs. And unfortunately, this is the last show where you would have any sort of vocal consistency. And we'll find out very shortly. But for me, this will go into mid-B behind Tallahassee.
All right, I'm dragging Oakland to B.
To be. No, I'm joking.
All right. All right. Ethan, go ahead.
Like, not gonna lie. The piano playing by this point is unbelievable. That Benny solo is, it's really good. Again, Clive can't hear a snare drum, which is amusing to say the least. But again, Elton's able to sing fine. Again, not Tampa good, but it's still pretty good for the time. I'm going to go with the B. I can't say anything more than that, really.
Yeah, Oakland. This was a show that the Elton Bootlegs, I believe he heard this one very early on when we got those batch of tapes, and he was actually given the option.
TSS,
yeah,
to this.
yeah, and you uploaded it first because, and I recall
you gave me the choice. You did.
Yeah, and you were like, "Oh, I thought you were just gonna pull the short straws because you were given Oakland and Hartford, and then they turned out to be really freaking good."
Yay!
Yay!
I win.
Yes, you did. Oakland. I really like the show. And vocally, it's a very interesting gig because you start to hear some early signs of what's to come later on, but it's not quite bad, and it's still stable for the most part, and still relatively consistent. Because by this point in the tour, there's the tone is starting to slowly shift to have some slightly different characteristics. It's not as pronounced here, but you hear a bit more of it at the next gig, and it's all over the LA gigs. But the tone starts to sound a little more swollen sounding, and it has a little bit of a thinner sound to it. But it's not quite as bad here at Oakland because his voice is more or less still relatively consistent. And no, and you're right, it's not Tampa, but it's better than some other stuff coming up. I like the show because Elton can still get through the songs, pretty decently. Like it's not overly terrible. It's not hideous sounding. He's okay, by the 86 standards. It's the music that really drives home the point that shows from this later part of the tour absolutely deserve listens. There's a lot of it's a highlight show with like so much good going on with the music that you can do a list here. Like for Philadelphia Freedom, thankfully he stopped attempting the Shine the Light falsettos, which if he still attempted to do that, I don't think it would sound that good. But man, you have David Payton and Charlie Morgan. They're holding down the fort. They're in amazing shape at this show. Energy's off the roof, and Elton is still extremely enthusiastic about singing the songs. Now, we're coming up to the home stretch of the American 86 tour because the rest of the shows from here on out are all in California. And, we have about another almost, 2 weeks left of shows left. But yeah, he still sounds really enthusiastic singing these songs. He throws his voice around enough to make it work, but it's, the flexibility that was kind of on Tampa isn't quite as strong, although he's had worse shows. He sounds totally into the gig. He's having a good night. Piano playing is top notch. And yeah, Benny's musicianship, the solo, the improv section, first class. I love that performance. And yeah, and as I later found out, on some of my because I have a couple of those old Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends VHS tapes that I had, since I was in preschool. And, I at the end of one of those tapes, there was a little Easter egg. You know how you got the little 2-3 minutes left on the tape and you got the little Easter eggs? Actually, there was I can't remember who it was, but because it was just a voice on there, but it wasn't Ringo. It was a different narrator. But he said that there was a lot of inspiration for that was taken from Shining Time Station and a couple other shows around this time period from Elton John imitating Thomas the Tank Engine from the Oakland show in '86. So, it really drives home the point that Elton can just sound so authentic with trains, and it's a great effect. He's definitely having fun, and but yeah, I really like the show despite the vocal flaws. Not as good as Tampa, but much better than what we'll hear a week later. And because of the musical chemistry and the enthusiasm on stage, Oakland is in the B tier. It's a B tier show overall, but it's kind of hard to compare it to Tampa, since Tampa is missing over a third of the show, and Clarkson's missing a chunk, but Oakland is just so far ahead of Clarkston musically.
Yeah.
Tampa, that's kind of like where it'll get competitive, but then it's got an asterisk by it. I'll stick Oakland in the upper B tier range, above Clarkston, but below Hartford, because I really think the music just drives it, and it's a great listen.
Mm-hmm.
And Elton Bootlegs.
Right.
Go ahead.
I'll talk about this gig, then I have a story, and then we'll see where we're at. So, Oakland, I can remember when we got this gig, one of the tapes, and I thought I had the short straw in getting to upload it to YouTube. I didn't have the short straw. I had the longest of long straws because I love this gig. It is one of my all-time favourites, mainly for the music. The vocals, I think what helps with this show in particular is that the vocals are more pleasant to listen to than other gigs. Rocket Man is one of the all-time best versions musically. It is so amazing to listen to. All the changes of direction it goes in, tremendous fun. Benny, and this finally it comes out, the Chef's Kiss. Mwah. Oh, what a version. You just need 85 vocals on it and you'd be, I mean, Greg wants me to get my balls out, I think.
That was an honest mistake. Come on.
Well, I'm not going to let you forget it. Don't you worry about it.
Providence is a top 10 show.
Fuck off. One of the more surprising performances on this gig, Saturday, is actually really surprising because we're used to Elton dropping down the octaves. In this one, he doesn't until the third chorus, and he actually gives the vocals a good go. And although the ballads, he's beginning to sound tired, I actually really dig your song from this gig. I think he does a really good effort with the vocals. It's a shame we don't have the next night's Your Song, because that'd be a good comparison. But compared to a version we're going to talk about shortly, I would give this a rock solid B. And the story that I am going to tell, it relates to something I said earlier. And it's a point I have thought about for a while now. You know how we think about in life that things happen for a reason? Well, when Elton was in the doctor's surgery on the 9th of September 1986, about to see this doctor to check his vocal cords, he stumbled across an article in the magazine about a young boy called Ryan White, who is obviously featured as a picture for this show. So Elton obviously got in touch with the family, asked to meet Ryan. They went to Disneyland around that time as well. I'm sure he had a great time on the roller coasters. Elton, that is. Obviously, he went to a couple shows. He invited Ryan to San Diego and to Oakland, and there are pictures of them from both shows. And it just makes me wonder if Elton hadn't had lost his voice or had vocal problems, would he have been aware of Ryan White? Would he have potentially met him? And it makes you wonder then, with obviously the mental state that he had a few years later, and he said that Ryan White saved his life. I find that a really interesting parallel, and it makes me accept this tour for what it is, in the sense that, yeah, the voice went, but he made a change in his life where he met somebody who changed it completely. There are a lot of things from this tour that make you think if it hadn't happened, would he still be alive now? And I'm going to say probably not.
No.
So maybe this tour was the good point to stop. He needed to stop at some point because he just kept going and going and going. So this was the sign for him to just take a step back. But yeah, miserable, a bit of a depressing story and a bit of a depressing topic, but I think it's one that needs telling with this tour. So Oakland is a great show, and I'm looking forward to discussing the next gig as well.
Because I got Oakland, rock solid higher B because it's just musically just so good.
Yeah.
I'd agree with that.
And so since we all went for Oakland, Costa Mesa is up for you, Elton Bootlegs, and you in this show.
Did Ethan talk about Oakland?
Yes, I said it was B.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, Elton
Costa
Bootlegs.
Mesa.
Costa Mesa.
Let's go.
Right. If I have a favourite show on the US tour, maybe even the Aussie stuff as well, I would go as far as saying this is my favourite listening experience that I'll have. I know it's incomplete. I wish we had the full gig, but there is so much going for this show. I remember when we first got it, which was over 10 years ago now. It came out on Dime. It took me forever to download. And once I got it, I couldn't stop listening to it. Yeah, I will talk about the negatives first. Yeah, the voice has shifted from the previous night. It's still passable compared to what we're going to get, but Elton has more unstable moments. I mean, there are such moments. One Horse Town has a particularly bad moment. Someone Saved has a couple of questionable moments. And as the set goes on, the tone becomes a bit more ragged. But to his credit, I'd rather listen to this tone than what we're going to get a week later. The positives. The music. Like, every performance has something shining about it. Tonight, the piano playing is amazing. He looks like Don King, apparently, as the picture. I question whether that's Don King, but people's imagination at run wild. When I heard Don King, I thought he was wearing the Tina Turner wig. And the picture I used when I uploaded it's completely and utterly wrong. Oh well. Rocket Man again. It's basically this gig is the sister to Costa Mesa. It's his twin, really. To Oakland. They literally, you could just pair them together, and they are two of the best listening experiences you're gonna get. The Benny solo for me. Oh my days. Greg, you described this correctly. When you said it was a musical orgasm, I couldn't agree more. It is just beautiful to listen to. Leave On has some amazing piano playing. The whole band is just zoned in on the performance. It's just beautiful to listen to. Sad Songs, I love the intro, and it really packs a punch, that version. The band are on fire. I'm Still Standing. Yeah, it does have some questionable A flats, especially the last one. Oh my days. It is one of the most potent ones you'll hear on this tour and on any tour.
Red-tailed hawk phrasing.
Yeah, red-tailed hawk phrasing. I had a dream, and it's a very strange dream, where I remember I was listening to a version of Nikita and he flubbed the words and I laughed. So you can imagine the shock I got when he flubs the words in the first verse, and I was like, oh my God, my dream came true. And I
had a dream that he would flub the lyrics
and he
in
did.
Nikita, and he did.
And then unfortunately the gig runs out shortly after that. But I must say, before I give my ranking, that this version of Saturday is musically one of the go-to versions. It is stunning. Fred Mandel comes out of nowhere with a solo, with a 30-second part on the electric guitar where he doesn't stop. David Payton's bass underpins everything. The backing vocalists sound fantastic. The horn section are in there as well. Jody Lynn Scott's firing away on the percussion. Charlie Morgan just sounds incredible. It's just everything just tunes in together. And as the great NCF once said, it is like a party within a song. And I couldn't agree more with that. What we have sounds okay. The tone is much better than what we'll have a week later. I'm going to put this in the B tier. But for the music element, I'm going to rank it slightly above Oakland. But I'm happy to, if you three disagree with me on this. Personally, I'd love to put this higher up, but I know that I have to rein it back with the vocals. So I'm going to give upper end of B above Oakland.
All right. Who would like to go next?
I guess I should.
I guess you should. Go ahead.
All right. So, totally agree with what Elton Bootlegs said here. They're basically it's basically like a mirror image, musically, in terms of the music consistency. Although Costa Mesa, yes, is better in the musical department a little bit. I mean they're about the same, but I will give the edge to Costa Mesa here. Now here's the thing. So about maybe 5 or 6 songs into the show, you start to hear the very like thin, weary tone that will make itself like rear its ugly head in about a week's time. And this is where it starts. We start to go down the roller coaster. You know, we've reached the last point of the lift, and now we're going down. And slowly, as the show goes on, the tone becomes more apparent that it's getting worse. However, though, it still remains pretty consistent, but you could start to hear the scratchy, thin tone develop as the gig continued on. But I will say that regardless of this, it's still a very listening. It's a listening masterpiece, both musically and vocally. Even though we know what's going to happen, so I'm going to also put this into the B tier, but I'm going to put just right next to Oakland, just slightly below it. But I will say that it still is like a nutcracker suite of a listening pleasure for this gig and specifically.
Yeah, for me, Oakland is a great show. And,
Costa Mesa too, right?
Well, yeah, Oakland's a great show, but Costa Mesa, I think, takes some of the elements that make Oakland as good as it is and just expands upon them. But yeah, I agree. The voice does sound slightly worse overall, and yeah, the thinner, scratchier tone is a little bit more prominent, and yeah, we can tell the voice is not going to be heading in a good state, although he keeps things reasonably intact at this show. But yeah, musically, it's just, on a musical note, this is one of my absolute favorite shows to listen to from the whole tour in general. I had a great time listening to this. It's like up to this point, I've never heard such amazing, brilliant, creative playing from this band. I mean, they've been great, no doubt, the whole tour, and stunning moments. But like, for some reason, there was like just so much magic on this show where things just clicked and took off to a whole nother level. And you know, one of the key songs, you know, on that would be like Rockin' Man, and
when he jumps on it, it's good. I forgot to mention that. Hi, Greg. What were you doing there?
Yo, Rockin' Man, it was a great show, and you know.
Yeah, for those of you who haven't heard it, Greg makes an appearance during Costa Mesa's Rocket Man before the first chorus, and it took me by surprise when I first heard it.
Yeah, that was my older brother Craig. But
That should have went to Jenny, and they should have went to Jenny Craig, and then we had all this other stuff.
Well, I'll ask him. But this gig is it's amazing musically. It's one of the best listening experiences you'll hear from the tour if you focus on the music and the atmosphere, because the atmosphere is also amazing.
Yeah,
You know, with those crowd members around the taper, adding funny comments but not obstructing the music. It's just it's an extremely fun listen. It's just I can't say enough good things about it musically. And yeah, I do wish we had the complete Candle and Daniel and your song, but having 90% of the show, I'll take it. And at least
it paints a clear enough picture.
Yeah, and the quality is good enough, so no problem there. Harmonies are amazing throughout this gig. We have the red-tailed hawk making appearances on "I'm Still Standing," but it is what it is at this point. But yeah, it's a musical highlight gig that just showcases just how good this band is, and why the 85-86 band is one of my favorites.
You'd have no hesitation in suggesting listening to this to someone. If they've got a couple of hours to kill, go listen to this show, because it's so enjoyable. And plus it goes to show that even if a singer like Elton has got his main instrument's been impacted, he's looking for ways to enhance the experience for people that are viewing it / listening. Obviously, the costumes. We haven't even mentioned the costumes yet.
Oh.
The costumes on this tour, holy hell. Some of them are just incredible.
Yeah,
also, as well... Oh, sorry, Greg. One other thing with this gig I forgot to mention. When we're talking about the music, one thing that I can remember Elton talking about during this time period, he did an interview in Australia, and he talks about the orchestra section. He talks about the highs and lows of your music and being aware of this. This is one of the gigs where I noticed this. You listen for the highs and lows of everything coming in, and something else comes in, and then somebody will leave, and it's just a joy to listen to. I don't get tired. I will never get tired of listening to Oakland and Costa Mesa. Absolutely not.
Yeah, they're amazing shows, and it's like, his voice is still passable. It's not yet to the point where it's dramatically affecting the songs, and the musicianship is just so A1 that you almost forget about the singing for a minute and just focus on how good they are.
Yeah, and I find it with these two gigs, you can forget about the voice, because even though it's not great, it's still you can sort of listen and you go, yeah, that's fine, I can with this. When we get to next week. Ooh.
Yeah. But yeah, for me, it's Costa Mesa musically, it's a step or two above Oakland, and Oakland's no slouch. Vocally, it's a little worse than Oakland. So it's like, okay, but it's a sister gig, so they're going to be right in the same tier, right next to each other. But I would stick it very slightly above Oakland, but that's just because of the musical chemistry on stage, and like just the whole act of like that music is just amazing. So I'll stick it next to Oakland, very slightly above of Oakland. So, but it's if it were me, I would tie them. Like if I could, I would tie them, but I'll move it slightly above Oakland. Ethan.
Yeah, I'm with Greg on this one. I'll put it slightly above Oakland. I mean, they're basically the same show musically, only, Costa Mesa I find it a little bit better. Oh, and Saturday Night's Alright for Swimming, I like that one.
Oh, yeah, you can't stop laughing, yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what happened to make him just burst out giggling on stage.
The last minute of Saturday is one. That section is just so great to listen to.
It is. But yeah, I'll put it above Oakland, only slightly.
Yeah, so it's like, yeah, I consider it a sister gig,
Mhm.
and it's well worth a listen. And I'm so glad that that show is circulating, because it just shows that when you have the right chemistry of musicians on stage that know each other very well and have musical chemistry with each other, and they can establish great chemistry with the band leader, in this case Elton, you get amazing results. And that's why I'll always love the 85-86 band, for what they brought to the table. And I always appreciate their playing. So never get tired of listening to them play.
Also, as well, the tempos on songs at this gig, they seem a little slower in some parts compared to others. And that may be also as well what the point about the highs and lows as well. But the tempos being a little bit slower as well, you're able to hear everything. It's just, masterpiece. Talking of masterpieces, what's coming next?
Well, Ethan ended Costa Mesa, so we're coming up to LA 1010.
There's something a little bit the day before.
Joan Rivers. Okay, so Ethan, you can start Joan Rivers.
Well, okay. Elton performs The Bitch Is Back in the original key. And let's just say his battered voice doesn't do him any favours. Elton sounds abysmal on this.
Oh, he does?
Comes in way too early for one of the verses, so he has to go live music. And Cher comes out and her voice doesn't exactly suit the song, I don't think. Joan Rivers certainly doesn't, I don't think. It's just a... Fuck. I can't even bother words to describe it. It's just a disaster, really, isn't it? Really? Again, are we ranking this, or are we just
we're just talking about it. Also, in addition to that, so you hear the show, and this was Joan Rivers. This was the debut night of Joan Rivers, and you had Elton and Pee Wee Herman, God bless his soul, and then David Lee Roth, and then so then at the end of this, towards the end of the show, first of all, during the Joan Rivers things, you actually see some of the costumes, the quote unquote Aladdin costume and the one that looks like angel wings. You actually see them. If you haven't seen the interview, the full interview, you should. It's a really interesting watch. The other thing is, your song, and the thing is, so he starts playing, and then he starts singing. Like the tone is gone. You could just hear. You could actually hear like 7th octave whistle squealing in his voice when he's towards the end of that song. Absolutely terrible. He can barely he gets through it, but you can tell that his voice is completely ravaged and gone. And then after that, he plays about a 1 minute snippet of Twist and Shout, and that's actually the best performance of the night, even though it was like 3 lines of singing.
Sit down, you're silly. Oh.
Yeah. So I mean, and then you have Pee Wee Herman doing his thing at the end, and I wish they would have. I wish at that point, you could go back into the Fox archives and maybe they had the whole thing recorded. I would have loved to see that whole performance, but probably never will, because that show, Joan Rivers only lasted several months on that show and she got kicked off. And that was it, which is kind of funny, because she pretty much got shafted from the night show, and then she got shafted from this show. Kind of funny, but yeah. Overall, not really that great. But I'd still recommend everybody watch it anyway. Due to just the interview and how crazy it was, and how interesting how Elton's mind was during this time. It's still a highly recommended interview that you guys should watch.
Oh, and what'd you think of "Bitches Back" being sung in the original key?
It's the only live version that has done that, and the guy with the Telecaster sounded good. That's about it.
There's an aspect of that performance I love. When you watch Elton start to play the piano, you watch him start to play in the live key. He then realizes he's got to shift.
Yeah, he's starting to play in G, but he has to play A flat.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that bit. But yeah, Joan Rivers, no, he doesn't sound great. But it's a fun listen with the interview, but also, I mean, he's into the performances at least. So, I mean, he's clearly wanting to perform, and he's enthusiastic, and he's not, sleeping through them. So, I mean, I give him credit for that, but man, that poor voice. Especially on Bitches Back. It's like, yeah. And also, what's interesting is on your song, I don't quite know what brand it was, but he doesn't play a Steinway at all.
Yamaha.
Okay, Yamaha. Okay, he plays the Yamaha piano. Really interesting sound to it, but it's really interesting to hear that. But like the Your song, no, it's not great, but to its credit, at least his tone isn't as bad as what we would hear on the LA shows, where it's really unpleasant. I mean, I'm not saying it sounds great at Joan Rivers, but it's like some of the last grasps of that voice trying to, have some clarity to it. But man, the voice at this point, it's pretty much right at the end of its lifespan. But I like listening to the Joan Rivers stuff because it's entertaining. But I know that voice is not in a good state. So
no,
absolutely not. But since Ethan ended Costa Mesa, you want to start 10-10?
Sure.
Go ahead. You're up.
Okay, so 1010 is rather an infamous show because it's a soundboard, and two, Elton sounds absolutely hideous on it. Although, the band are good, which is, fine, but I mean, the vocals really drag this show down. Tonight is really, harsh, and it has a really questionable imitation on it. One Horse Town's good, but the minute Elton opens his mouth, it fucking goes downhill. Philadelphia Freedom, again, same really thing, although he's trying to throw his voice around, although it doesn't really work. Blue Eyes, he breaks a string on the Steinway, and he has to stop for a little bit, and that was fun. Benny's good. I like the solo in Benny. I love that. This show, again, has Can I Get a Witness? It was revived for this show only for whatever reason. And I'm going to quote Greg now. Marvin Gaye should have rise from the grave and slap Elton for this one because the vocals are absolutely dreadful.
I didn't know you'd quote my stuff. Thanks.
I'm going to put this. I'm going to put this in the D category.
Ouch!
Ooh.
Ouch! Ouch!
Just for the vocals.
Is it above Saratoga or below Saratoga?
Same. I don't know. It's the same.
The same. Okay. Higher or lower? Higher or lower?
Higher
think of the
or
clock
lower?
game.
Higher.
Okay. There we go. Oh Lord. Well, That was an interesting turn of events. Elton Bootlegs.
Well, I can remember when we first found this show on Wolfgang's site all them years ago. Oh, wow. You can really hear the difference in the voice compared to Costa Mesa and Oakland on this gig right from the start. You can really hear the nodules taking full effect. The first few songs, you would expect it on most of these gigs. You'll hear roughness, but it sounds rough, and he pretty much he doesn't stay rough for the whole gig, but he stays rough for the first section. Better Off Dead. Oh my God. That is a hideous version.
I like the intro as well.
The speech beforehand is horrible. The notes are
from
horrible.
the Captain Fantastic.
And the end note is... it is nasty. Really, really horrible. Rocket Man, you get in towards the Australia voice. The music is brilliant. Philadelphia Freedom... Elton throws his voice around a lot in this version. There are phrasing in there that I like, but I'd like to hear it with a voice that's working rather than this voice. We also have on this... We finally have as well the complete 1010 because very kindly we were given an audience copy of the show from Ollie. Thank you. And yes. It proves... And it's something that we questioned for years. Always said that Burn Down the Mission, the first verse sounded very similar at the first two LA shows we had. Turns out they were the same because the speech got edited. And I can see why it got edited because he talked about killing someone. Which
I killed the picture about that.
Yeah, the poor, well, he wishes she has enema later on. So yeah, clear how much he thought of her review. The Bitches Back from this show, by the way, is a really, really, really strong version. Don't mind the vocals, but the music is exceptional. Maybe playing it on the Joan Rivers show gave him some oomph, and he really put the effort in on this one. It's fantastic. Yeah, Blue Eyes is the broken string, and Steve does the pit stop that helps. Leave On is nice. Very nice, actually. It'd be the best performance on this gig. He manages to get Go Saley. How does he do that? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't get that.
But that's a good part of the vocals because then we go to Paris where he's beginning to sing sharp. Oh God, I'm gonna leave Restless for TSS to discuss. But yeah, Benny's a performance that I love. Musically, it's great. Vocally, less so. I love it when he birds out random G4s on random embellishments that he shouldn't be doing. Benny and the Jets. Like, no. Sad Song's intro is horrific, horrible. I'm Still Standing. That first A flat is just a moment in Elton history that will always go down well.
Yeah, thanks for the timestamps, dicks.
I'm still standing. I also like the yeah as well as he's starting the song. Philadelphia Freedom has them as well, where he decides to ad-lib. Oh, plenty of ad-libs throughout the show, actually. Every ad-lib is bad. It's just, He gets worse because the tone just gets worse as the gig continues. Nikita sounds horrible. Saturday, tone just... and you can even hear it in the ballads towards the end as well. Like, your song is a song... It mainly was okay, but even here he's struggling. And we get Can I Get a Witness?
Testify.
The positives of the music. The music is brilliant. In terms of ranking the show, I can't have this below Saratoga. Yeah, the voice is horrible, but at least here he's got more flexibility and the music is first class. So I am going to put Los Angeles 1010 in the... Ooh, where do I put it, actually? That's a good question. I am going to put this at the highest of D's because of the voice. If it was music we were going off, I'd have it higher.
Ouch.
A lot higher.
Ouch. Whew. You know, I gotta stop assuming shit. But rough around the edges. Well, Elton Bootlegs can probably tell that story, as I'm trying to, explain Los Angeles. But yeah. So for me in 1010, I have a little bit of a history with this show. I remember first getting this off Wolfgang's Vault years and years and years ago, but it had "Can I Get a Witness" on it. So, we got that. And also Elton Bootlegs and we teamed up and tried to fit in and found out what dates these gigs actually were, because at the time everything was being labeled as 1010 early, 1010 late. And then it took us
Hollywood Bowl. Yeah,
at the Hollywood Bowl, which there was no Hollywood Bowl show on this tour. It was all Universal Amphitheater. The dates were 10/7, 10/8, 10/10, 10/11, 10/12, 10/14, 10/15, all at the same venue.
And you and TSS met somebody who attended those shows, the lucky person.
Yep, and I was told at the last show we sounded toast, so that's all I needed to know. So yeah, that gives
burn or
crispy. But yeah, for 1010. So yeah, I get the first version off of Wolfgang's Vault. Then Elton Bootlegs and we figure out the dates using baseball scores, and that was a fun experience because we were listening to Elton's speeches. So we found out that the 1010 early gig was actually 1010, but just one gig, and then they had put "Can I Get a Witness" on 1010 late, but that actually came from the same show as the actual legitimate 1010 show. So we figured that out. So we had a bad, moderately low bit rate MP3 for a while, and then I locate a much better copy of the show recently. Sat through that and got the audio to that, and then I realized it was missing over 10 minutes, so I had done splicing speeches and cheering and bits of the audience tape just to make sure it was all 1010. And "Can I Get a Witness?" So we have 2 hours and 25 minutes of music now. So we got the full show, and thankfully, and I'm so happy I found it, because a gig this epic and amazing needs all the help it can get. But yeah, oh boy, where to begin with first LA? First of all, Elton's voice sounds bad through this show. Now, I will not take credit for this because I did not say this originally, but the Elton Bootlegs deserves credit because he's the one who wrote this down originally. The voice can be divided into three sections: the really bad opening numbers, the stabilization of the voice after Philadelphia Freedom, and then the post-leave-on stuff where his voice gets blown out and gets worse and worse and continues to get blown out. So thanks to the Elton Bootlegs for highlighting the fact that his voice gets worse and worse. I appreciate your efforts.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, and you're the one who did this originally.
Not that you needed me to.
But you did the work for me, so thanks. But
cat.
I gave you credit though.
That's fair.
But yeah, it's like love you. So going back to the gig, it's musically, I love the show. It's amazing. It's entertaining to listen to. The speeches are entertaining. So everything but the vocals ranges from very good to exquisite. Benny's solo, the improv sections on songs, the prowess of the band. I'm not taking anything away from the music. It's one of the best gigs you'll hear from them. Vocally, oh Lord. The tone is really bad at the beginning of the show. Very hoarse, coarse, thin. One Horse Town has thrashing and shouting off the mic to clear the voice. That works well, doesn't it? And then Better Off Dead, that introduction is painful. And the performance is among the worst versions. Some say that's the worst vocal version of the song. I can see why people would say that, because it's really bad. Rocket Man, musically, it's all-star. Vocally, it's down in the E tier. Yeah, it does have Australia signs on there, so I agree with that. And then Philadelphia Freedom, yeah. The thing about this gig is Elton is obviously on medicine because of how just reckless and stupid he is with some of his phrasing, like throwing his voice around and like barreling through the songs, like without a care on how he sounds. And Philadelphia Freedom's one of them. He's throwing his voice around in a very unhealthy way. The tone is still battered and ravaged. And he hits wrong notes through the whole thing. Flat G's, notes not being sung on top. Not a good version of the song. I mean, it may have great energy to it, and the band may sound great, but that doesn't make a version good if the singer can't sing it properly. And then you have, Someone Saved My Life Tonight, frail voice, but, to his credit, it's not given out all that much, so, it could be worse. The ballads sound especially bad on this show because the tone, any semblance of dynamics is pretty much gone at this point. The tone is thin, it's got that quasi-nasally strained tone to it, and it does not fit ballad songs very well. Levon is surprisingly good, considering what the show is and everything around it. And yeah, other songs, rough around the edges, but still manages to sound good. We all know where that came from, Elton Bootlegs. And then the Paris, Paris performance, yeah, sharp singing, not that great. Restless, I'll let TSS Killer mention this, but all I'm going to say is it's not a go-to version, and it's sung wrong. But, yeah, Elton's vocal, to sum it up, Elton doesn't sound great. His voice gets worse as the gig goes on. And it's especially painful when you get into the second half of the show post-Love Song. Because that's when, the birds start to come out to play a lot more, and it's just a really unpleasant sounding tone. And it's like, it sounds so much worse than even a week earlier at, Oakland and Costa Mesa. So, wow. So, yeah, musically, this is also, S All-Star, but vocally, this is shit. However, the one thing I would disagree with Elton Bootlegs and Ethan on is the ranking, because I want to put this in the lower end of C, not D, just because the musicianship is that good, but the vocal really drags the show down. But that's all I would disagree with is the ranking. I think it's more of a lower tier C show than D or high D, but that's just personally me. But otherwise, hit the nail on the head, and yeah. Musically amazing, vocally shit. TSS Killer.
Thank you, Greg. So let's start off with this. First of all, I like 106. It has become a ringtone for Greg on my personal phone. It's been like that for the last 6 years already.
Oh.
Because it's one of the most Greg moments. I don't know what I can call it. Greg moments that I have in my Elton career of doing this analysis. So I had listened of the 1010 the other night, and And while it's not as bad as some of the stuff in the second show, because the second show that we have is very rough too, the Levon performance was very surprising. And listening to that again, the Benny solo is still fantastic. The musicianship, I will say this, I will just put like any of the LAs on just because in the background, just because of the music. It's that great. It's like if you want to hear a live musical band, a live musical act, don't look any further. This is fantastic. The man opening his mouth, on the other hand, no. So we've already beat this like a dead horse, but that intro to Better Off Dead is the absolute worst vocal intro to any song that he has ever introduced in his live career, because you can hear the nodules slamming in his throat as he's talking, and that's not a tone I want to hear. It is absolutely hideous to hear. And then he has the balls to try to hit like the A flat at embellishment at the end of that, and it sounds like shit. So it is absolute garbage. Restless, it is the most oversung version of the song in the song's history. You have him like hitting G's and A's in spots where they don't belong, over singing the song with the bad tone, and also some of those G's and A's he hits them flat, and it doesn't even fit. At one point in the song, he actually hits like a flat F sharp, which doesn't fucking work. It's a fucking train wreck. As I put on my upload like fucking 10 years ago, it's a fucking train wreck, and it still is to this very day. It was only 12 years ago I knew about it, and it's like, well, yeah, it's a complete and utter garbage that he's just fucking like thrashing the fuck out of his voice, and it doesn't get any better. And the music in that version is very, very good, but the just fucking overdoes it to the point of ad nauseum, where it just doesn't sound good. Your song as So remember what I said about that stupid fucking like fucking whistle cracking like whistle notes that you heard on Joan Rivers? It's here too. It's just indifferent. It's just in a different spot towards the end, but it just sounds horrible. So, like when you have like no usable soft tone left, that's when you know that you should get the fuck off a stage and not sing anymore. So I'm not going to be as harsh as the other two. I'm going to agree with Greg here. I'm going to put this in the low C tier.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah, it's just. It's horrible.
Yeah, this LA show goes towards the bottom. Yeah, this LA show goes towards the bottom of C.
Yeah, that's,
definitely.
Yeah, I moved it to the lowest level C. But yeah, it's really bad to listen to, like, and to think, 10 months earlier, this guy that we hear opening his mouth at LA was nailing songs with, a clean voice, a great soft tone, great range falsetto, and it's like he went from being at the top of his game and having some of his best live performances to all of a sudden sounding like this, where, some of his worst performances. So, it's frustrating in that aspect, because imagine a healthy voiced Elton on this American leg of the tour. The UK voice, singing like stuff at Costa Mesa and LA, and
it would be the best tour. It'll be his best tour, period.
Yeah, because you keep everything else the same, the music, and you just replace that voice with a healthy voice, and it would be in the running for the greatest, or at least one of the absolute greatest tours he's ever done
of all time.
No doubt. L.A. The highs are very high musically, but the lows, the voice. So low C. Yeah, we both would say low C. You guys said what? D, high D.
Well, I went for the highest of D's.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
All right.
happy with that. But
Okay.
then again, I'm happy with it being in low C. So
Yeah, I
wasn't
don't
far
have
off.
any. Yeah, I don't have any qualms if you want to move it up.
All right. We'll keep it the lowest of C, with the music being the only thing. So TSS Killer, I love hearing your Bronx accent. So I'll let you start 10-11, and I'd love to hear your take on the other show.
Okay, so first of all, it's overall like a vocal in terms of like a vocal show, it's worse because you have shit where you have Rocket Man, his voice gives out. Levon is very rough. He can't even forget about the Go Sailing note. By the way, also on 1010, by the way, it was the last time that he ever hit the black smoke. On he hits it kind of flat on the first one, but on the second one he hits it okay. Here he doesn't even fucking go. It's a sad state of like his wrecked voice. Now, Better Off Dead is not as bad as the previous night, but it's still as bad. Restless, it has a lot of the oversing, but it's not as ravaged, and he doesn't thrash it as much, but he still tries to like oversing it, and it still doesn't sound good. Philadelphia Freedom has 307 where his voice just gives out like air, on that A Shine a Light. That's like one of the worst notes that he's hit in his career, like on a live performance. Benny, I will take the vocals from second night Benny than the first one, because at least he's not as like freaking reckless with the voice. At least he's more like that, but it's like woo woo, and they're so spaced out. And then Nick, this town, he fucks up the first verse, and sad song intro doesn't sound too hot either. I'm still standing. It's like wiggle those hips, sure. But it's like it still sounds pretty bad, and it's like the love song is not bad, and then the last couple of them, I mean, it's ravaged, but it's not as bad as the first night. So overall, the voice is worse, but it doesn't like dramatically fall like it does on the first night. But I would still rank it lower than the first night, so this goes at the absolute bottom of C.
All right, so a little bit below. Okay, so
yeah,
that's bottom C.
It's under LA. Yeah, bottom C. That is bottom C.
Yeah. For me, the second LA show, it's obviously, the sister show of what we have, but except, this one, unlike the Oakland Costa Mesa stuff, this is one of those times where I'm like dreading listening to this stuff. The thing is, the voice is more unstable, and more damage is on his voice compared to the first night because of all the over singing and ravaged tones. So that's a good way to start off things. But about the second LA show, or I should say 10-11, to be more specific. Musically, it's amazing. I love the musicianship. It's one of my favorite gigs to listen to musically, but holy shit, those vocals are so bad that if I even try to phase out the vocals and just listen to the music, I'm still having to either stop the audio, or I gotta focus on the voice because it's that bad. Like tonight, for example. Oh, trying to attempt the falsetto notes is the
A4s is bad. No, nope.
Oh, yeah. and then One Horse Town. Not only does Elton sound bad, but then you have Fred Mandel. It sounds like he has tech issues with his keyboard at the start.
Yeah. He actually fucks up the end part of the intro where the drums come in.
Yeah, I heard that bit, but I'm like, wow. And then yeah, Better Off Dead. Oh, that's a classic performance for all the wrong reasons. Um, and yeah, Rocket Man is amazing musically, but that voice is just extremely unpleasant to listen to. Um, and I mean, Philadelphia Freedom. You already spoke about the infamous timestamp. Um, but yeah, overall, his voice is worse. He just sounds like shit from the beginning, and continues to stay like that, and maybe gets a little worse. So, yeah. Saturday Night's Alright for Fighting. Yeah, sorry about the singing, but man, Caleb Quay's on there, and musically, it's it's a fantastic version of the song, and I love it. And it's a shame because if you have UK85 voice at this gig, I would have thrown this gig right into All Stars without even like any sort of hesitation, because the music is that good. But yeah, I don't disagree with the fact that the second LA is worse than the first night, or 1010 I should say. The only thing I was questioning was some of the vocals are so bad that I was thinking of dropping it to the highest level of D. But if if people would prefer it to be at the lowest level C, I would be fine with that as well. So I'm gonna keep it at the lowest of C's with the music there. But man, those vocals are awful. Elton Bootlegs.
This is yet another show that is tremendous fun to listen to on this tour. But unfortunately, as we've all alluded to, the voice is horrible. Tonight is just, you can hear Australia in the voice. It is nasty. One Horse Town likewise. Better Off Dead dedicated to those that live in Penarth in Wales. That's not very nice. So they're a very odd place to pick as well. I mean, Jesus. Rocket Man. I remember once years ago, myself and TSS listened to this particular version, and I sent the link. And he goes, "Yeah, well, I remember the first night. I think, from what I remember of this is better." And as soon as he opened his mouth, I heard you go, "Oh hell no! Oh no! No, this is worse." I was like, "Oh, it's nasty." The Philadelphia Freedom, that one moment. Oh dear, but it's not just that. The whole performance has vocal breaks throughout. It's not nice. Going down the mission, the first verse is a lot worse than the audience saw from the previous night. He actually does embellishments on the first night, which I can't believe, and they actually sound good. Someone saved. I'm glad this is the final version we have in the original key on this tour, because the voice just has had enough of this song. And he tries, but it just doesn't work. And there's some really horrible moments as well, especially when you're getting towards the what part is it? Middle part of the song, and he goes for one of the highest someone saves. The voice just gives out. It's disgusting. Bitches back of lyric flubs. Leave on. It's not the worst version in the world, but he has moments in it. I can't believe, by the way, they cut the best bit of the solo out of the Hollywood Bowl version. How on earth can you cut that 2.5 minutes out? It's perfection. One of the best bits of Elton improv you'll hear.
It's actually one of my favorite solos too of that long period.
It's right up there for me. It'd be an all-star version. Sad song. Oh my god, sad songs are some of the worst singing you'll hear in the song. In the first verse, when he hits the all need and his voice completely smatters into pieces, the note before it is just as bad, where he rasps out the word and then he just one of the worst lines you'll hear Elton sing ever. Like that line from Daniel at 9:14. I'm Still Standing. Bam! Wiggle those hips, Shirley.
They didn't help the performance.
Saturday is a rip-roaring version. Elton's voice giving out is fun.
And also Caleb Quay plays in that version.
Yeah, he does, yeah. Mr. Caleb Quay is going to join us on this number. The ballads, yeah, they're not as bad as they were the previous night, but they're still not great. I'm going to agree with you guys. I mean, we've got 10-10 already in low C. I'm going to stick this behind there in the lowest of Cs, just because the music saves it.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Greg. I know that we put Worcester 84 as the highest of Ds, but these two LA shows have much better music, even though the music is good on Second Worcester. You know what that means?
You lose.
You lose.
Hey, Ethan, you're up. I'm over that Worcester stuff. It doesn't bother me anymore. So go ahead.
It did at the time.
Yes, it is. Anyway.
Well, I was defending, the freaking... Never mind. Go ahead.
Anyway, I mean, what can I say about the show that hasn't been said already? Elton sounds dramatically worse than 10-10. Awful. Horse. Again, I'm with Elton Bootlegs. I'm glad he didn't play Someone Saved on the Aussie leg. That would have been a disaster. I wonder why Davey introduces the band tonight. I never understood that.
Save his voice.
I have. But to be fair, I think Ollie made the suggestion. He's probably gone backstage to have a gargle as well.
Oh, yeah,
that's
fair.
his excuse.
It was nice to hear Davey get some love anyway.
Ladies and gentlemen, band!
It's also interesting to hear Davey from this time period because we're used to hearing him in the modern era, and it's nice to hear him like when he's in his 30s.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't really know what I can say. You guys have pretty much said it perfectly, so I'm just going to agree with you. Low C, below 10-10.
10-11.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I said below 10.
Below 10.
Yeah.
I mean, it's getting late. Have you seen that?
But yeah, it deserves it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. So this ends the North American leg of our discussion, but that doesn't mean we're done. Oh hell no.
Nope.
Not quite.
So before we go to the Australian leg and discuss the MSO and everything.
Oh boy.
One thing I'll have to say is between the end of the North American leg for this tour and the Australian rehearsals and the shows that are on that leg, Elton decided to go into the studio and record the vocals for Flames of Paradise with Jennifer Rush, which took place the week after the LA shows ended. So, yeah, if you hear Flames of Paradise and you hear Elton sound a little on the rough side, that's why.
Yep.
So, there's that. Then, after that, then we'll discuss this a bit before we get into the
tour proper.
Yeah, the tour proper, but there is this MSO documentary that I first saw on YouTube quite a few years ago, and it remains one of my favorite music documentaries to watch. I love all the behind-the-scenes stuff with, the rehearsals and going through the songs and James Newton Howard writing the arrangements out, and it's great to actually hear the early skepticism from some of the members of the orchestra because they weren't sure how this, the rock and roll world would meet classical. So you had quite a few skeptics, but, they were eventually won over, by, the musicians and how, Elton John wasn't Ozzy Osbourne. So, so eventually, the early critics and skeptics were won over. I love watching that documentary, just like the behind the scenes stuff, watching the rehearsals with the orchestra. band members suggesting differences to the parts being written because it wasn't sounding right. Elton running through the songs and trying to rehearse with that voice. Oh boy, and in his fashion sense, sneeze if he sneezes, the surprise is out. But yeah, I always love watching that documentary for some of it's the right reasons, learning about the musicianship and the orchestra and the tour proper, and then the entertaining aspect with the voice and things that went wrong with the bad reviews and Leighton Liberace, and I love how the documentary isn't one-sided, and it's it shows you all the ups and downs, and it's a pretty objective documentary that's it's a fun watch, and I love it. So yeah, that's my thoughts on it. Anyone else would like to discuss it?
Yeah.
Yes.
My favourite moment of the whole documentary is you have the section where they played a bit of Burn Down the Mission, and it finishes, and all you hear is, the principal clarinet player, Philip Michaud, it's all a bit much. I think it's wrong.
No, my favorite part of the documentary was so there's a rehearsal and Elton is doing fucking 60 years on, and then you hear you hear Macarena play, and then he has to do the low end phrasing, and then you see it cut to Gus Dudgeon and freaking Clive Franks in the fucking in the booth. I look at themselves, holy fuck, what do I have to do? And that moment right there is going to be very, very instrumental in the gig that we're going to be talking about next, because it's kind of a foreshadowing. Because that freaking and also in recent years we've also got random shots of an outdoor gig, I think from Adelaide.
Yeah, Adelaide, yeah.
One of the Adelaide shows too, but they didn't play the vocals below it. They just played random stuff. But you could tell that he has fully caked makeup. He's looking he's putting the Tina Turner look to freaking shame right there. Really, he has he's to the nines in makeup. Really, with everything, lipstick, everything. So
he's smudged, daft bitch.
And from reading the book, his song, by Liz, great book by the way. During the rehearsals, all the stuff was written about, how the drinks, it's Coca-Cola, Diet Coca-Cola. And Elton had temporarily stopped substance use for the rehearsals. So he wanted to be clear-headed as he can be for these rehearsals, because the MSO stuff was so important to him. Because he wanted to, as early as 84, he was in the planning stages with his Australian promoter to do this. To do that tour.
Mentioned, Greg, you mentioned how you went sober. You went back on the red wine quick enough, because the Diet Coke caused acid reflux.
Well, that's a good way to.
So he goes back on the red wine. That can't help the voice.
Well, what would be worse, throwing red wine down your throat or Diet Coca-Cola? But I mean, neither are great.
Just go for the fucking surgery.
Oh, there we go. That's yeah. But yeah, he wanted to do this. He wanted to play with an orchestra, a proper orchestra, because there was an interview he did on that box set that was in 1990. I think it's called To Be Continued. And in
1990,
1990. In the notes there, he mentioned that he wanted to play with an orchestra, but he wanted the orchestra to be a proper orchestra, so, an actual professional proper orchestra and properly mic'd. Because he mentions in that little interview that he mentions I think an Eagles concert where they had string players on the stage, but you couldn't hear them, and they might as well not have exist. And he didn't want like random people just playing string instruments. He wanted like an actual proper professional orchestra, properly mic'd, so they can be as as loud as the band. And so I mean, and so the planning stages for this orchestra tour started in '84, and it's a shame he didn't do the orchestra tour in '84, because I think was his voice being in that shape compared to what it is in '86. I think it would have just been crazy good, all around. But the documentary, I love that documentary, every part of it, and it's a fun watch, and I got absolutely zero reason to not watch it. And I love watching it with other people because we can share laughs too. So
there's also performances on there as well.
Yeah, like snippets of other gigs, But I mean, that documentary is amazing. So anything else we should talk about before we dive into the tour proper?
Vocals at rehearsals are hideous. There's also other snippets as well around the tour as well. So there's a snippet of a Rocket Man that was done in Brisbane. It sounds hideous, and there's also as well one other thing. So there's footage of Elton singing Philadelphia Freedom at a concert in Australia, and I have deduced it is from 12/1/86 because I originally thought it was Adelaide, then realised the costume doesn't match and it was filmed indoors. And it's actually 12/1/86 because it's the exact same costume he wore that's in that picture that we see in for 12/3, which is the show where he loses his temper, comes out not wearing his costumes, and then proceeds to storm off during Rocket Man. Because the review was written on 12/2 and came out on the paper 12/3 in the morning. And also the pictures that Greg used, I think they're from 12/2 actually. At least the band picture is. I think the orchestra picture might be as well actually. That's a great orchestra picture you got for Melbourne. I think that's Elton conducting the crowd and the eyes. I don't know what you see.
Sums up my state of mind.
Also, the needs you to turn to, yes. So needs you to turn to in the documentary is not the version on the official Sydney, because the cadence and delivery of one of the lines is different.
Yeah.
And it might be from, now it's gonna be interesting because I think it might just be from the night before. Might be from 12/13. And we're gonna get to that in just a few minutes. But that was another highlight for me for that one, because I was watching and I was like, wait a minute, I know this is not because for some reason and I know for that Benny, that 12/3 Benny, they just they sliced in 12/14.
Yeah.
But for the Need You to Turn To, it was completely different.
Also as well, I can also say, but obviously with 12/1 and having Philadelphia Freedom, it continued a bit for Sydney, because at 12/3, obviously says that some latent Liberace thing, and then you hear him do a piano counting, and then they cut to Rocket Man's intro, which sounds fantastic, by the way, and I think they edited it perfectly so that we didn't hear the vocals.
Yeah.
Confused and angry, Elton storms off stage, and the band don't know what to do next. I need my trumpets for the ballads. I don't think so.
Also, I know Ollie uploaded, I can't remember where exactly it's from. Ollie's uploaded like some snippets of A King Must Die, and it's like pure Smoker's Tone. It's horrible.
The king must die.
Long
best friend. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
King. It's horrible.
Yeah.
Also, as well, I need to turn to. It's not from that first Brisbane night, which I originally thought, because the tone sounds different. It sounds more swollen actually at the Brisbane one than it does at the Sydney one, or whatever version it is. But I'd love to hear. That's the one show I'd love from this tour. That first night in Brisbane, it'd be a historical listen anyway. Elton must have enjoyed it. He listened back to it, so.
Yep.
All right. So, Melbourne, you guys ready to dive into this?
Well, Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Help.
So, all right. So, let's make this fun. Let's nominate one person to start it. TSS Killer, who would you like to have start Melbourne?
I would.
You would? Elton Bootlegs, who would you like to have start Melbourne?
As TSS would like to start it, I'll choose him.
Works for me. Okay, go ahead and start.
All right. Vine Boom out once again. This is going to F. So the reason, okay, but I wanted to start it off quickly there because, but okay, I'm going to preface this by saying this. So first of all, we have some of the worst ever vocals that you will ever hear in an Elton show, because by this point, you have Elton completely like the voice is beyond ravaged. Like, he thought LA was bad. He thought 914. Well, 914. Okay, so it's not the worst vocal gig ever, because that still goes to 914. However, though, there's parts of this gig. The reason why it's so low is because at this point, Elton's voice, like all of the overtones, like you have like. He's hitting like at least 8 to 10 different notes on top of his voice. Like every single note that comes out of his mouth, it's either like 6th or 7th octave overtones, and it's on every single note. One hoarse voice, like to fill like that is so disgusting to hear. It is extremely unpleasant. So the Philadelphia Freedom, we always like make fun of the countdown and all this shit, the count-in, but honestly, there is like moments where his voice just completely gives out, squeals into the 7th octave, and you hear him trying to hold out a note, and you just hear like smattering of freaking whistle notes everywhere. It's not good. And then Clive Franks in the booth has had enough of his shit, and then turns on the flange when he starts Leave On. And it's one of the worst versions too, because he legitimately cannot sing the song. His is gone. Like, okay, I will say this. The voice is stable. It's more stable than 914, but it sounds absolutely horrible in comparison. The sad part about this whole gig is that King Must Die sounds better than the worst 88 versions. And that's bad. That is bad when you have certain orchestra songs sounding better than the ones post-surgery. That is horrible. But aside from that, the MSO, the orchestra section, even though I'm not going to say everything, because I know Elton Bootlegs and everybody else wants to say their piece on this gig as well, but I will say that that at this point they had the orchestra and the band perfectly mixed, because you can tell definitely during the orchestra sections when the band, like for example Madman Across the Water and Don't Let the Sun and King Must Die, you hear the very and freaking God, Tonight sounds so beautiful, and all of these arrangements that James Newton Howard adapted to the orchestra, it just sounds so great when paired with the band. It just gives it a whole new dynamic where musically, like I said, this whole MSO tour is all-star quality, all-star caliber playing by the band and the MSO. But Elton's voice is completely ravaged and gone at this gig, where I just cannot stand to listen to these vocals. So this goes into F, but it goes above 914 only because some songs are actually These actually sounds okay and stable on, but the tone is still horrible. And that is my review.
Yeah, looking at the current TierMaker, I have never seen this where there are more gigs in the bottom tier than the two tiers above it. Because we have one gig right now in D, Saratoga. Then we have one E gig in Providence. Then we have 4 in F. Wow. I never thought I would see this. Elton Bootlegs, are you glad that we talked about adding that additional tier?
Well, if we didn't, we'd have plenty of E gigs.
Yeah.
E for excellent.
We're ecstatic. All right. I might as well just go and, just some of my thoughts about this gig. Yeah. This is among the worst ever vocal shows that Elton's done in his whole career. Some say it is his absolute worst. Some say it's 914. But I'm at the point where I'm like, look, I get the reasoning why someone would rank one over the other, and I'm not even going to argue it because they're both hideous. It's just, I have never heard his tone sound that bad on a gig. It's completely gone, ravaged by the nodules and the vocal edema. Because by this point, the damage has gotten so bad that you have reports from Gus Dudgeon saying Elton's spitting green pus into handkerchiefs. So, yeah, the voice is now completely on a different level of bad. Now there's, serious medical issues going on, and he's still putting his voice through, the ringer. Because that's how much the MSO meant to him. Oh, God. Where to begin? Man, good thing I have my notes here. Okay. One Horse Voice is hideous to listen to. That tone is awful. The overtones, it's diabolical. It's one of the worst ever performances Elton's ever done in his whole career. It's that bad. Philadelphia Failure. The squawking in the upper octaves, and just the hideous tone doesn't sound good whatsoever. It makes some of the later American versions, sound like Prime Live. That's how bad it is. And then Levon wears his nodules on his throat. It's bad when, as what TSS Killer said, it's bad when the flange gets turned on. And yeah, I'm sorry, but that's not a great vocal version of the song whatsoever. No, Elton does not sound good. It's among the worst ever versions of the song. Some say it is the worst version vocally, but it's awful. It's awful, and it's so displeasing to hear. Rocket Nodes. Yeah. Enough said about that. Music's amazing though. There isn't, and here's the sad part about this. Normally when you go through gigs where, Elton is not in great voice or there's a problem, you can at least try to find something that's salvageable from the gig vocally. The closest thing I can say to that statement on this gig would be something like on Nikita, where it's not as bad as some of the other songs at the set, and that's all I'm leaving it at. If that's the highest praise I can give a vocal on a show like this, yeah, it's in serious trouble. It's like, you know, there's the 914 and the Melbourne debate, like what vocal shows worse and everything. It's like, I get it. I get the arguments. I understand them all, and I agree with pretty much everything that people say about it. But I'm just saying, from a tonal perspective, I have never heard his voice sound that bad on any show. Like 914, yes, it's so unstable and it's hideous. The awful performances, but at least you don't have the hideous nodule edema tone that's all over Melbourne.
Right.
And I'm not even trying to say 914 sounds great because it's awful, but it's just the quality of his voice at Melbourne is like the absolute worst I've ever heard him sound on any gig. Like,
right.
It's just so bad.
And it's also bad. And it's also bad when freaking on "I'm Still Standing," you had freaking Clive trying to mute his voice during the A flat attempts.
He's had enough.
That's how you know that this is completely like fucked.
Yeah, it's just
yeah. It's like tire screeching in "I'm Still Standing," like no, not good.
Yeah, and it's like, you ever try driving a lorry with bare rims, grinding into the asphalt? Doesn't work. No. But one thing I'll say, Mel, before I pass the baton over, I'm not going to fight the ranking of F because the vocals are like that bad. But is the music, like from the whole band and the MSO, is the music enough to keep it out of F to put to E, or is it just so bad that you don't even want to?
No.
Okay.
That's just my opinion. No, because see, if we wanted to do that, then Call of A2 would be the best fucking song on the damn show.
Well,
because there's no fucking vocals.
Well, it is the best.
It is.
Yeah.
But that's not enough. That is not enough. That is not enough to save it from an F, in my opinion.
Are the music performances enough to push it to the top of the F tier above Worcester and Philadelphia?
No, because the problem is the voice drags it down so much that I just can't do that. Because so Worcester and Philly, the voice is bad, but at least it's not edema bad.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's just me.
And it's like, I went in this thinking like, yeah, I mean, I knew it was going to be placed low on the tier because of the vocals, but I didn't think it would be just thrown into the bottom tier. But I'm like, I'm not trying to save the show from being an F because I don't believe in it that much. You know, it's not Worcester 84, but I just thought, the music and the MSO would, keep it out of F, but it's I mean that's fine with me. But with a voice that bad, I can see why it's down there. Elton Bootlegs.
This is just a really sad show to listen to. The vocals are just. I remember when you first got this, Greg, and your first tagline. I just got Melbourne 1986. Oh my god, Elton sounds fucking awful. And you were right. He does sound fucking awful. The band section in particular... then again, the orchestra section sounds bad, but the band section, the early songs are just... One Horse Town, Philadelphia Freedom, Leave on, Rocket Man. They're all just... they're so annoying to listen to because you know how good he can sing these songs. And these just sound horrific. And his voice doesn't really improve that much either.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Benny's a great version musically. The piano sounds fantastic. We haven't mentioned Heartache All Over the World. It makes its first appearance on tape, is in live version, and the vocals are horrible. And Elton does an aerobic session halfway through it. Like, that can't be good for him. Nikita's the highlight of the band section. I'm Still Standing. Oh dear. Having to turn the voice off. That's not great. The orchestra section, full of bad vocal moments, some really horrible sounding stuff, but the music is beautiful, just stunning to listen to. The King Must Die. Yeah, I really hate the song on the following tour. So listening to this, I can live with this just about. Madman Across the Water. Oh, I hate that vocal so much. It looks like Ray holds it out for 4 seconds. And he just. Ugh.
Yeah.
Carla Etude, yeah, that wins Song of the Night, all-star performance. Mwah. That sounds beautiful, actually. I also enjoy, by the way, another point from the documentary I really do enjoy, watching James Newton Howard tell Elton what key not to play on the piano as he's learning the song again. Like, you know, A and C and this and that. It's cool to watch. Don't Let the Sun... Candle with the ending. Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah, the false ending. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Christ.
And I also love the fact on Saturday you've got Ray Cooper adding his vocals to the mix. There's already enough music on stage. He'll throw his vocals into the hat. He'll throw his hat into the ring even. Yeah. This goes above 9:14. I would personally, I'd try and fashion a case that the music might just be enough to put it above Worcester and Philadelphia. I understand if we don't have it like that. So, for uniqueness and for an orchestra, go listen to it. If you like bad vocals, go and listen to it. But if you don't like bad vocals, stay well away.
Yeah.
You know, and as I recall correctly, but before Ethan goes, TSS Killer was the first person among us 4 to upload something from Melbourne, and it was
that's right,
One Horse Voice. And I still remember the opening line on the description. This is perhaps the worst Elton John performance ever, and explains about the overtones and his voice is destroyed before, you know, the show begins. And then you have that photo of him, and I'm like, oh, what an awful performance.
Yeah, that was with the bad copy too, and
yeah,
then
that's the bad.
That was the bad copy, but you know the words still ring true today. It's absolutely horrendous and horrible to listen to today.
And just think, One Horse Town on Melbourne. Listen to what he sounded like on that song a year before.
Yeah, that's sad.
It's like he was so good, you know, a year prior. But I'm like, wow.
Gone.
It's gone. Ethan, any thoughts to add about Melbourne?
I get really sad listening to these MSO shows because the music's so good, yet it sounds so shite on them. And you've got stuff like, and I'm going to be focusing more on the MSO section, you've got stuff like 6 Years On, which has a disgusting tone. Like you've got like the line where, like, especially the line, "You hung up your grey coat," is absolutely abysmal. Greatest Discovery has vocal damage out the arse, which is just a shame because I actually like the way he phrases some of the words. Like, if he'd have played that in '85, that would have been unbelievable. Tonight, he can't even do the 9 times out of 10. Even on the worst North American shows, he was getting that, which is something to say. King Must Die is okay. You know, it's not the best thing by any means, but it's okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go with F. It's fucking awful.
F for fucking abysmal.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Because I've used that word a few times to describe some of these later shows.
But just imagine his UK voice on these shows.
It would be the best. It would be the best ever. It would be honestly the best show ever, and I would listen to it every day of my life.
Yeah.
Or even his Euro voice, for that matter, wouldn't.
Even the Euro, even the Euro voice, before the nodules, maybe after the tonal shift. I think a baritone voice, when it worked, well, already saw that, and we've already seen that in more modern times. But imagine just a not completely damaged voice. With an orchestra like this, it would have been a tour. It would have been the real tour de force, not the tour de force that we got here.
Oh, yeah.
And imagine though. I think during the documentary they said, they were thinking about taking the orchestra to the U.S. And that would have been interesting if he didn't destroy his voice.
It's mad that they still wanted to go to America after Aussie as well.
Well, they finally realised at Perth when they had to cancel the show and then tell him, you need surgery, and yeah.
Yeah, it's just, man, that voice. Okay, so the only other show we have a full recording from would be Sydney. And this almost didn't happen because from reading things in your song and news articles, leading like this whole tour leg with the orchestra, Elton was, very emotional. Obviously this was a dream for him to play with the orchestra, but you have the whole thing about his voice, and he worried about like if the growths were cancerous or and then so basically emotional wreck would be a good way to describe it. And just before the show was to begin, the last Sydney show, Elton actually left the arena and was planning on no showing, and Elton eventually got talked back into doing the show, thankfully. So we have to thank Molly Meldrum for that.
We also have somebody else to thank for that. Long John Johnston went running out after him as well. And when he saw him sat in the limo and he saw how silly he looked, they both burst out laughing, and Elton said, come on, let's go do this. Molly Meldrum did see him because he was doing the programme at the time, and he saw him mouth to him off the side, I'm not doing this, I'm off.
And this whole thing, by at the end of the show, Molly was like extremely distraught and still in a bad mood because he witnessed the show almost getting canceled out from under him, and it's like,
but they'd already fallen out on this tour. Don't forget that, because after the first show, Elton sees Molly and says, "What did you think? There weren't enough rockers," he says. "Oh, no Crystal, no Crocodile Rock." So Elton took that to heart, and in Melbourne, he says, "I'm not playing Crocodile Rock, even if Molly Meldrum's in the audience." Maybe that's why he took it out the Benny solo as well, because it only lasted a week. Maybe he did it a few times, and Molly's like, "Why aren't you playing the song?" "I can't fucking sing it."
That's because I wouldn't like to hear Crocodile Rock in some of these shows, would you?
Imagine some of them G4s.
It's like, man, you really want me to die, don't you? But yeah, so basically emotional roller coaster would be, to describe Elton, during this tour. And we're at the final show, which, thankfully was properly recorded and got an official released on a VHS and Laserdisc, and some of the singles and performances were put on B-sides to varying singles and releases, and and so yeah, it is a very important show in Elton's career, and I'm glad that with the help of people and figuring out where things are located at, I was able to piece together the full show and varying sources, but it's all there, and people like Brady Love, who did an excellent job on his version of the show, where he's got all the video up there and in one place for everyone to watch, and he did a great job with the working on it. So props to him. And yeah, the Sydney show is very, very well, a lot of words can be used to describe it. It's polarizing. It's fascinating. It's emotional. It's pretty much any adjective you can throw out there. And you can take a small group of people, and I swear to you, if you ask them about Sydney '86, you're going to get different responses.
Yeah.
From each person. Some people find the show underrated. Some find it overrated. Some focus strictly on the music. Some strictly focus on the vocals. Some will treat it as a rock and roll extravaganza. Some treat it as like watching a big play or a stage show, musical, or I mean, it's because what helps that all those arguments is the fact that not only can we listen to the show, but we can watch it too, so we can just see the whole thing go down. So yeah, it is a very fun watch, and it's a very fun listen. And it's just it's a very important milestone show in Elton's career. And you can put that with stuff like Wembley '84, Moscow '79, and the Royal Opera House show from 2002, Central Park '80. It's one of those milestone shows. And it is what it is. And I'm glad it's out there for people to enjoy, and I'm glad that we can listen to the full thing, watch the full thing, and so on and so forth. Ranking this, admittedly, for me is very difficult. Because musically, yes, it's better than Melbourne. That's the easy part. But musically, I find it to be overall the best show for '86. With the band section's just incredible. The Benny Soul, the Rocket Man improv. The band are just like, if they were A1 in October of '86, this would be A1 plus, a bunch of other digits after it. So, musically, I find it to be the best show. Overall, the MSO sounds absolutely amazing on all of the tracks. The way that James Newton Howard wrote the arrangements is incredible. He did a masterful job in turning these songs that admittedly you listen to the albums and they're awesome songs, like 60 Years On and I Need You to Turn To and Greatest Discovery, King Must Die. Those are some of my favorite Elton songs to listen to. He turned them into epic masterpieces with the with his arrangements with the MSO, and full credit is to be given to James Newton Howard, because without him, this tour would not even sound a fraction as good as it does in terms of the musicianship and the orchestra. So all the credit and respect has to be given to him for that. I can't fault the music one bit. It's absolutely amazing. And it's one of those shows where if it wasn't for the fucking voice and we had a healthy Elton vocally on this show, it would be a contender for probably the top 5 greatest Elton shows of all time through his career, because it's just so musically strong and the arrangements are incredible, and I can't praise the orchestra enough. I can't praise the band enough. And apart from the Heartache All Over the World keyboard issue and the rare Charlie Morgan flub that he himself pointed out to us,
yes,
it's like a flawless, like a near flawless masterpiece in the sense of of the musicianship and the playing and the chemistry. I couldn't have asked for a better set in the sense of that stuff. So musically and arrangement wise, and just that whole arc, it's all star. However, we have to address the big fat chunk elephant in the room.
Before you do,
yes,
you just put Sydney in the All-Star section for the video purpose, just for a bit of fun. So if people are hovering over there, what the fuck have they done? They've put it in the All-Star category. Yeah, leave it for a couple of minutes while you talk, and people will go mad in the comments.
Yeah.
I just moved it to All-Star just now, just to see. So
right.
So it's right there. So we have to address the big, fat, chonk elephant in the room here. And it's the band leader, the man on stage with the wigs, the spectacles, the testicles, behind the piano with the crazy costumes.
Oh.
Elton's voice. Wow. Admittedly, it's not as bad as Melbourne. So it's more tolerable, at least. But man, the tone is ravaged still. And the interesting part is, you would think that if something's in higher quality, if something sounds bad, it would be highlighted to the extreme, right? Well, the funny thing is, Melbourne's as much higher quality than Sydney's recording has a much higher quality than Melbourne. Yet the higher quality at Sydney reveals less abrasive and less offensive vocals. So it's like, okay, the raw soundboard that sounds worse has worse shit on it. So it's just, I found that
show recorded in this quality.
Yeah. Oh yeah, imagine that.
Yeah. Well, I believe it's because by that time, probably he didn't have as much like edema in his throat, because you got to remember that all this crap is probably because of the edema and like the probably like swollen pus, all this stuff. He probably didn't have it at Sydney. That's why his voice was a little bit more stable.
There's so much.
Yeah. Oh God.
ABC.
Pretty much. Yeah. None of that on this show. Thank God.
Yeah. But yeah, vocally, objectively speaking, it's not great. And
it's not.
No. I mean, it's not Melbourne. And so it's not the absolute bottom tier vocal mess that we hear at like Melbourne and 914.
Yeah.
So, it has that going for it. But yeah, it's just, if I wanted to be fair and balanced, those vocals really do hurt the songs. I know there's some stuff on the orchestra section where, he uses the really battered voice in a way that, he still manages to effectively sing, but it's not an ability. It's not, it sounds great because of the damage. It sounds great in spite of the damage. So there's a big difference there. And like in the band section, One Horse Town, again, it's full of really bad moments. Not as bad as Melbourne, but still painful. Rocket Man, those opening lines, they sound juicy, don't they, the Elton bootlegs?
Hey, Greg.
Yeah.
Taunt me with
you're feeling all right.
Oh, yeah, you're feeling all right. But yeah, Elton struggles through the whole band set with just, the strain on his voice, the ravaged tone, the nodules affecting everything. So the soft tone is virtually non-existent at this point. but he still gives, a good effort considering. So, I mean, it's not, and he's fully invested into the gig, so he's obviously going to, give his all, despite the ravaged instrument. The orchestra section, now this one is a little weird because at Melbourne his voice doesn't really improve through the show. It's just hideous through the whole thing. On the orchestra section, it slightly clears up, so it's a little more tolerable, but it still is full of unpleasant moments. But at least on Tonight he can reach 9 times out of 10. So I mean, there's that. But yeah, musically it's all stars. But vocally, I would not put it at F, just because it's not bottom barrel singing like Melbourne or 914 or even some of the garbage at Second Philly and Worcester, but it's pretty bad vocally. So yeah, this is real tough for me, but I'm just gonna throw it somewhere on the TierMaker, and then we'll figure this out, because I honestly don't know where I would rank this. If I wanted to be
All-Star, and we'll fight.
Well, it's already sitting up there.
Well, let's fight then, no?
But no. If I wanted to be fair and balanced, and we'll figure out where to put it, together as a team. So I'm just gonna this is not cemented, by the way, because I want to hear everyone's takes, but I'm just gonna randomly just throw it in B.
Mm-hmm.
You?
I'll probably try to. All right, I'll go next. All right, so this is probably the only show that we're gonna have some differing opinions on. So Sydney vocally, yeah, it has its moments, and some of it is really bad, but actually, the sad part is there's some moments on Sydney that are better than some of the post-surgery stuff in '88. First of all, King Must Die still sounds better than any of the '88 ones where his voice is like ravaged half the time. Don't Let the Sun is very emotional. Candle, even though, yeah, you have that stuff, and later on, some of the later clips has like flange put on and an auto-tune, but honestly, he doesn't sound that bad. Considering that his voice was ravaged for the whole tour. Your Song is still one of the quintessential moments that, he's fighting for his life, because it's like this could be the last time he would ever sing. So, it has a lot of strengths and weaknesses, but also like Cold as Christmas and the MSO stuff, the orchestra stuff, really like drives home the fact that, this is the culmination of all the hard work that he has done to get here. And yeah, even though his voice is completely gone and toast, he can still put on, like, the energy is there. And, I would probably just listen to the orchestra stuff all day, because it's better than some of the drugged up 88 versions and 89 versions. Because it actually has less of a harsh tone, which is kind of ironic. But yeah, and even in the band section, like, the Benny solo, like that the whole thing with the MIDI, the Roland MIDI at the end, and then he goes into the whole thing of the In the Mood. It's still and to have him like play onto the piano, that is still one of the most iconic moments that you'll ever see in an Elton concert. And the jib cams, the jib camera like panning out, like for example on the I'm Still Standing intro, that jib camera pan is still one of the most iconic shots of the whole concert. And instrumentally and vocally, and even during that Benny thing, it's like, he rests his voice for like 5 minutes, and then he actually sounds okay for a about 25 seconds. But, the voice clears up. So in a way, and even this town, the very last performance of this town, it sounds okay. It actually sounds better than LA because it doesn't have like all those gross fucking overtones on it, or fucking Melbourne. So in a way, this was going to be his swan song to the old music and the Steinway for now, and he didn't. He pretty much nailed it on the head, even though I will say, yeah, musically all-star, yeah, but I'm going to turn heads, and I'm going to once again deviate from everybody else. I'm going to put this at the lowest of A because of the historical significance, but also because of the band and the stability of Elton's voice at this point.
I mean, it's not like far off of like, because of like what I was thinking, because I'm like, I was, thinking, yeah, the voice and everything, but like the music is just like so good that it's like, because you
can't ignore it. You cannot ignore it.
No, like obviously, yes. Musically it's so good that yes, I will still, I will listen to Sydney, not because of, it's not my favorite show or anything, but it's just so musically like exquisite, and it's also like just the way things play out on the show. It's like, it's almost like the show has its own character and charisma to it that just draws you into it, and it's like, oh, I know that voice is not great, but the music, I gotta listen to this. And
isn't that most of the shows on the latter half of this tour? We know the voice isn't good, but we still go back to it.
Yeah, but here you have the full orchestra, and you got the the stuff behind it, and it's like, yeah, it's a great.
And I'll be back in 5.
Yeah, it's a great. It's a show that it's a great flawed show, or a great show with its flaws, or a great show despite its flaws, or however you want to say it, because it's like, obviously, the vocals are quite bad throughout it, but the music is just so good. Yeah, I was thinking originally, the vocals aren't as bad as some of those really hideous ones, so I didn't want to rank it E, like F for vocals. It would be, D or E vocal tier, but the music is just so top-notch all-star that you gotta take into account just everything on that stage. So I mean, yeah, because I was thinking, I'm trying to balance it. I was thinking I'll just throw it in B just to see, and low A is not far off of where I was thinking. So but we'll wait for TSS Killer to come back to
Yeah. We can pause and have a quick break. Actually, I'm going to take this moment to charge my phone because I am on 9%. It's lasting. Right, let me.
It's like, this is the longest TierMaker that we've done, and we're right at the last show, so it's not like we're stuck at Worcester 86 trying to figure out if it's high F or low F.
If we were still stuck at Worcester 86 by this point, I'd fucking quit by now.
It would be part 1, part 2.
I'd honestly start crying if we were still at Worcester by this point in time. 8 hours in. I mean, I know it's a bit early to say, but what era are we going to focus on next?
Well, we'll drop your pants, because we'll be talking about Euro 79.
I thought you were going to say 75 then.
I want to maintain my audience, and I want to.
How you promised me?
Oh, it's like we'll think of something.
I guessed that correctly, and you still haven't uploaded it. I guessed those shows correctly. You still haven't uploaded
the
it.
Elton Bootlegs said you were cheating, so
I didn't cheat.
Well, when he comes back, then let him know.
But no, seriously, Euro 79, I'm gonna fucking lose my shit over that. Oh, okay now. Shine of my eyes.
You're trying to get to me, aren't you? I cannot believe my voice lasted this long without significantly getting rougher. It's like, man, if we were to do this years ago, my voice would have been shot by the end of it.
Well, if we would have done this 10 years ago, you'd have been, what would it? You'd have been hopped up on pills. Boo Boo Kitty would have been scaring you.
Yeah, he'd be knocking over pictures, and I'll be like, "Well, you started discussing the Royal Gala, so it went boom, boom." And yeah, oh yeah, that was a really really funny moment. But yeah,
I can't wait to do Red Strikes Back. Can you?
Oh, I'd be howling and having a good time, but I don't know.
Greg Strikes Back.
Greg Strikes Back, you're back.
Can you do like a 30-run set of concerts, and we'll analyze them?
Well, I'll work on my songs from the Great Lakes EP, and we'll analyze the performances from there.
Yeah, you can rank them yourself as well. So do aiming legend.
Well, I know what isn't it making it as a TierMaker.
Man, it's just, I was telling Ethan, how fast does your phone charge?
Mine?
Yeah. What percentage is it at?
It's at 19 now.
Okay, I was like,
so it charges relatively quickly. It's just the fact that ever since I had the update earlier this year, the phone battery's just, I think it's something to do with the update because it's just ridiculous. Because in the dam, I had to constantly find places to charge my phone. It was ridiculous.
But yeah, I have never seen a TierMaker. Up until we started this one, I've never seen a TierMaker have 6 tiers being used. Like, and holy shit, it's like I never thought I would see more F gigs than D or E gigs.
Well, just wait until 75 and then you'll get plenty.
No, you throw them up in the S in the All-Star ranking.
When are we doing that?
About 20 years, I think.
Why?
Because nobody wants to listen to that shit. That's why.
Booze is prime.
Yeah, in other news, everybody has their own prime, but it's not that.
I have a prime drink bottle, right?
I'd rather drink a bottle of prime than listen to that fucking prime.
Logan Paul and that.
Yeah, KSI. I don't mind KSI, he's alright.
Yeah.
I've never seen. Wow, like look at the difference. Like I'm looking on the current TierMaker, and it's like the two orchestra shows. It's like you have one at the absolute bottom of the barrel, and then one that's on the opposite side.
Yeah.
So what we were doing was we were waiting for you. So we were just Elton Bootlegs charged his phone up, and Ethan was testing my patience by discussing other years.
Okay.
So we were letting you come back, and
We're gonna wrap things up, I guess. Yeah.
yeah. Wrap her up. So
Wrap my throat.
Like,
yeah. So I went. TSS Killer had just finished, and I moved Sydney to lowest A tier.
Okay.
Who would like to go next? Ethan Bootleg, or excuse me. Wait, let me try that again.
Let Ethan go next.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Ethan, you can go next. You're both British. Sorry. Go ahead.
I love Sydney personally. Yeah, voice isn't good, but whatever. It's not Melbourne, thankfully, but it's still not brilliant. One Horse Town's really hoarse, but it's not as bad. Rocketman has the infamous "You feeling alright?" Benny's solo is unbelievable. Heartache has the infamous keyboards going out of key, but that's fine. I like that song. 60 Years On's, again, it's still not Melbourne's level of harsh, but it's still not great. Cold as Christmas is fine. The ending belt's actually quite nice. Have Mercy with the orchestra is lovely. I will put this in highest of B, lowest of A.
Mm.
And if I had to pick one, I'd probably pick low A. Just because of the music.
All right. Elton Bootlegs.
Good eats.
Hello. Actually, I have a question. Actually, no, I'm not going to ask that question. I'll leave that for another time. Okay.
Close enough.
Sydney.
Go ahead.
We finally get to the end of the tour. Oh my god. We don't want it to end. I don't want this tour to end. Nor did Elton. Rocketman is just infamous. Especially when he opens his mouth, it sounds horrible. And you're feeling alright. But the improv section, very unique. And I get the feeling that they didn't want to end the song the way they did. Because you hear Elton after they finish writing and go, different? Clearly that wasn't planned. Bitch is back. Oh my god, the vocals are just... Ooh. But the band are on fire, so I can take that. Daniel's band effort is brilliant, by the way. One of the best versions you'll hear it at. The vocals are just horrible. Benny, I'd even argue the vocals aren't great, but I'd still say it's an elite version of the song. And it's, for me, that's the classic version of Benny that you're going to get. I know that you get the song post-surgery where he'll hit certain notes that you don't get here. You'll get stuff in the 90s that sounds fantastic, but I wouldn't say that they're like this version, because this version's got the drawn-out, a really long solo, and then it feels like it could be done for the final time as well, especially the way he does the solo. Sad Songs isn't too bad here. I quite like the vocals on this compared to some, especially the LA versions. Oh, God. And the infamous September versions. I'm Still Standing has some great moments as well, especially when he's looking into the camera. My favourite moment of the whole thing is during the piano solo when he looks up, smiles, and then pulls a face that's quite disconcerting. Makes me wonder what on earth had happened. Did someone flash him in the audience? Maybe somebody showed him the balls. I don't know. But the orchestra section, then, it's just a masterpiece to listen to. I can't get enough of it. Songs like The Greatest Discovery, I Need You to Turn to, The King Must Die. Yeah, The King Must Die is so much better than the following tour when you get them bad versions. ugh. Parlor Etude is wonderful. Have Mercy. I can take his voice sounding like this on this version. Slow River sounds decent. Don't Let the Sun. It's a performance musically that is just epic. There's so many epic proportions with it. Vocally, yeah, it's not pleasant, but at the same time, the guy could be singing it for the final time. I was teetering between a high B and a low A, and seeing as you guys have gone for the low A option, I'm going to follow suit and go there. Let's end this tour on a high.
Nice.
A very big high. But yeah. And the thing about Sydney is, it's, you know, I'll repeat what I said with When You Were Away, you know, and I said this with Ethan and the Elton Bootlegs. It's a great show with flaws, or it's a show that it's a flawed masterpiece is how I would describe it, because of, like, you know, the elephant in the room, the vocals, but everything else about it is just so well done that it's like you have this flawed yet effective package of stuff. And, like, you got amazing musicianship, amazing orchestra, amazing band chemistry, a great set list, and, you know, amazing piano playing, high spirits, great atmosphere, and questionable vocals. So you got that one little thing, but
well, to be fair, if you list all those credentials out, you know, it was all, you know, they stepped up the game because they knew Elton's vocals weren't going to be at his best. So basically, it's basically like when when they say like blind person, all their other senses are more sensitive now. They did this shift where they knew that Elton's vocals were gone, and they upped the other aspects of the show to create a masterpiece, regardless of whether or not he had the vocals or not. Because normally on tours where his pre-surgery, where his vocals were great, everything else took a back seat. But now that he had the compromised instrument, he did a better effort to get everybody else to make up for the shortcomings, including himself.
Yeah, and you can trace that, you know, on this tour, the North American tour, where as the voice really started to suffer and go downhill, you know, all of a sudden the music starts getting stepped up and becoming, you know, more front and center. I mean, just compare the musicianship to, you know, on something from August to something like Costa Mesa or L.A. It's like big difference in the musicianship there. So
absolutely.
And, you know, he took that philosophy and times it by many numbers for the Australian stuff. And thankfully, you know, Sydney was a show we have in high quality, so we get the full taste of it. You know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I would describe Sydney as a flawed masterpiece of a show. Imagine Elton with his UK 85, 86 voice at the Sydney show. It would be amazing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So
then what we'll do now is we ended the TierMaker. We got all 26 gigs on the TierMaker.
Yeah.
Really fun. So what we're gonna do is, since it's such a unique tour, obviously all of our own personal TierMakers are gonna vary, you know, quite differently from each other. But as a team, let's focus on the one we built together. And if we want to make any changes
Mm-hmm.
As a team here. Any fine tuning or last minute, discussions. We'll start from the bottom ranking up. So for F, from greatest F to lowest F, we have Worcester, Philly, Melbourne, 914.
That's
fine.
Touching.
Not touching any of that.
That's fine.
I'm not gonna touch it. The only thing I would think of was, the orchestra on Melbourne, but I'm not even gonna argue that because the vocals. So I'll keep it in F. The one E show we have is Providence.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Yeah, because it's better than the two other early September ones. We have one show in D. Now, this was surprising because I thought there would be a few more in there, but Saratoga is the 1D show.
So it's its own place in hell. Leave it there.
Okay. So it's not going to join its buddies. Okay, so
it's riding D class on Amtrak from Saratoga. Yeah.
All right. Saratoga will stay in D. All right. Now we go to the C tier, where we have 7 gigs in C tier. From lowest C to highest C. On the combined effort TierMaker, we have 1011 LA, 1010 LA, Montreal, Atlanta, Columbia, the first Philly, and Cuyahoga Falls.
That's fine.
Is there anything there you guys would like to move around, potentially change, or is that good enough for a compromised TierMaker with all of our views mixed in?
Aside from the Montreal, that pretty much matches mine.
Yeah. So, where would you put Montreal? What about it?
Well, I said I had on my personal TierMaker I had Montreal at the top D.
Oh, okay.
Then I'm happy then for it to go underneath the LA shows.
Oh, so swap. Okay, so put.
Because music on the 2 LA shows absolutely kicks Montreal's ass.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah, the vocals aren't great at LA, but they're more entertaining and more listenable.
All right, so you would put Montreal bottom C and have the 2 LAs above it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so Montreal swap. So now but everything else in C is, you would keep it on the group team. Yeah. Okay. The B tier stuff. From lowest B to highest B. Tallahassee, Bloomington, Clarkston, Tampa, Oakland, Costa Mesa, Hartford.
I'd have Tampa above the Oakland and Costa Mesa in the B tier.
Yeah.
Even with the asterisk. Well, obviously my asterisk is an A, but...
Okay, so the asterisk gig would be above the Juggernaut music gigs?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's see. Did someone also mention that Tallahassee was better than Bloomington, or am I?
No.
Okay.
On my personal TierMaker, I'd have it there. I wouldn't. I can understand why we wouldn't.
No.
Okay, so Hartford will remain top B, and then Tampa would be just under it, and then you'll have the Costa Mesa, Oakland shows.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, that's swapped. Now the A tier. From lowest A to the highest A, we have Sydney, 3rd New York, 2nd New York, 1st New York, Kansas City, and then Chicago.
I mean, for this purpose, yes. But like I said, for me, Kansas City and Chicago were swapped.
Okay.
But like I said, you ask me tomorrow, and I'll probably have a different opinion. But it could go either way, in my opinion.
Okay, so 1A, it's also 1A, 1B sort of a thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay. Yeah, that's the one that had me kind of questioning. And then the New Yorks are good, so we're good with those rankings?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because the group one, it would make sense, because I was trying to mix the views up. Okay. Yeah, I'd be okay with this one. You know, for the group one, just thinking about it, I'm like, I'm fine with all the current rankings. So, there we go. We have 6 A shows, 7 Bs, 7 Cs, 1 D, 1 E, 4 Fs. What a variety, to be honest.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Wow.
Indeed.
Yeah. Our final big section before we head off. I was nice enough to reach out to members on my Discord, you know, if they wanted to ask any questions about the TierMaker. And, you know, I was thinking we would put this at the start, but then I realized some of the questions were like those ones where it might spoil stuff in the actual ranking. So somebody made a great point on moving that section after the ranking section's done. So I think it's time to answer some questions. So I believe Elton Bootlegs has everything saved on stuff. So
I do. Should I do NCF one first?
Yeah, let's do his first. Let's do NCF one first because he's the first one.
5 questions. Now I'm going to read this out as if he's asking you, Greg. Okay.
We'll chime in.
Personally aimed at you. Okay. So question 1: what is everybody's favorite Benny solo from this tour?
For me, if I had to pick my absolute favorite solo Benny-wise, it's going to sound a little bit cliche, but I have to go with Sydney.
I would go with... I'd go with Costa Mesa, and it would be a Nat's testicle ahead of 1011's version. The bit that was cut out is exceptional of the Hollywood Bowl version. Also, that question's for you two as well.
Yeah, we'll answer it.
10-11.
Have you considered employing a nodule rating, perhaps rap for short system, by law for live shows? Such attributes, coarseness and phlegm thick, to make it instantly easier for subscribers to know if you'll favour the show they're about to listen to. As well as
who does he think we are? Iron Mouse?
Nod Rat. I quite like that. Nod Rat. What would Melbourne be?
Oh, was it? 10. Yeah, 10. Oh, Melbourne's 10 out of 10.
I think Nod Rat would be a great system. I might do it myself.
It sounds like fucking Santa, the Santa tracking thing.
Oh, yeah, the NORAD thing, yeah. Oh, God, that's soon. What's the next question?
Well, we definitely talk about nodules a lot, so...
Well, so question 3. You clearly changed his mind on Charlie Morgan because he asked this question. I have come to agree with you about Charlie's drumming. I think he really is the perfect drummer for the 86 shows in particular. If you had to choose a different drummer to replace in both of these 1986 shows, who would be next in line for you?
Well,
Jack Bruno.
Well, the thing is, wow.
Frank Bruno. No.
Oh wow. Oh Lord. bitch, I will slap you for that. But
I actually can't think of anybody.
Well, there is now. Depending on how he phrased that question, is he asking if someone else that played with Elton, or a completely different?
It could be anybody. He just is a different drummer.
Okay, because if it's Elton, restricted to the Elton drummers, the best choice, would probably be Nigel.
Mm-hmm.
But if
Mm-hmm.
he's talking about any other drummer, like outside, like who would play Elton, there's one guy that came to mind as soon as I saw that question. And admittedly, I have not heard many gigs from this band, but the drumming style is just, I could see it working amazingly for this band. And from, the stuff I have heard, this guy's an amazing drummer. It would actually be Terry Williams from Dire Straits.
That's a very, very, very interesting shout. Because he has the feel to play with certain musicians, and I reckon you wouldn't be far wrong there. I think he'd suit Elton perfectly.
Yeah. I thought Terry Williams from Dire Straits would be like, if you can't get Charlie or Nigel, or I think Terry Williams would be a great choice.
I disagree. And there's 2 more questions from him, and then there's 3 questions in the server.
I think I got to hear other people.
Sorry.
Rude man.
Yeah, forgetting I'm here.
Yeah.
Now I'm here.
That's a really good question. I would actually say 2 people, because it would be a very interesting take. My cop out answer would be Phil Collins, but the other answer I would have would be Neil Peart from Rush. It's like freaking. Wouldn't that be a interesting combination? Because Neil Peart knows how to really get the emotions out of drums. The only reason why I didn't choose Sugarfoot is because we already know what Sugarfoot is capable of at that point. But I would say, like I said, if we have to look outside of the Elton scope, I would say, like I said, Phil Collins or Neil Peart.
Interesting. Ethan, any names come to mind?
Yeah, Roger Pope. No. Well, my cop-out answer is obviously Nigel or something like that. For non-Elton, I don't know, really. I can't really think of anyone that would...
So you would use your cop-out answer? Use your cop-out answer.
I don't really have a cop-out. I can't really think of anyone that's... Not outside the Elton spectrum. I can't really think of anyone that's coming to mind.
This I was going to say as well, the next question that we've got is... actually, the next 2 questions are just aimed at Greg. I think actually, there's 3 out of the 5 that are aimed at Greg, but the rest of them are for all of us, so yay!
All right, what's the 4th question?
I heard the Elton Bootleg said you were jumping up and down on the sofa like Tom Cruise when you found out you had to listen to 86 shows. Is this statement indeed factual?
Yes, it is.
A guy by the name of Flame, terrific piano player, singer as well. He asked this question: which month is the best blend for vocals and musicianship?
Easy answer: September.
Well, it's got the most gigs in the 80s.
Yeah. I mean,
which month? Or which year?
Which month?
Oh, September then.
Yeah,
September.
It will be.
Yeah.
The legend that is Gar. Oh, sorry, hang on. Go on. Oh, yeah, we've all said September.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I was gonna say, he said the best what month for the blend of what the musician and the musicianship and the vocals.
I'd agree with September, especially with my ranking of Tampa anyway. So. Well,
yeah, because September. If you look at the high points, you have 3 MSG shows, Tampa, and then Tallahassee's decent, and then Atlanta's you know, it is what it is. And then, you know, if you
First Philly. I mean,
first
Philly
Philly's
is okay.
And then, you know,
Yeah.
then you got those few outliers, but yeah, because I think you'll get outliers in all the months, because if you pick August, yeah, Elton sounds better at like Clarkston and Kansas City and stuff, but you know, musically the band isn't at the level they would be in September. October's got the band in juggernaut form, but I'm still standing appears and other things. So I think overall September would be the best answer, because there's more gigs there to like look at that are ranked decently high. So yeah, I think September's a fair enough answer.
All right. 2 more questions. One from the legend that is Gar. On a scale from 1 to 10, how badly do you want more Tour de Force recordings?
10.
100.
10. 110. 110. Yeah.
I would say 9 out of 10 for me. Because I would love to hear. I mean, I'm not prepared to listen to anything around at Melbourne shows, the Melbourne show that we have, but maybe the beginning ones or maybe the later Sydney ones, I would be more willing to listen to. That's why I just say a 9 out of 10 instead of a 10 out of 10.
I'll take 10 out of 10. I'll listen to anything from the tour, even if it's going to be terrible.
Fair.
And the final question is aimed at Greg, but I'm sure we're going to have a say here, and it fits perfectly. From the man called Elton Stuff, aka Ollie. So, Greg, what are the next years of shows you'll be focusing on?
Oh Lord, getting put on the spot. So the next TierMaker, because we were kind of discussing this, it'll be Euro 79. But I already have all the Euro 79 stuff up, so we're all prepared for that.
Can't wait for next week.
It's like, so TierMaker wise, there's that, and then after that, you know, I was, you know, 2001 was kind of thrown around. But if I were to be serious with answering that, what years I'll be focusing on 1979. 1993 band, 1995, 1998, 1999, 2001, and 2002. And those are the years that I will be focusing on the most. Now, that doesn't mean I'm going to ignore all the other years, but those are kind of going to be the years I'm going to be kind of zooming in on the most. Would be now. Okay. Now I'm not going to ignore all the other years, of course, but those are going to be kind of like a handful of years I'm going to be kind of be focusing a little bit more on.
Okay.
I have a question. I was promised some certain uploads from you, and you never delivered. So please, could you upload them as soon as possible?
You cheated, and Elton Bootleg says you cheated.
No, I didn't cheat.
Yeah, you did cheat, actually. Yeah,
no, I didn't.
The answer's meant to be done officially, and you did it privately. So, therefore, I agree with Greg.
It doesn't matter whether I still got the answers. I still guessed them.
Yeah, well, I have to agree with Greg, I'm afraid. I think the longer that he... Then again, Seattle's already on YouTube, so you're all right.
I was promised, and he never delivered, and I'm sad.
Oh, well. Anyway.
Anyway. Well, first of all, who are the victors and the losers here in this TierMaker?
That's a great question.
That is great. You know, to be fair, I don't think any of us we didn't underperform. I think we all did well.
We did. Yeah, we did.
Yay!
Yeah, I know it's a cop out, but I think that's just what it is, and especially You look at the length of this, TierMaker, and you're gonna say, well, everybody did their part, because this is like over 8 hours. Well, probably when we put it down, it's probably going to be about 7 something. But still, it's a long time. But I think all of us did the best performance, and I would say we lived up to what we wanted to achieve on this particular TierMaker.
Yeah,
This was I think this was the best one because of all of the different anecdotes and experiences and stories. And we're not just talking about the length, but I think the way that we talked about each and every show, it was a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I can't believe I still have a voice after 8 hours. But
I still need dinner.
Yeah,
that's how long we've been doing this.
Yeah, it's like we're starving.
We went through an entire work day just by doing this.
Imagine if work was like this every day, where we just discuss Elton.
I will not have a voice by day 2.
Oh, I can help you with technique. Just tilt your head back, open wide, and never mind. But
so, Greg, before we finish, you've propositioned me to get my balls out. You're now telling TSS to do stuff. Oh God!
No, because people keep laughing when before I finish my sentences. I'm not even going to say anything else about it.
Mr. 7 times to do the intro.
Yeah.
Hey, yes, I flubbed the intro a number of times, but that's you win some, you lose some. I heard gig requests.
All right.
Oh, I hate when you do that. I hate when you do that.
Okay. Are you ready? Well, the question is how many?
Everybody gets one request.
Okay. Bristow 98.
Elton Bootlegs.
Well, this is going to give you a kick up the backside because there are 3 gigs from an era that we've already done for TierMakers. I'm going to request Murfreesboro 1984 with the hope then that you upload the other shows that go with it.
Okay.
Okay. Ethan.
You know what I want.
Oh, God, pick something else.
No, I was promised.
Well, you wanted more than one of them, so therefore you have to pick.
I picked the
one
second
show
night.
only. Oh, Jesus fucking right. Like, do you want Greg to go to an early grave, or you?
Something that's not 1975. What would you like?
I haven't really thought about that.
Is it that hard to pick?
Yes.
Are you serious?
I don't know. I haven't really thought about that.
You haven't thought about your gig request.
No.
And we've had fucking 9 hours.
Yeah.
So,
nine hours.
Well, I was expecting you to do the
Elton has done thousands of shows outside of your favorite fucking year, and you can't name one show.
You can't name one show that Greg doesn't have on his channel?
I didn't realize something so easy could be so hard.
Easy breezy. Yeah.
TSS Killer mentioned his gig in 2 seconds. Elton Bootlegs didn't struggle. You're the youngest one of the 4. You should be the sharpest minded.
I know. I don't know what I want.
That's true.
You can't always get what you want. Yeah.
I don't know. Go to the outro. I'll think of something.
No. Oh, hell no. No. I'm going to sit here until you give me a gig.
Oh.
Look, bring up Eltonography and put your finger on something.
Let me help you here. there are, since we discussed a tour in the 80s, there's the 80 tour, 82, 84, we already did 85, 86, and there's 88, 89.
79.
Well, we're doing 79.
Euro 79.
US 79.
Okay, I pick second Boston.
Yay!
Yeah! Woo.
Yay!
Fucking good choice.
Okay, so we have Bristow 98, Murfreesboro 84, and Boston 79.
Yes.
Not a bad bunch of shows there. All different eras. I'm sure I'm going to have fun listening to those. But we'll wait for TSS Killer to come back and we'll properly conclude this.
Oh, there we go.
Well, at least you got a good tape for second Boston, I suppose.
Yep. I still cannot believe the TierMaker lasted this long.
I can't either. I thought we'd be done by now.
Well, that's what happens when you love an arrow so much and you want to discuss it. What is that pounding? Like, is somebody like
Not
pounding
me.
on your ceiling or something?
Hmm?
No, I hear pounding on someone's mic.
Do you?
Yeah, it shows.
I'm not doing anything.
That sounds like a fat man is like stomping and stuff. We talked about stuff outside of the proper tour, rehearsals, other stuff, gig requests, and any other topic. And yeah, what an epic journey this tour was, and what an epic TierMaker this was, and this cannot be topped.
No.
So, I had a hell of a great time on here, and yeah, this was an amazing journey, and it definitely ranks as the best TierMaker we've done. Even with the technical faults that happened, we still, pushed through and really, brought forth our A games. So I loved what we did, and next time we do a TierMaker, hopefully there'll be less technical problems, and I'll see you guys early next year.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Yes.
That's right.
Oh, your balls dropped.
Yep. So yeah. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have fun with this TierMaker when I put it together. But I had a great time. Any final thoughts?
For anyone who hasn't listened to this tour, you should definitely give it a listen. Like the U.S. and the Aussie stuff, still take a listen. Even though you go through the hills and valleys, but overall you can see the musical prowess and the evolution of the band in a span of only like a couple of months, and it just really proves that they were on top form. And it was one of the best bands that Elton has ever had. So highly recommend listening to this tour.
It's a very important tour for Elton in his whole career. So I
Could have
think
been
it's
his last
worth
after all.
for that factor. Some amazing gigs. Maybe not All Star, but hell, I wish I could put some gigs in All Star, but you just can't.
Gotta be reasonable.
Yeah. Well, after some careful Edits, we'll make. Never mind. Yeah. I had.
I'm gonna put this gig in a All Star.
Yeah. So yeah, I absolutely love this whole thing. Ethan, any final thoughts?
Just go listen to the tour,
All right, there we go.
basically.
All right, so bye bye. I will see you all later. Next time we do TierMaker, it'll be 2024, Bureau 79 with some bonus stuff, and man, I can't wait for more epic journeys.
Farewell.
See you next time.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.
What's the intro and outro music?